Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work such as a mashup and to post the new work online on a website like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We clash! We clash! We clash! We clash! Yeah! Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
All right, everybody, welcome to another Swords of Reason right here on Speakeazy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by 5 minutes of an uninterrupted rebuttal. After that, we enter the arena for the full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments can clash and the iron sharpens the iron. And finally, each side delivers a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'm going to drop a Q&A in the chat for everyone, but keep in mind, Super Chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, these questions will get priority. And if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, the free chat may not get answered. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of the priority options. Once the formal debate wraps up, we're going to open the doors for the Chaos and Chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters, ask follow-ups if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But, you know, it's always where things get wild regardless. Excuse me. Today's debate prompt: Christianity versus atheism, which gives a better accounting for reality. All right. And for Christianity, we have Steelborne returning to the Swords of Reason arena, known for frequent debating and open panel visits, a voice rooted in Orthodox Christianity, forged through fire tested masculinity and sharpened by conviction. All right. Steelborne believes in no compromise, no retreat, just truth, discipline, and a standard the modern world refuses to meet. Okay. You can find his link in the description below. And for atheism, we have debut in the Swords of Reason arena tonight. Tyler, co-host of We're Offended, You're Offended, the coolest podcast you haven't heard of yet. All right. A no-holds-barred voice who tangles with any and all ideas, bringing sharp takes on culture, current events, and the chaos in between. Known for turning hot topics into battlegrounds with a dose of comedic relief and zero fear of offending the easily offended. All right, you may recognize him from the recent open panel debates, and you can also find his link in the description below. All right, with that being said, we're going to move right into opening statements. Steelborne, whenever you are ready for your opening statement, just jump in, and I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right, let's go with this. So I did actually write out an opening statement for this one. So let's start with a good evening to my fellow Bears, Neurons, Crucible Crusaders, and Jortlandian Galigates. The question of tonight's debate is very simple. Which worldview gives a better accounting for reality, Christianity or atheism? I want to be very clear about how I'm approaching this. I'm not merely asking which worldview tells a nicer story, which one makes people feel better, or which one can point to isolated facts about the world. The question of tonight's actually much deeper than that. The question is, which worldview can account for the very tools that we use to understand reality in the first place? Before we can talk about science, morality, or evidence or truth, we're already appealing to certain things. We're using logic, reason, and we're assuming that truth exists, that our minds can access it, and that the world operates in a consistent, intelligible way. The real issue tonight is which worldview can actually account for these things. Let's start with what we both use, regardless of our position. Both my opponent and I will rely on the laws of logic. Things like the law of non-contradiction. We will assume that contradictory claims cannot be true in the same sense at the same time. An example of this, a square ball cannot exist. I cannot be in my room and on Mars in the same sense at the same time. We will both assume that our reasoning is at least somewhat reliable, that when we think critically, we can arrive at truth. We will both assume that the world is orderly and consistent, that the future will, in relevant ways, resemble the past. This is the foundation of science. We will both likely speak in moral terms about what is right, wrong, what is rational, or unreasonable. So these are not optional tools. They are the preconditions for intelligibility. You cannot argue them you cannot argue against them without appealing to them. So, which worldview can justify them? Well, here's my positive claim. Christianity can give a coherent, unified account for logic, knowledge, science, and morality because all of these are grounded in the nature of God. Atheism, by contrast, cannot provide a sufficient philosophical grounding for any of these. It just assumes them without justification. Let's start with logic. The laws of logic are not physical. You cannot touch them, measure them, or locate them in space or in matter. They are universal. They apply everywhere, at all times. They are invariant. They do not change over time. So what are they? Well, from the Christian worldview, logic reflects the consistent, rational nature of God. God is not contradictory. God is not unchanged, or God is unchanging. It is because we are made in His image that we are capable of thinking in a way that corresponds to that rational order. But in the atheistic worldview, where reality is ultimately just matter and energy in motion, what are the laws of logic? Are they human conventions? If so, then they're not binding, and contradictions can be true. Are they products of the brain? Then they are contingent and local and thus not universal. Are they brute facts? Well, then they're arbitrary and unexplained. Atheists use logic constantly, but cannot tell us what logic is or why it must be trusted. Now consider human reasoning and the possibility of knowledge itself. If atheism is true, then our thoughts are the results of blind, unguided physical process. Neurons firing, shaped by the evolutionary pressures aimed at survival, not truth. But survival and truth are not the same thing. A belief can be false and still useful for survival. Well, what do I mean by this? Well, I'll give you an example. If I assume that all snakes are venomous, and I avoid all snakes because of this, this belief would be untrue, but it would be beneficial for survival. If our brains are just survival machines, then we already have a defeater for trusting any belief, including the belief in atheism itself. It could just be beneficial to survival and thus not truth tracking. But in Christianity, human reason is not an accident. It's grounded in the fact that we are created in the image of a rational God. Our minds are designed, not merely formed, to know truth, however imperfectly. So Christians provide a foundation for trusting human reason, while atheism undermines it entirely. Let's look at science. All right, the thing that atheists always like to appeal to. Science depends on the assumption that the universe is orderly and consistent, that the same causes will produce the same effects under the same conditions. This is often called the regularity of nature. But here's the problem. You cannot prove the regularity of nature by scientific means because science already assumes them. You cannot say the future will be like the past because in the past, the future was like the past. That's circular. So what grounds this assumption? Well, in the Christian worldview, the uniformity of nature is grounded in God's providence. The universe is orderly because it is governed by a faithful, consistent God who sustains it. But in atheism, the universe is ultimately the result of an unguided process. There is no reason to expect that tomorrow will be like yesterday. Again, atheism relies on science but cannot justify the philosophical foundations that science presupposes. And finally, let's consider morality. We all live as though some things are truly right and truly wrong, not just preferences, but objective truths. We don't treat the statement, it's wrong to bash babies, up against, rocks the same way as we would say, I prefer chocolate ice cream. From the atheist view, though, they're both just morality is just a preference. It boils down to the subjective. It's a mind state. So ultimately, ontologically, it's just an equal playing field. It's on an equal level of saying, I prefer chocolate ice cream over vanilla, as I prefer not to bash baby skulls in. But that's not how we actually live. We don't treat moral claims as mere preferences. And in Christianity, moral truths are grounded in the nature of God. God is the standard of goodness, not arbitrarily, but by his very being. So morality is not subjective or invented. It is a real objective. It is real, objective, and binding. Before we get into tonight's specific objections, I want to address a common approach to scripture I expect that we're going to hear. Isolating emotionally charged verses like the Psalm 137:9 that my opponent used when arguing against Teriak, talking about bashing baby skulls against the rocks, and treating them as if they are straightforward moral commands is actually one of the most common ways to strawman Christianity. That method ignores genre, context, and authorial intent. The Bible contains poetry, lament, narrative, and teaching. And if you read a poetic cry of anguish after national destruction as though it were a divine ethical prescription, you're not critiquing Christianity. You're critiquing a misreading of the text. So my challenge will be this. Engage scripture as it actually presents itself, not as a collection of decontextualized sound bites. So here's the situation. Atheism uses logic, relies on reason, practices science, and often speaks in moral terms. But it cannot give a coherent account of why any of these things exist or why they should be trusted. Christianity, on the other hand, provides a unified foundation for all of them, grounding them in the nature of a rational, personal, unchanging God. So my challenge to my opponent is very simple. Not just to use the laws of logic, reasoning, science, and morality, but justify them within their own worldview. Because if your worldview cannot account for the very tools you're using to argue, then it is not giving an account of reality, it's just borrowing an account of reality, and then denying the source of that. And to end, I'll actually end this with a quote from Father Deacon Dr. Ananias. There is no rational account for theism. There is only a theistic account for rationality. Christianity does not just explain reality, it explains why explanation itself is possible. And with that, I'll cede the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement, Steelborne. With that, we're going to hand the mic over to Tyler. Tyler, whenever you are ready for your opening statement, go ahead and jump in. I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Okay. Well, first off, I'd like to say thank you to Speakeazy and, of course, Steelborne for challenging and of course, Speakeazy for hosting this. I won't need 10 minutes pushing into philosophical diatribes and overthinking and stimulating ideologies. Being a Christian is tiring, to be honest. I actually think it's kind of antiquated and at some points actually irrelevant. Let's look at some similar situations or some examples. Who wants to get up every Sunday to go listen to some guy explain the Bible to you? What about Passover? Even Mass. How about midnight Mass? You guys want to get up at midnight and go to church for 4 hours? You guys want to go do that? I know I don't. Chat, What did you give up for Lent? Everyone in chat, what did you give up for Lent? What about starving yourself? Did you starve yourself? How many of you observed mixing the mother's and the young's flesh or their wool? How many of you guys are actually doing that? Hell, even Chick-fil-A, God's chicken, breads their chicken cutlets. I would say, in fact, there's Facebook groups, there's sermons that are live streamed all over YouTube, and you don't have to wear your Sunday's best. Speaking of Sunday's best, how many women, ladies out in the chat, how many of you covered your heads before you went to church on Sunday? How many? If I were a Christian, I'd prefer to do that as God intended in my underwear. Following all 617 laws, the Messianic laws, that's too much. It's too much. You want to talk about tax laws? Everyone complains about taxes. They cost too much. They're too complicated. How about 617 laws that Moses gave to his people from God? This is why I actually think atheism is better. We don't have to worry about all of these laws. And I'm sure, let's be real, even just the ones I rattled off, that doesn't even scratch the surface of every single one. Plus, we get to sleep in until Sunday, or sleep in on Sundays. I think atheism fundamentally care about everyone's well-being. We care about the economy. We care about reducing harm and suffering. And I think that's ultimately a better view for the world. I would think that my opponent would have to answer the question, why should everyone do these things to be a Christian, when being an atheist does the same thing through modern technology, and you don't have to feel guilty about eating a chicken cutlet? With that, I will cede the rest of my time. Thank you.
And thank you for that opening statement. With that, okay, that's going to wrap up the opening statements from both sides, and we're going to move into the rebuttal round. Each debater is going to have 5 minutes uninterrupted to directly respond to their opponent's opening arguments. So it's not a back and forth yet, no interjections. When your 5 minutes is up, we're going to pass the mic over, and then we'll get into the open hour. Okay, so we're going to give the mic back to Steelborne whenever you're ready. I got the 5 minutes on the clock. The floor is yours. I'll start the time up with your voice.
Yeah, so let's he really didn't make an argument. There was no argument in that opening statement whatsoever. There's no argument for why Christianity is false, why atheism is true. The argument was ultimately just an appeal to, well, it makes me feel better to sleep in and, pray in my underwear, I guess. But that's not a refutation to the Christian worldview. That's not a refutation to the Christian metaphysics, right? Now let's start with it's old, so therefore it's wrong. Well, that's an appeal to novelty. So I hope that's not your argument. That'd be a fallacy. You don't understand. You actually fundamentally, just based off of what you explained, don't understand what Lent or fasting is about. Fasting is not like it's not supposed to. You're starving yourself, right? For example, we don't tell pregnant women to fast. We don't tell breastfeeding mothers to fast. We don't tell people who are sick to fast. Fasting, the point of it is to deny your physical temptations for the purpose of spiritual gain, for the purpose of how to deny this. It's you practice the fasting in order to deny your earthly wants, your physical bodily wants, in order to help you to deny the passions, right? In order to deny sinful temptation. That's what the point of fasting is, right? It's not just like, it's not a diet, and you're not just starving yourself. Chick-fil-A breads their chicken. Okay, they're Protestants. Most of them don't fast anyways. They don't even understand what the concept of Lent is about. The appeal to the Levitical laws. Christians don't affirm that we don't say that you have to follow Levitical laws anymore. The Levitical laws were a mixture of moral laws and the actual political laws of its time, right? It was the governing rules for a specific society. Right, it was a set of rules and laws for the Israelites. who were doing a bunch of let's be realistic here, but I can give easy ones. The mixing of cloth. Well, there was a reason for the mixing of cloth. It was because you could identify a people group by what they wore, by what they were. That's what the mixing of cloth was, right? It was if I remember correctly, the Israelites made their clothing out of wool, whereas other groups made their clothing out of different animal fibers and different materials. So it was actually, it wasn't saying you can't wear denim and cotton at the same time. The point of if you wanted to even try and spin it into a modern context, it was like you can't wear. If every group had a uniform, right, you can't wear the Christian T-shirt and the atheist pants because you'd be stepping into both worldviews, and one of them is, from our view, is committing a bunch of immoral actions and lives an immoral lifestyle. And from the view of the atheist, you actually can't tell anybody why what they do is wrong. It's just you don't prefer that thing. I would prefer you don't do it. Well, we would prefer that we do it. So now I guess we're on equal footing. With that, I'll see the rest of this portion, and I really hope that I can get an argument.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. With that, we're going to give the mic back to Tyler. Tyler, whenever you're ready for your rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Okay, so let's look at a few things here. I would agree actually with Steelborne. In fact, I almost kind of almost want to concede the argument. Hold on, sorry. I won't. I promise I won't. But I actually agree with a lot of his positions. People want to look at things that make them feel better. I agree. Even though a Christian or an atheist, the tools that we use to measure reality, I 100% agree. Laws of logic? Well, of course. I 100% agree. The world is orderly. I don't see any refutation that I could possibly make to his worldviews. At least I will give him this. He paid attention when I was speaking in a last debate that bashing a child's... I'll try to keep it PG. Getting rid of a child via rock is immoral. Good. I'm happy that we are on the same page with that. Misreading the Bible. Yeah. I really don't even know where I'm supposed to contend with this, because I agree. I agree with nearly everything that Steelborne is saying. Atheism speaks in moral terms with no grounding, while religion does. Only thing that I could even look at refuting to anything like that is, I agree. Atheists cannot speak to objective reality. Or objective truths, I should say. Not objective reality. I'll correct that right now. Objective truths. Agreed. I'm amazed and curious as to where this is going to go. I won't take up anyone's time here. So with that, I will end my my rebuttal.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. All right. Great rebuttals from both sides. Before we move into the open hour of back and forth, let me talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, all right, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters. Their links are in the description. We host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reason: politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, games, movies, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. All right. So if you enjoy this format, make sure you stay locked in, because we have a lot more coming. And if you want to get yourself onto Swords of Reason, join the Discord. It's discord.gg/bearcave, and we'll get you set up. Just send me a message, and or you can send one of the mods a message as well. They'll get it to me. But yeah, go ahead and get in there. and we'll get you set up. Also, reminder for the live chat, after the closing statements, we're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A. So I've already dropped the Q&A in there. But remember, the super chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, these will get priority. So if they end up filling up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to that free chat questionnaire. So if you have something you really want answered, send it through one of the priority options and we'll make sure it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives into the arena. Whenever one of you is ready to start the open floor exchange, just go ahead and jump in. I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Okay. I guess, should we get our kind of terms out of the way?
Sure.
Okay. What is your definition of Christianity?
The faith that was taught and proselytized by Jesus Christ and the apostles that founded the Orthodox Church.
Okay. What would be your definition for an atheist?
So the most charitable definition I give an atheist would be somebody who rejects they deny the existence of a higher power, or they deny the existence of a God.
Okay. So similar to how you don't believe in like the tooth fairy, but we don't have a word for the, no longer believing in the tooth fairy.
Well, honestly, it's a little different. So like, I would clarify that there's a distinction between agnostic, at least the way it's commonly used, agnostics versus atheists. Like a lot of the atheists online will try and claim that, well, we're not saying God doesn't exist, but the entailment of the saying, I don't think that God exists. Well, the entailment is, God doesn't exist. Okay. But the agnostic at least says, I don't know. Like they're like, I don't know.
Right.
So it's a little different of a position. Right.
And I think there is a bit of a distinction between agnostic atheist and just an atheist. Agnostic is, I'm unconvinced. I just don't know. Where an atheist just says I'm without belief. So, okay. I guess, do you have any questions for terms for me?
I feel like we're kind of in agreement about most of the terms. So the argument is going to basically be, how can you, in your worldview, give an accounting for things like the laws of logic, objective truth, any of these, information, knowledge, how can you even give an accounting for any of these? Like, how can you trust your brain, which is a basically a meat sack,
mm-hmm.
guided by that functions from an unguided process,
synapses, impulses,
of survival, but the goal is survivability, not truth tracking. How can you trust that mechanism to produce truth apt and truth tracking statements?
Obviously we would look at we obviously have some form of measurements that we, just as I even conceded it, that we both use measurements in order to try and best understand what reality is. And I think everyone does that, whether you're religious or not religious. We use tools in order to try and measure and interpret and map on accurate information to reality.
Can you guys still hear me? I think my computer just froze.
I can hear you.
Okay, so you can...
Oh. Yeah, you're good. Do you hear?
I can hear you guys, but like both my monitors just froze, so we'll just see what happens, I guess.
Okay, yeah. So for now, you're good. We see you, we hear you.
All right, sweet. Okay, everything came back. Okay. So can you repeat that for me real quick?
What the hell did I say? I think, just like theists and atheists, we both use measuring tools to try and map on an accurate representation of what reality is.
So reality, that term is actually has a bunch of metaphysical baggage behind it. So when you say reality, I don't know what you mean by that. When I say does reality consist of both immaterial and material things, or is it just material things?
Well, I don't know if you could really measure immaterial. We account for reality as the world is represented today. That's how we.
That's what's in
interpret.
question is our accounting of reality. So you can't just say, well, reality is reality. Don't be Tom Jump. Come on. I know you can do better than that, Silas.
I don't know. I don't know what that is. I don't know what a Tom Jump is. Sorry. No, a genuine answer. I'm not trying to be pedantic or anything like that. I am saying that we use measurements to describe reality as we see it today. I think that's the
Okay.
most
So how do
accurate
we come to those observations? Do we rely on our sense data?
Of course.
Okay. Is
Just
sense
like anyone
data?
else.
Is the only way that we acquire knowledge is through sense data?
Through sense data? Well, I don't know any other way that you would try and interpret data.
No, I'm
Like-
not asking. I'm asking, like, is the only way that humans acquire knowledge is through our senses?
I think it'd be a reasonable position to say yes.
Okay. Where is the proposition? All knowledge is derived through sense data, found in sense data.
Where? Sorry, say that one again.
Where is the proposition? All knowledge is found in sense data. Where is that? Where do you find that in the sense data?
Well, we obviously through vision, touch.
You saw the proposition?
Maybe I don't understand the question. Maybe I'm just a little dumb. Sorry.
Okay.
I apologize if I am.
So the proposition, right? All knowledge comes from sense data. That's a proposition. You agree with me, right?
Okay.
It's a sentence designed to convey meaning.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. So senses, hearing, touch, smell, taste. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Following.
Where do you find that proposition of all knowledge comes through sense data? Where do you find that proposition in the sense data? Can I hold it in my hand? Can I hold the proposition?
I think a lot of entailments come from when we start using like senses. Like, yeah, we just like, with the idea of, let's say, like the mind. Well, the mind is I think it's just a term that we more use to describe, large types of, say, synapses and electro.
So the brain.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you demonstrate that somebody who has a faulty brain, that their mind doesn't work just like yours?
Can I describe?
No. Can you demonstrate that somebody whose brain is bad, right? Messed up brain. Like let's say, for example, somebody with like Down syndrome, right?
Okay.
Can you demonstrate for me that their mind, right? That their mind doesn't function just like yours does?
So, okay. So when we're talking about the mind, we're again talking about the processes by which the brain functions. So
I don't grant that. I think that the mind is a metaphysical category.
Okay. I mean, I guess I could kind of, yeah. I mean, I could agree with that to a certain extent. Can we really measure a mind? I would probably say no. I don't think we can.
So we can't measure the mind.
No, I
So
don't think
so are you going to concede or that the mind is not just the brain?
The mind is just not the brain.
Like would you affirm the statement, the mind and the mind is the brain?
I think the mind is the action that the brain takes.
So mind is an action?
Mind is the actions that our brain takes to produce a thing, whether thoughts or anything like that. That's how I would look at defining what mind really is.
So mind is a verb.
Yeah, I think so. It's the actions by which we operate, or the things that go on within our brain.
How is the mind a verb, but we have verbs to describe what the mind does, like the mind does thinking and evaluating. Now those are verbs. Those are actions that the mind does, but the mind is actually described as a separate category.
Right. And I think that's a bit of a different I would just look at it as that these are the actions, whether it is thought, whether it is emotion, or whatever the brain does, it triggers what we call mind or emotion, or these processes that we that I think that we actually experience. Hopefully I cleared that up.
Well, I mean, I've heard the argument before that the mind is that the mind is an action, but nobody's ever really been able to demonstrate that to me. They just kind of assert that that's the case. They go, well, the mind is what the brain does. And I'm like, okay, can you demonstrate that? And then they just say, well, thinking. And I'm like, but that's a different action.
That's an action. I would agree with that. In fact,
So is the mind identical to thinking?
Is the mind? I think that's an action that the mind takes.
Well, if the mind takes an action, then the mind is now a noun, not a verb.
Right. Okay, you know what? I will agree. The brain makes the action, and we call that the mind.
But we don't call that action the mind. We call that action thinking.
Right. And I think that's the and I think that's where we're actually interpreting or looking to try and describe this thing. We're trying to describe the action that our brain is actually the act of thinking, like actually thinking, rather than just, well, can you not think? Is that, I don't even know if that's possible. Like, can you really just like shut your brain off?
I have no idea. I can't do that.
I don't know about you. I know I can't. So
but like, okay, so let's just tackle this for a minute. Let's work through this. All right. So I'll just grant that knowledge comes through sense data, right? I actually believe that, though. I believe that you can derive knowledge through sense data. I just don't think that's the only way to do it. But let's assume that we agree you can derive knowledge through sense data. How can you, from the atheistic worldview of denying the Imago Dei, the man being made in the image of God, that's the justification for why we have rationality, why we can reason, why we can think properly. If you deny all of that, right, how can you actually give an accounting for why your thoughts or any statement that you make is truth tracking or even reliable, right? So like, let's go back to my example in my opening. If I assume all snakes are venomous, right, that statement we would agree is untrue. That assumption is not true, but it does help for survivability. Right. So we agree that just because a statement helps for survivability, that doesn't actually mean that it's truth tracking. So if our brains are, the process of unguided evolution, how do we know that anything we think, any thought that we have, or anything we think, any proposition we make, how do we actually know that that's true and not just conducive to survival?
Right. Well, and I think I'm going to be using that word a lot. I apologize. I'm not.
It's just a current phrase. I know what you mean.
I think when we in general, like we're looking in terms of general terms, we're trying to understand, interpret, and actually look at what we view as reality. I think all of us do. Like you do just as much as anyone else. And I would, that's more how I would look at it. We all interpret things through our own senses, and that's how we actually interpret the world.
Well, I agree that we can interpret things through sense data, but is that the only way that we interpret things, or can we reason through a position without appealing to sense data at all?
Can you reason to a position? I don't know if that's I don't
know.
Okay,
let's do mathematics for a sec, right? Let's think about mathematics. Do I need to have sense data to do math?
Well, yeah, you'd have to have like, let's just talk in general terms, probably like eyesight, probably the ability to write something, I would look at that.
Like somebody who's blind and has no arms can't do mental math?
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, you can do mental math, but I was saying like in general, like if I wrote like 1 + 1 = 2.
Well, they can still work through mathematical equations in their head.
Right.
Which would mean that math would still be a concept that would exist outside of human mind. So mathematics would still be objectively true. Okay, can we real quick? Do you know what the philosophical definition of objectivity versus subjectivity is?
What is? Well, as far as I know, one is mind dependent, one is mind independent.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Objectivity means it exists absent human minds.
Okay.
And then subjective means it depends upon human minds for its existence. So like a tree exists objectively
outside of a human mind, yes, but a tree, a piece of wood, as what we would interpret a piece. The
reference that you and I are both referring to.
Yeah, with leaves and branches and a root system and yada yada yada. Okay, fine. Yep.
Okay, so do the laws of logic exist like the tree, or do they exist more like 7?
Do they exist more like a tree or more like 7?
And do you know the laws of logic first?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm trying to do they exist like a tree? So the absent a mind. So does mathematics exist absent a mind? No, I don't
Ma-
think mathematics exists absent a mind.
If no humans were still alive, would 2 + 2 still equal 4?
It could be flugy plus flugy equals yuck yuck.
But the referent would still have to be itself, right?
Mhm.
So like 2 can
And
never not equal 2. A 2 always has to equal 2. Now
Okay.
the symbol, I agree that the symbols we use, those are subjective. But the referent that's being talked about and being discussed in a mathematical equation, that reference is actually a universal.
Okay. Well,
Right?
okay.
So like that's
which
why like
I
the
would
Roman
agree
numeral,
with. I would agree with
yeah,
that.
like the Roman
Yeah.
numeral I and 2, we can look at that and go, that's actually referring to the same universal concept.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree with that. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so mathematics would exist in it would be objective. It would exist absent human minds. Right? It
Yeah.
would still
I
be
guess.
true.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah. I guess it would. Yeah.
Okay, so do the laws of logic exist like mathematics or like the tree?
Do the laws of logic? I guess it would have to be like mathematics, that they exist, or at least the whatever term that we use to describe mathematics, or those numerical values, let's say. Yeah, I would assume that they would be consistent. Yeah.
Okay, so then the laws of logic, right? Do you agree with me that the laws of logic are universal, meaning that they would apply everywhere at all times?
Laws of logic are universal. Yeah. Yeah. I think so.
Okay, so the laws of logic are universal. Are they changeable,
Are they changeable?
or are they invariant?
With the three basic laws of logic, I would say that those are probably unchanging.
Yeah, because the second you trying to change them or appeal, like try and argue against them, you have to appeal to them. So
Right.
that would be the demonstration that they would, that they would be invariant.
Okay.
Do you agree that they would be conceptual, meaning that they don't exist in material reality?
They don't exist in material reality. I mean, I guess in a certain aspect, because like if people didn't exist, would a tree suddenly turn into a cheetah? Well, probably not.
No, it would still maintain the law of identity.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the laws of logic, though, those things that we're talking about, do those exist? Are those a concept? Are those conceptual or concrete? It's a true disjunct. Either they're material or they're immaterial.
I'm trying to understand, like the concepts of the laws of logic, are those concrete?
Are they?
Is that-
Are they conceptual or concrete? Meaning, are they material or immaterial? We've agreed that they're immaterial, right?
Okay.
And so, if they're immaterial but they're universal, then that would still make them concepts. Like I can't hold them in my hands. I can't hold up the law of identity. So they're
Right.
concepts.
Right. Agreed.
Can you think of any concept that isn't tied to a mind?
Any concepts that aren't tied to a mind? I don't think you could.
Okay, so now we have the laws of logic. They are immaterial, they're invariant, they're universal,
Mhm.
and they're conceptual.
Right.
So if they're conceptual, meaning that their mind is required for them, but not human minds, because they're a concept still. How could you even explain the existence of the laws of logic outside of an immaterial, invariant, universal mind?
How could I? Well, I guess we would have to look at that. There's some certain type of structure to the universe, otherwise it would be pandemonium. So there has to be some type of stability.
Well, in order for there to be structure, you would actually need to have, like, there's no way to account for the structure of the universe outside of divine providence. It's not even possible. It would ultimately always be in random flux.
Okay. I mean, yeah. I don't think that that's really that much of a stretch to even, like, philosophically even try to conceptualize.
Okay, so we agree then that you actually couldn't give an accounting for the laws of logic outside of a universal mind.
Outside of a universal mind. I mean,
they're a universal concept. Concepts, require a mind. So if they're a universal concept, they would necessitate a universal mind.
Necessitate a universal mind. I mean, even if I granted that for sake of argument, I don't think that really changes any position that someone that would view without God, that I think that we could come to those similar conclusions, that outside of a human mind, that there are certain types of consistence or constants going on. Yeah.
Well, then, okay, what would you call a universal mind other than God?
Baba Yaga.
As in the
I
same
don't know.
category of thing,
Oh.
right? Like, you mean like it'll be the same category.
Be the same.
Humans aren't universal. We're
Right.
finite.
Yeah. Yeah. No. In fact, yeah, I agree that people are a finite material, however you want to describe it. Whether metaphysical or just strictly physical. Yeah, I think we're a finite existence, or we have a finite existence. Yeah.
Okay.
So
So now you've agreed that at least deism.
I mean, I guess to a certain extent, yeah.
Okay, so we're no longer an atheist. Okay, let's go. We're making progress.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
I guess can I ask you some questions?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so I guess what is a Christian to you?
Do you want big C Christian or little C Christian?
I guess probably, well, not term definition, but I guess what would your interpretation of, if someone said I'm a Christian, what would that be to you?
So, from my view, ultimately, nobody outside of the Orthodox Church are Christians. They're all schismatics. They're heterodox. They're not heretics. They're heterodox.
So nobody outside Orthodox.
Yes. Nobody outside of Orthodoxy would actually be able to claim to be a part of the body of Christ, which is what a Christian is a member of the body of Christ.
Okay. Do you think gay people could be Christian?
So it would depend, and here's what I mean. So if you're saying somebody who suffers from same-sex attraction.
No, they like sticking it in the butt.
I'm saying even if they like that.
No, I mean they're doing it. They're sticking it in the butt.
No, you would not be able to do that and be an active Christian.
Okay,
it's contradictory.
Okay,
it's like saying could a rapist be a Christian? And somebody who's actively doing it.
Right. Okay.
Now, if you were to say even they did it in the past, or this is just like a vice that they struggle with, just like people who have premarital sex, right? I wouldn't say that somebody who struggles with giving into lust can't come to the church. Is the spiritual hospital, right? So I'm not going to say that they can't come to the church, but here's the thing: if they come to the church and they say, "Nuh-uh, this is fine. I'm going to keep doing it," no, the church is not going to accept that. Absolutely not. But if they say, I have this vice that I struggle with, and I'm coming to the spiritual hospital to be healed, absolutely the church is going to help them. And they're going to be understanding of people struggle with vice, they struggle with sin. We all get this.
Right. Oh, okay. So people who are actively engaging in homosexuality, in your view, are not Christian.
So no, they're not Christians. Now, if you're going to ask me, are they saved? I'm going to just tell you flat out, the Orthodox Church doesn't make salvific claims.
Right. No, and that's fine. I'm okay. I'm okay with that. Okay. So gay people. Okay. Gay people, not Christian.
But just I would also say the exact same thing about a heterosexual man who is actively engaging in out of wedlock sex. Yes, he's not going if he's just absolutely rejecting the teachings of the church and then still trying to claim to be a Christian. No, he's going to be excommunicated.
Okay. So you don't view guys that are, or guys, gals, whatever, that are banging outside of wedlock, those are not Christian in your view.
You can't be a practicing Christian in doing that. No.
Okay.
They could claim to be a Christian nominally, but you can't be a practicing Orthodox or even a Catholic for the most part. I don't even think most Catholics would accept that.
Right. Okay. So what about people that watch porn? I wake up every morning and it's...
So it would depend. This all depends upon the attitude you have going into it. So
I like it and I love God.
Let me explain what I mean. If the attitude going into this is, you go to your church, your spiritual father, and you're like, this is a vice that I really struggle with. And they're trying to repent. Okay, if you're actively rejecting the teachings of the church, then no, the church is not going to just let you be, a member of the church still.
Okay, and that's through Orthodox worldview, right?
The Catholics would say the same thing.
Okay.
I would just say call Catholics small c Christians.
Okay, all right, got it. I would agree. Okay, I'm agreeing with your position. What about, I guess, what if like someone that gets a divorce, and I don't mean like, the husband's beating the brakes off of his wife, or an adulteress, repeated, constant. He just loves banging other.
So you're
chicks.
saying like if
Oh.
somebody were just like to get a divorce for the sake of divorce?
Yeah, yeah.
So from our view, marriage is actually a sacrament that's supposed to be managed essentially through the church. Like it's supposed but now Orthodoxy is not like Catholics where we're like, you can't get a divorce. We'll give you an annulment. No. The Orthodox Church has always affirmed that there's definite reasons for seeking a divorce, legitimate reasons for getting a divorce, right? But if somebody just wants to get a divorce and separate a family, no, the church is absolutely going to excommunicate you.
Okay. So I guess are Protestants, are those Christians in your eyes?
No, they're all heterodox.
Okay, so Protestants aren't Christian.
No, not even close.
Okay. I just want to.
Dude, have you seen a Pentecostal church?
Yeah, I absolutely did. And you know what? The funny thing is, I actually agree with you. I would say that those actually are not Christians. I 100% agree. This is actually one thing, listening to Orthodox Christians when they talk about, that there's a lot of like fake Christians or sewing circle Christians, or they just say, I believe in
nominally
God.
Christian.
Yeah. Or even I guess, okay. What about non-denominational? Like, I believe there's a God. I don't go to church. I
wouldn't call you. No, I wouldn't. I would absolutely not.
No.
I would tell you that I would tell that person they're not a Christian. They're not a part of the body of Christ. Now they could say like, this is going to be for perspective. This is all from my view, right? Like, if you were to talk to like somebody like Rev Russ, he's a Protestant, or like Reexam, they're going to give you a totally different answer to this. But
right.
I respect the hell out of both of those guys. I think they're wrong, but I respect the hell out of both of them still. But so you were asking about non-denominationals, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So non-denominationals, no, like they would actually just be rejecting the they would be rejecting at that point. Like, so most of your non-denoms are going to be sola scripturists, so they're going to say that the Bible is the sole authority on what is a Christian.
Right.
So they're going to be rejecting the Bible in doing that.
I agree. I like completely agree with you. So I was looking at the stats, and what is it? 60. Hold on. I believe it's 68% of all religious individuals are identify as Christian.
Yeah. So this is why I always break it down by the denomination. Right? Because, so for example, you can actually, so anybody can just claim to be a Protestant at that point, and you can't actually tell them they're not. Right? Like, I can just claim I'm a Baptist, and you can't tell me I'm not. Now, so in all technicality, I'm not an official Orthodox Christian. I'm a catechumen. Right? So like with Orthodoxy and Catholicism, there's actually a strict guideline for whether or not somebody is in the church or is not in the church. Right? They have to go through their catechism. They have to be baptized. So it's not like the same as Protestants. Like the problem with the Protestantism is anybody can just claim to be Protestant, and you can't tell them they're wrong. Like, I can just go open up, Pastor Steelborne's church at the strip mall, and now I'm a Protestant pastor.
Right. No, and that's the thing. I agree with you. So already, if we're looking at reality as it's described, we have to interpret reality as it is today. The vast majority, nearly 75% of Christians are already atheists.
No, I wouldn't say they're not atheists.
How could they not be? They're having gay sex. There's trans people. They're having sex out of wedlock. They're doing everything. And this is why I'm saying I agree with you. Those aren't Christians. Those are fundamentally cannot be Christian.
Are Muslims atheists? Or do they believe in a personal God?
Are Muslims they don't believe in the same God as you?
That's true. I agree with that, but I'm saying from their view, and even from my view, I would say that Muslims still believe in a personal God. They don't believe in the God, but they believe in a personal God.
Yes, exactly. So yes, they're atheist.
They're not atheists.
They don't believe in your God.
Atheism is not defined as somebody who doesn't believe in my God.
that doesn't believe in oh man. Okay. So if you're saying that people who have gay butt sex but believe in God aren't Christian, if you believe that people that get a divorce,
You realize that
outside-
Christianity is a specific type of theism, right?
I'm-
Theism
I'm-
is the belief in a personal God.
I'm not in a personal God, in
No,
God.
it's personal God. No, it's a personal God. As in a God that interacts with the world. That's what theism means. D is like you believe there's it's like a God, and like they built like the simulation, but they don't interact with the simulation. That's deism, right? They don't believe that the God is like, they don't believe, like, the deists don't believe that the God personally interacts with the world. Theists believe God, that whatever they call God personally interacts with the world and is omnipresent, always, everywhere. Personally, you can personally interact with them.
But okay, but the thing, like, this is what I'm saying. I agree with your position. Okay, orthodoxy is less than 1% of the population.
Yeah,
so
agreed.
in your view, 99%, that's the extreme. Even if we gave like a little bit, maybe if we threw in a little Catholic, a little, sprinkle in a little Catholic, that's not a lot. So in your view already, the world is already an atheist world.
No, you're equivocating. You're literally just equivocating. You're equivocating between atheist and Christian or non-Christian. Are all non-Christians an atheist?
Are all
do they reject that God? Do they reject the idea of a personal God existing?
It doesn't matter about what my view is. Your view is saying they are not Christian. In your view, they are not
members of the body of Christ. That's true.
So I would have to assume that then, in your view, that they do not accept that there is a God, right?
No, they can just be. No, I know. I reject that.
How?
They're just wrong, but they aren't atheist.
So okay, so if I take the Volkswagen logo off of my car and I put Toyota, does that suddenly become a Toyota?
No.
That's basically the same thing that you're doing.
It's a category error.
So then they would be an atheist in your view.
No,
that they are non-Christian.
Okay, if somebody believes that there's a personal God, right, and they understand the nature of this God and they make arguments for this God, right, and even let's say they affirm the deity of the divinity of Christ, right? Yes, I would say that they are theist. They believe in a personal God, right?
But
an atheist rejects a personal. They reject any kind of a God. So
so if no one is living by the covenant of God, what would you agree that, okay, well, clearly they're not following in any form of God's law or God's tenets, even the 10 Commandments. The guy that at 5 o'clock in the morning steals your newspaper, pisses on it, and throws it at you. But he says at the end of the day, I go to church on Sunday. It's like, is that really a Christian?
So are you asking, like, basically somebody who they go to church but they don't actually believe in the teachings of the church?
Yeah, they're like I said, they're doing the butt fucking. They want to trans the kids. They love open borders. All of those things. They love going to Friday night. They love going to bang hookers. That's their jam on Friday. They love banging hookers.
I don't actually see how this position is relevant to whether or not they believe in a personal God, which is what the definition of theism is.
What I'm saying is, from an Orthodox worldview, you already said that you do not view those people as Christian.
I could even actually still say that they're Christians, but I'm saying they're not part of the body of Christ. They are small c Christians. So like 90% agreement with them.
And this is the thing. I agree with you. I wish so many more Christians actually followed what the Bible tells Christians what to do, how to actually operate.
That's the problem with Protestantism, though. The problem with Protestantism is everybody read your Bible and come up with your own interpretation of what the hell that means. The Orthodox Church has always rejected this position.
Yeah.
But also, what the fuck does any of this have to do with whether or not atheism can give an accounting for reality?
Here we go.
This has been a massive red herring. I followed you down it. How does this give an accounting for reality?
I'll tell you exactly why. Because we interpret reality as we see it right now. So the world you live in is already basically atheist. if Christians actually believed what they
How
actually
can you make that proposition when
Here,
when over half of the world are theists?
I'll tell you why. Would a Christian nation allow things like OnlyFans or what's a good example? Okay, OnlyFans or how about cigarettes? Would Christians
Cigarettes would be fine.
allow cigarettes would be fine, something that's specifically designed to kill you or
It's not
poison
specifically
you.
designed to kill you or poison you. That's not what it's designed for.
Okay, so all the chemicals that go into making a cigarette, it's not actually designed.
You know that most people
to
who
harm
smoke cigarettes
someone.
don't die of lung cancer, right?
But what I'm saying is, so then smoking, totally okay, right?
I mean, like there's nothing inherently immoral about smoking. Now, you could be like, for example, like you could become like super addicted to a thing. Like I could become too addicted to like playing with Rubik's cubes or something like that, right? And I'm becoming derelict in my duties. Now that would be a sinful behavior for me, right? So we have in the Orthodox Church what's called economia, right?
Mhm.
So like, okay, the fifth commandment, right? Honor thy mother and thy father, right? You agree with me? That's what the fifth commandment is.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, do you agree with me that in Japan, if I don't take my shoes off before I enter my parents' home, I'm dishonoring them? I'm being rude to them. I'm not honoring their wishes.
Yes, I agree.
But
with
hold on,
you.
but in America, totally fine to walk into my parents' house without taking my shoes off, right?
See, I would break my kids' legs. You take your shoes off in the house in the nicest way possible. In Minecraft,
I'm saying like you understand though, it's not like a cultural taboo to not walk into the house without taking your shoes off.
Honestly, I don't know. Because when I grow up, I'm gonna be an adult. Growing up, you took your shoes off. You took your shoes off in the house. It was a sign of respect. Don't dirty my goddamn floors. I just mopped them. What's wrong with you?
Okay, I agree that those are your standards. Do you agree that there are other people that don't have that standard?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so for the people that don't have that standard, right? Now you agree that let's say like 99% of people in Japan have that standard.
Okay.
You take your shoes off before you enter a room.
Right.
Do you agree with me that it's less than that in America?
Do you agree that I honestly I couldn't even give
If
you
you had to
a
guess,
number.
dude, do you think it's how much more of a cultural taboo it is in Japan?
No, I
not to
honestly.
take your shoes off?
Oh, okay. In comparison, hold on. I'm getting a
In
lot of
comparison
noise.
to Japan, yeah, I think
I'm getting-
Easy's mic just turned on.
Is it giving background noise?
Yeah, I got
I
it.
hear like a fan running or something like that, or an AC
Really?
running.
Oh shit. Okay. I don't know why it's doing that. It shouldn't be doing that. That's really weird. Sorry, I was just actually unmuting because I was just gonna like
Try and bring it back.
well yeah, just to like because I'm just trying to clarify like are you Tyler challenging right now like the internal consistency of Christianity or its ability to explain reality?
What I'm saying is that we interpret reality in the now. That's how we interpret reality. Steelborne's position is already most of the United States isn't even Christian. In his view, they are.
I would
not
still say that they
Christian.
practice Christian ethics.
But what's the ethics of butt fucking?
That would be. Wait, do you think most people in the do you think most men in the United States are homosexuals?
I'm not saying most men, but people that accept it. People
Okay,
that say
hold
that
on, what do you mean by accept? Let's start there.
it's okay. I don't care if two dudes want to give the old pokey poke.
Most people
fine.
even most people who self-ID as Christians say that homosexuality is wrong.
Well, that goes flat in the face of Protestants and non-denominationals, which is the vast majority.
Most Protestants would also affirm that you can't have sex with men.
Right. So tell that to the Protestant churches that LGBTQ blah 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 is Christianity, queering Christianity. There's actually quite a few books of reclaiming reclaiming the rainbow or LGBTQ and the queer Christian. Like in your view, those aren't Christian.
Just to just so we can get like kind of like back here, and I'll give you guys back a few minutes for my interruption here, but I just because so your claim right now is that like many self-identified Christians don't meet the standard
Yes.
of Steelborne, and this is
Agreed.
fair. This is a fair argument on your side here, but how does that impact whether Christianity explains reality better than atheism.
Do you want me to explain what I mean by that? What I mean by giving an account for reality?
Well, if you would, yeah, like, because like
I can explain what
that's what I'm
like,
trying to like. I want to get back to. So if you want to like just tighten it up, give yourself another like clear, concise definition of Christianity, and then move on to how that worldview accounts for reality, and we'll get back into the actual meat and potatoes of the prompt here.
Well, I think I'm actually describing the prompt exactly.
No, you're not even close. So what the prompt is talking about is which worldview can actually give an accounting for the things that exist, like the metaphysical truths of reality. Is truth objective or subjective? Do the laws of logic exist or not exist? Right? Is morality objective, subjective? Are there universal ethics? Right? Does knowledge exist? This is what I mean by.
And this is the thing. Like, I'm agreeing with your positions. I'm agreeing with them. I'm damn near fucking conceding the argument. Most people that say they are Christian don't act like a Christian. They don't even.
How is a Christian supposed to act?
In line with God's commands. And as you even said, are gay people Christians? If they are actively, they like sticking it in. This is the thing. We are describing reality as it is interpreted and how we view it today. So if the scripture, if God isn't coming down and smashing these people, but they say that we are Christian, then by a vast majority, nearly 70-something% of people identify as Christian. So your position
in America or in the world?
Just in North America.
Okay.
In fact, just in the United States, I think it's like 68 or 69%. I don't have the number right off the top of the dome piece right now. But so what I'm saying is, in your view, and this is why I'm saying I agree with you, those people I don't view as Christian. Okay. They're basically already atheists. They're doing everything that God says don't do. And they're like, I'm going to go do it anyways.
Okay, so even if they're not following the ethical commandments of Christianity, they're not living up to they're not. Hold on, real quick, easy. They're not.
I just wanted him to expand on that though, so we don't get back lost in that sauce again.
He's saying that they're not living.
We've heard that, right? Many people don't live up to Christian standards. So the question is, how does that, what you're saying, show Christianity is worse at explaining reality than atheism?
Because we experience reality in the now. We experience the.
What does that mean? What does that even mean? Obviously,
we don't experience reality in the past. We can't go back 200 years and it's like, oh, well, that's what it was like 200. Like, I can't experience it. Reality is what we are seeing right now.
Metaphysical truths. Always.
That's man. That doesn't. I am trying to explain how I agree with your position. I am agreeing with you, Steelborne. I agree with you.
Then if you agree with me, God exists. Like that's the entailment of your position.
Yeah, and so those people are not acting.
So then you're not an atheist.
So then those people aren't even acting in a Christian framework.
Irrelevant to the debate. The debate is about which one can give a better accounting for reality. So if you agree with me that in order to give an accounting for the metaphysics of reality and the way that reality operates, the regularity of nature, the concept of time, the concept of laws of logic, all of these different things, right? If you agree with me that the only way to give an accounting for those would be through a personal God, and that God has to exist in order for these things to even make any sense, then you're agreeing with me that atheism can't do that, and atheism can't give an accounting for reality. So you've conceded the debate, and God exists.
So then the 70 whatever percent, let's just say 69, 68% of people who identify as Christian are already atheists through your worldview.
They're not. No, they're not. They wouldn't be atheist. They still wouldn't be atheist.
So okay, so that.
Do you mean like they're not following Christian ethics?
At all? Not at all. They're not following.
I can grant
Christian
that.
ethics.
But Christians cannot follow. There are Christians who don't follow Christian ethics. People, even I would agree, Orthodox Christians who struggle to follow Christian ethics. The path is narrow, right? But it's straightforward, but it's narrow, like, right? Mm-hmm. But we also give an accounting for why that's the case still. You can give an accounting for why people don't follow Christian ethics, because we fall into temptation, because we fall into sin, right? We give in to our passions, right? I can actually give an accounting for why we do that and why it's bad to do that.
So I think I can build the bridge here. I think what Tyler, if you correct me if I'm wrong, I think what Tyler is maybe arguing here is like what most people do determines what is true.
Well,
so like since most people are acting not like Christians, that would mean that Christianity
already
isn't accounting for reality. Is that what you're saying?
well, I guess to an extent, but I'm showing like Steelborne's position, and I agree with Steelborne's position. Like I said, I'm damn near about to like concede because I agree those people do not live up to Christian ethics. Chat, I am telling you, if you have sex out of wedlock, in Steelborne's view, you are not a Christian. In my view, you are not a Christian.
That wasn't what I said. No, that wasn't what I said.
If people who have sex out of wedlock, are they Christian? They are not Christian. If
no, I said it was. I said that it was context dependent, right? If somebody is struggling with
I gave
lust,
you the context.
I asked. Well, but hold on. But the way you just framed that is not the correct way to frame it. If it is they refuse to admit that what they're doing is wrong, right? If they refuse to actually try and seek help, they're not going to the church seeking help, and they're just saying, no, this is fine to do. Then they are, I would say that they're absolutely just abandoning Christian ethics. But if they know that doing this is still wrong, they don't want to do this, right? They're giving into lust and they're giving into sin and temptation, like all fucking humans do everywhere, because we're fallen and we're imperfect. That doesn't mean that they're not Christian. That doesn't mean they don't believe in the triune nature of God and the divinity of Christ, and that we don't believe in the monarchy of the Father, right? None of that's an entailment of I give into sin.
So if I say I'm vegan, but every Friday I eat a steak, am I a vegan?
No, but that's a different category.
So I'm not following like any kind of ideals or values that veganism would entail.
If somebody, let's say somebody's an Orthodox, from my view, they're an Orthodox Christian, right? Baptized into the church, but they're also a kleptomaniac, and they really struggle with this vice and this sin. Are they still a Christian?
Are they still a Christian? No.
What do you think my position is?
What you think your position? So if they're continuing to do the thing, they're not following God's views or God's laws, right?
Does Christianity give an accounting for that and repentance?
Yeah, there's a level of repentance, but most Protestants don't agree with any of that view. They don't agree that you have to go to church and confess your sins. They're like, you know what? Gay people, trans, lesbians, everyone else.
You think most Protestants?
What I'm saying is, well, you have to allow those people to be. They have to be. They either are Christian or they aren't. They can't. Remember, we're talking about logic.
I agree with you that they either are or are not Christian.
So are they Christian or are they not Christian? Are they following the tenets of God or not?
Christian? Are we saying big C Christian or little C Christian?
Big C. So what? So okay. So I
little C Christian would basically be like they're like a Catholic or they're a Baptist or a Methodist, but they're not an Orthodox. Orthodox would be big C Christian, part of the body of Christ.
Okay, so even if they're little C Christian, they operate as with kind of like reckless disregard for what God's laws actually are. Our nation, North America, United States, is already basically through your worldview. I have it written down right here. Already through your worldview, they are not Christian. If someone is having gay sex, is not Christian.
That's less than 1% of the population. Why are we appealing to them?
People that watch porn.
Struggling with vice and sin and temptation? Christians can't struggle with temptation?
You said that they're not Christian. They get up every single Friday or whatever, every single day. They beat one off and then they go to work.
And can a Christian still struggle with temptation and be a Christian?
Yeah, sure. People can struggle with temptation, but in most people's view, if you watch, you fire up the old internet and rub one out, I perform better in the day. It gets my day started. You are not a Christian, even if you believe in God.
Why wouldn't you be a Christian if you fall into temptation? What the fuck is that? That literally would deny the entirety of Christian ethics and the Christian method of being able to repent and that Christ is able to forgive all sin.
Okay, so I think you kind of more or less already conceded that most people don't even fall into what you would define as what Christianity is, right? So most people, most people, if you're okay with gay people, if you're okay with gay couples, what about gay people who get married?
I don't think it's marriage.
Okay, so anyone that's gay, every lesbian, every gay man, you are not a Christian. Okay,
you can't be a practicing homosexual.
So wait, I think
be a Christian.
Maybe I'm seeing something here.
With a temptation.
Tyler, are you saying like maybe
I'm
are you
really
saying
lost here, too, Ian.
Christianity? Are you saying that yes, Christianity better explains reality, but most people don't follow it?
What I'm saying is, through the reality as we interpret, as we see today, they're basically all atheists anyways.
What the fuck would that have to do with whether or not they can give a proper philosophical accounting for the reality that we live in?
So okay, so if they just say, hey, you know what? I know God exists. Like it's but you know what? It's basically Pascal's wager. You know what? I guess on my deathbed I'll say, you know what, God? I know I really liked my adulterous life and everything else, but at the very, very end, you know what? I accept God. At the very end, my last dying breath, I go, I accept God.
Okay. Do you want my actual position as to what would happen to this person?
Sure.
Okay. I'm not going to tell you whether or not they go to heaven, right? I'm just not going to make the claim. I don't make salvific claims. No Orthodox Christians ever to make salvific claims. But think of it like this, right? If when you die, it's a rough analogy, but I think it works pretty well.
Okay.
And your option, let's say there's like a test, right? Now, being a member of the Orthodox Church, you get more of the textbook to study for the test. You get the fullness of the truth.
Okay.
Anybody else, you're getting a piece of the book.
There you go. There you go. There
but
you go.
Hold on. It's like, is it?
There you go.
What do you mean? There you go. I'm still saying it's. I wouldn't say that this person can't go to heaven. I would never make that claim.
But you're saying
if Christ can forgive the worst of sins in me, why couldn't he forgive the worst of sins in this guy? Like I'm just saying, it's possible.
Again, we're getting back into a kind of like a different topic. I just wanted to be clear here. Are you saying when you said I conceded to his side, are you saying that Christianity better explains reality, or no?
What I'm saying is that
that's no to what my question was.
Okay, sorry. I would say through Steelborne, and I agree with his position, that most Christians can't account for, or how should I say this? Sorry. I want to make sure that I'm very clear with it.
Well, stop answering a different question. Could you answer what I'm asking you? Are you saying it better explains reality? Yes or no?
Well, ultimately, if I would have to say no.
Okay.
So what part of the Christian metaphysics or the Christian explanation for the creation of the world and the universe, what part of that is do the atheists give a better accounting of reality compared to the Christians?
Well, the Christian is 1% of the population. It's the absolute most extreme fringe.
It's less. Okay, hold on.
Orthodoxy
has nothing to do with whether or not the worldview gives a better accounting for reality. That's irrelevant to how many there are. And if you're trying to appeal to how there has to be more Christians than non-Christians in order for Christianity to give a better accounting for reality, that's an argument ad populum. It's a fallacious argument.
So if most people are interpreting something this way, and there's one person that goes, that doesn't seem right to me. I don't know about that. But the vast majority, like I said, nearly 70% of people say, well, you know what? Being gay, that's okay.
Is truth objective?
Truth objective?
Meaning, is a proposition still true or false? It would be based on the laws of logic. It has to be. We know this from the law of excluded middle and the law of non-contradiction. Law of excluded middle: a proposition or its negation is true.
Okay, right? Through Christianity, there has to be
not through Christianity. Through logic. Let's just go basic logic.
What I'm trying to explain is through the Christian framework, there has to be objective truth. It's either good or bad. You can't be gay engaging in homosexuality.
Hold on. Good or bad is irrelevant to whether or not something's true or false.
And you cannot engage in homosexuality and be a Christian. That is illogical. And
it depends. There actually is context for this, though. If somebody is just struggling with a vice,
Tyler, how about with this? If you could answer this for both of you, actually, does human failure to follow a standard make the standard false?
Does a human standard?
No, does humans
failing to follow a standard make the standard false?
Yeah, that's my question. You can both answer that.
Like stop signs are a great example. we agree that there's a standard of having stop signs that protects people in traffic, right?
Okay.
If people blow through stop signs, does that now make the proposition stop signs are good for reducing traffic accidents false? If people just blow through.
I think a lot of that is culturally dependent.
No, it would not. It's irrelevant. Then truth can't be objective.
No,
If we boiled the cultural relativism, then truth can't be objective.
No, I could even look that there is an objective truth. So if this is why, like, okay, I'm trying to what I was trying to really nail down is what is your view of a Christian? What makes someone a Christian?
That's irrelevant to whether or not Christianity and the metaphysics and the philosophy behind it can actually give a better accounting for the reality that we currently exist in.
But so
I can give an accounting for the laws of logic for my view. You can't. I can give an accounting for objective truth. I can give an accounting for why humans have the ability to reason. I can do all of that through my worldview. You can't give an accounting for any of it.
Yeah,
you conceded that.
And that's through, again, like I brought up. So everyone in chat, this is 1% of the population is saying, I know what's right. I know absolutely what is right. And every single
Does that mean it's false just because 1% says that? Does it make them false?
Well, at some point, you kind of got to go, maybe I interpreted something wrong here.
Okay, got it. So was Galileo wrong when he said that the Earth orbits the sun?
Do you really want... So we observe...
Was Galileo wrong?
No, he wasn't wrong.
But he was 1%. He was like 1%. He was less than 1%, bro. At some point, he's got to go, maybe I'm just fucking wrong here.
But even with Galileo, it's not like it was just him. There were many other people, but they were actually silent. I don't know if you want to go down this like moral puritanism that actually...
It's not a puritanism. It doesn't matter how many people believe something's true. That's irrelevant to whether or not it's true. If everybody believes that you're a murderer, does that make it true?
There would have to be some kind of... We would have to have a standard.
They just believe that. They just believe that you're a murderer. Does that make it true, or does it actually have to correspond to reality, whether or not it's true?
Well, we would have to through what we just described.
Right. So people failing to live up to the standard of Christian ethics doesn't make Christianity false. It doesn't mean that Christians can't give a better accounting for reality. So it's totally irrelevant and a red herring. I don't know why you keep bringing it up. It's literally totally irrelevant to the debate.
I don't know how this is irrelevant because we don't operate in what happened in the past. We don't operate what happened 200, 300, 500 years ago. We operate in the world that we operate in now. If North America was actually a Christian, do you think North America was a Christian nation or is a Christian nation?
No, I wouldn't. It depends on what you mean. So if you mean like, are they Orthodox? No, obviously not. But was like America founded on Christian ethics loosely?
Okay, so even through there,
like the Protestants can still follow Christian ethics, right?
Well, Christian ethics through what, like homosexuals, encouraging trans,
the ethical framework that's put forward by Christianity, they can still follow that standard. There doesn't need to be a consensus. There doesn't need to be an appeal to the majority, which is a fallacious argument. Let me ask you something real quick. Hold on. Do you agree that at one point doctors did not understand the disease process?
What do you mean by the disease process?
Like they didn't understand bacteria and the actual disease process.
Yeah, right? like you mean like germ theory. Okay.
Yeah, like they didn't understand germ theory. Mm-hmm. So when 2 or 3 doctors discovered germ theory, right? Does the fact that most doctors didn't believe in germ theory have any effect on whether or not germ theory was true?
No, but that's because there was just a lack of information. But let's say they rejected it. Let's say they all rejected it. All the doctors rejected germ theory, except for a few. They all said, no, this is crazy, man. You just got ghosts in your blood. You need to take cocaine for it, right? Instead of, there's actually like bacteria and microorganisms that come in and they destroy your cells, right? Let's say that was the position of doctors. No, you got ghosts in your blood. Take cocaine for it. Like they all just said flat out, no, germ theory is wrong. Okay.
And all of them agreed with that except for like a few, right? Like 10.
Okay.
Does that have any bearing on whether or not germ theory is true?
You're more or less kind of like making my argument for me.
No, I'm making my argument.
No, I'm agreeing with you that most of those people aren't actually Christian. This has been the foundation for the past 20 minutes. That's not my argument. I've been saying.
That's not even my argument, I'm not even like asserting this position. I'm asking, does it have anything to do with whether or not the position is true?
Through Christian views. This is one thing I've actually argued with Christians for. It's like, you guys don't actually hold the positions. I listen to Protestants that are like, oh yeah, gay sex is totally okay.
All
We
right.
do that
Is
all the
Christianity
time.
just a set of do's and don'ts, or is it an accounting for reality? Is it trying to give an explanation for the creation of the world, for mankind, for human nature, for whether or not truth is objective or subjective? Are those all also part of Christianity, or is it just a set of what you should and shouldn't do?
Well, the Bible.
Is that all that Christianity is?
Well, yeah, sure. It tells of what things happened and how God created thing, but God also said this is how you should live.
I agree that God gives prescriptions, right? I agree that God sets standards for what's right and what's wrong. But is that all that's entailed in Christianity?
If it's not the laws that God set down, then what more else?
Okay. Is reality entirely ethical decisions?
Is reality ethical decisions?
Is that all that makes up reality? Is just ethical decisions?
I don't honestly. I don't even know what that question.
Right. That's why your position makes no sense when you're saying, well, most of these Christians, they don't practice Christian ethics. Has nothing to do with whether or not Christianity is true.
No, because
Has
I don't
nothing to
understand.
do.
Because I don't understand your question. Doesn't
because
answer.
it makes no sense, which I'm explaining, that the argument that you're putting forward doesn't make sense. If your argument is, well, if most people who claim to be Christians don't actually follow Christianity, then the Christians aren't giving a better account for reality, because clearly a bunch of people aren't following what Christians say is the accounting of reality. Right? Is that what your argument is to me?
What I'm okay. I want to make sure that I'm clear with this.
I'm trying to steel man the argument.
I'm trying to really trying to hone in on what's actually being discussed. As we interpret reality, the vast majority of how we interpret reality today, we can't interpret reality from God 2,000 years ago. We interpret reality, God's reality, from today. So okay. Right? So through your view, and again, I'm agreeing with you. Most of those people, actually, I would say all those people. Look, what about letting illegal aliens into the country? Where they say
what does this have to do with whether or not the Christian metaphysics gives a better accounting for reality?
This is explaining that most people operate, even if they say that they're Christian, they're actually not. They basically just say, yeah, there's a God. They basically just looked at Pascal's wager and said, yeah, I'll take that 25, or I'll take the 75 rather than the 25. So
what the fuck does this have to do with whether or not Christian or the Christian metaphysics and the Christian worldview can give a better accounting for reality? This has nothing to do with anything that we've been talking. Like, I don't get why the whole argument has been about whether or not they follow Christian ethics. That's irrelevant to whether or not Christian ethics are true.
So I think maybe I'm getting a little bit more of a understanding here of your side, Tyler. And I think I can try to build a bridge here again. So I'm guessing, right, like from what I'm hearing, is your argument is that like the way people behave, it reflects what's true about reality.
Yeah, I think that's a fair account. And that's why I'm saying I agree with Steelborne. I don't view those people as Christians. They're basically atheists that just haven't said it yet.
Do those people affirm that a personal God exists? Do they believe that? I'm asking. I'm asking. Do they believe that's the case?
Well, I think we could get to a little bit further on this, so you maybe understand them a little more here, Steelborne, and we all would.
I get what he's saying. They're just basically nominally Christians.
Well,
right?
Yeah, but I want him to expand on like why does the human behavior determine what's true?
Well, it's because of how we look at reality. I think that's where like how people actually operate. So like we don't look at, well, how was the Bible interpreted 2,000 years ago or 1,000 years ago or 500? How is the Bible being interpreted and how is God's word being understood today? I agree with Steelborne's position where he is saying those people aren't Christian. I 100% agree. Those people are atheists. They just haven't said it yet. They're the vegans that are eating steak on Friday.
Okay, so if I understand the argument, it is that the way that people are interpreting scripture is not like it's not actually
It's not
the way
it's
that
not
you
in line
should
with
that a
scripture.
Christian ought to do that. Okay.
Yes. Yeah,
So
I agree.
So this is the problem with Protestantism. I agree with you. Orthodoxy rejects sola scriptura. We reject that everybody should just read the Bible and come up with their own interpretation. The church is always the church. You can literally go for any position in the Bible, anything that's stated, and look up. It's called the Orthodox Study Bible. You can look it up right now on your computer. You can literally find the PDF for free.
It's fantastic.
Yeah,
So
it
real
gives you the
quick,
church's position that it's maintained since the Bible was compiled by the Orthodox Church.
Real quick, so this would be we're up to an hour here. I always like to ask if if there's a a little seems like there's more arguing to go. Keeping in mind we have the 30-minute Q&A still. If both debaters want another 30 minutes of open floor,
I'm cool going for another 30 minutes. I kind of want to explore the view because I'm trying to understand the argument.
So I would just maybe this will help us get it more here too into it. Because like the whole debate is about like which worldview explains reality, right? Not like so much about how people behave. So like if you could start us off here, Tyler, like what does atheism explain about reality better than Christianity?
What does atheism describe better for reality?
Yeah, what does
than
it
Christianity?
explain better about reality than Christianity?
Well, obviously we interpret the world as we see it.
That's what's in question.
Right. So that like it's just that we operate in the now. We operate in what we understand the information of now. Hell, even the Pope. Do you think the Pope is a Christian?
No.
Agreed. Handshake. I agree. That dude
irrelevant
is
to whether or not
snake.
irrelevant to whether or not the Christian metaphysics gives a better accounting for reality.
Wouldn't you shake my hand on that, Steelborne?
I'm sorry, what? Oh, yeah,
Wouldn't
sure.
you shake-
The Pope's not a Christian, absolutely.
Exactly. The Pope is not a Christian, but he's the one that sets the views and the doctrine by which Christians are supposed to
No, he
operate.
establishes the dogmas of the Catholic Church when he speaks ex cathedra or from the chair of the seat of Peter.
Right.
Very specific times. It's not just any time the Pope says something now dogma. It's a very specific case.
So when he's saying that, hey, we shouldn't stop people from killing Christians. Is that a Christian view?
It would be contradictory to Christian ethics and the Christian view, but it wouldn't be dogma.
So
okay, do you understand what dogma means from the Christian perspective, like what it actually is, or at least can I summarize it real quick?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
So from the actual Christian view, what a dogma is something you have to believe in order to be the thing, right? So like in order to be a Catholic, you have to affirm that the Pope speaks infallibly when he speaks ex cathedra. You have to affirm papal infallibility when he speaks ex cathedra. You have to affirm the filioque doctrine of the Nicene Creed, right? They're specific requirements for what you have to believe in order to be the thing. So you can't believe like most of the Catholic dogmas, but then reject papal infallibility and still be a Catholic. You'd be something else. You just wouldn't. Right. You wouldn't be a Catholic anymore.
Right. So that's 19% of the population in the United
Orthodoxy
States.
Orthodoxy also has dogmas, though. We
real quick,
dogmas differently.
I don't want to get lost into the different sects of Christianity again. I just want to clarify the question for both sides here. When we say accounting for reality, right, we mean like which worldview best explain things like truth, morality, consciousness, existence, not just like how people behave, right? Like are both sides okay with that definition of accounting for reality?
So you want me to hold the position of like how can an atheist describe or the ethical or moral frameworks that an atheist would operate under, correct?
Well, I don't want you to do anything. You guys set this up. So this is what you said you would do it. Right? Like that's what we mean when we say accounting for reality, or do you not agree with that? Like what would you say accounting for reality is?
Well, Steelborne, go ahead.
Do you agree that if somebody says that they are an atheist, right? They reject the existence of a God.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that has entailments?
Rejects the existence of a God.
Does that have philosophical entailments?
I'm honestly, I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know,
Do you think
like,
that? Hold on. Do you okay?
philosophically
like
where that
like
would
the other way.
even go.
Like, so I can do it the other way around. Do you think that if somebody claims to be a Christian, then there has to actually they have to actually believe certain things in order to be a Christian?
Do they have
I can't say that Jesus Christ wants me to curb stomp toddlers and be a Christian, right? That would not make me not a Christian.
But if
something else.
Okay, but if God commanded it, you would have to.
That would contradict the nature of God. God can't contradict his own nature, so it's a logical impossibility for God to ask me to curb stomp toddlers.
That would be against God's nature.
Yeah, it would contradict the nature of God.
Okay.
Because we reject personal revelation.
Okay. So I guess to kind of answer that, I think it does come with certain entailments that a lot of people, I think, don't actually accept. So
repeat that.
Your question was, if Christians believe in a God, it comes with certain entailments, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think they would have to follow certain type of scripture, or they have to. Yes, I would say that there has to be.
Well, okay, I can't claim to be a Christian and claim God doesn't exist, right?
Okay.
So, in order to be a Christian, I at least have to affirm that a God exists. So that's an entailment of the position. An entailment of being a Christian is believing in a personal God, or at least believing God exists. That a God exists, right?
I mean, sure, but
okay. So, are there entailments like that of atheism? Is there an entailment of, in order to be an atheist, you have to believe there is not a God?
Believe? Well, that's
you have to reject. You have to reject all of the Christian accounting for reality in order to be an atheist. You have to reject the fall of man. You have to reject the Garden of Eden. You have to reject Noah's flood. You have to reject the divinity of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you have to.
Right?
You would have to reject that any and all gods exist, not just God, all gods.
Yeah, you have to reject that all gods exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there also is there an entailment of atheism that morality is subjective?
Through an atheist framework?
Yes.
Yeah, I think all morality is subjective.
Okay, so that right there would be part of. So when somebody says they're an atheist, they now have to explain. They have to give an accounting for reality. Part of their accounting for reality is that morality is subjective. Morality would be part of giving an accounting for reality. The same things would apply to logic, truth, knowledge, all of these things, right? These there's entailments to positions.
And Christians have to do the same thing.
I agree that Christianity has entailments.
Yeah.
Right. So that's kind of like the whole meat here.
That's
so
the argument.
Let me try something here really quick. I want to do this in a neutral way, but
so do you just want me to
give you an
assume
example? I just want to give you, Tyler, an example of what it would look like for atheism to account for reality. Just so we're clear on the type of argument that you would be making here, or would be on your side, I guess. An atheist might argue that morality comes from evolutionary processes rather than God.
Okay.
Right. This is one of the this is what he's asking of you, is how is an atheistic worldview, the idea that there's no God, account for things like morals, right? Sometimes they'll say human consciousness emerges from the brain, things like this, right? And I already know these are things he's contended with before. That's why I'm using them. It's, but it's to give you an example of that's what he's asking of you. Is how does that worldview of no God account for all of these types of things?
Okay. So, well, I think everything is subjective through atheism, just as Christians view the same thing. So,
okay, hold on. Can I ask you a quick clarifier?
Yeah.
You said everything is subjective through atheism. Do you believe everything is subjective?
For morals and ethics, yes. Maybe I should. Maybe
okay,
I should
that's what I was
clarify
asking
that
for. Right
everything. I shouldn't say everything. I apologize. Not saying everything is subjective. There are, like, my wall right here is a wall, no matter what. Like, it's still going to be a wall. It's not.
Yeah,
Gonna
I was
turn
asking
into
if you're
something
saying everything is subjective. That's an easy. That's just a
Yeah.
self-defeating statement. But if you're
Yeah.
saying like everything in the domain of ethics and morality is subjective, that's
yes.
a different That's a different claim. That's why I was just trying to clarify that real quick.
Yeah. So just as with an atheist and just with Christians, their morality and ethics are subjective.
Okay,
So this is why I'm saying that I agree, and this is why I've been harping on this for nearly an hour, is saying I agree with your position that Christians aren't operating as though there is objective truth. They are operating as there are subjective truth. That's my whole claim. I haven't changed that claim. That's why I'm saying I agree with you.
Okay,
So,
but that is okay. Okay, I will agree with you and grant most self-proclaimed Christians do not actually practice the faith of Christianity.
yes,
right?
agreed.
That is and I will agree with that. That's a red herring. Or not a red herring. It's a non sequitur. It's totally irrelevant to whether or not the Christian worldview. And when I say the Christian worldview, I'm asserting a specific type of metaphysics. I'm asserting a specific type of epistemology, right? I'm talking about a specific type of ethics. Whether or not the Christian worldview gives a better accounting for the reality that we live in, as opposed to atheism. So, like, okay, for example, atheism has a totally different epistemic system, or not a theory of knowledge, system of knowledge, how we know what we know.
Mm-hmm.
Totally different than the Christian epistemology, right?
Okay, right.
So there's two types of epistemologies: autonomous and theonomous epistemologies. So the autonomous epistemology, they basically start from the bottom up and they try and build systems from axioms, right? So that's the way so that's the autonomous epistemology. Ultimately, it ends in my mind. The theonomous epistemology is that knowledge is revealed to us through a divine creator. Okay. So if in the atheist entailment, and entailment being an atheist, is that epistemology is autonomous. It would have to be, the atheist would have to argue that autonomous epistemology gives a better accounting for reality than the theonomous epistemology.
So you're looking
or like
at
the laws of logic are brute facts, or they're axioms, or logic is just a language. Like there's a whole bunch of different types of atheist. So
right, yeah, so if you want me to just abandon that I'm agreeing with Steelborne and his position that most Christians aren't actually Christians,
it's a non sequitur to the debate.
Well, I that's why I've been arguing that I don't think it is. Because most people operate as though they are Christian, but you've already contended and conceded that those people aren't.
All right, let me try this a different way for you too. I think I can get this going for you too. Do you think? Well, would you agree that like the moral value of murder is wrong? Do you think that's objective?
The moral value of murder. Murder is the unintentional killing of someone, correct?
No, murder would be the intentional killing of an innocent person.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Or the unjustified.
Do you think that's like an objective moral? Or
I think I think that's subjective.
That's subjective.
Yeah.
Okay.
So whether or not murder is bad is subjective?
Yes. Through an atheist worldview, yes.
I agree that that's an entailment of the atheist worldview.
Yeah, and your position holds the same view.
No, my position would say that murder is always wrong.
So murder is always wrong.
Okay, how about this? Let me try this a different way. Sorry.
Well,
Tyler.
hold on. I have a perfect.
Wait. Just one second. I promise you, I'm going to get you guys into the meat of the potatoes. Okay, the meat and potatoes. Do you think the idea all humans have inherent value? Do you think that's true?
Yes.
Okay, give an accounting for that.
Now, thank you. Yeah. Other than the Christian worldview, where does that come from? Let's get.
Why do humans have value?
That's what we're talking about.
Why do humans?
We're talking about. Let's get into it.
Okay. So if that's what
That'd be an
we're going
example
to
of
argue.
accounting. Yeah.
Okay. So if we're looking at just value, obviously value is, just as anything else, is a subjective term. I think that people have inherent value to society, whether they're
Inherent would not be
you know,
subjective at that point.
yeah, you know what, you're right. I shouldn't have said that word. That I think that people have value just through whether it is that we only know humans exist in the universe for now. That's all we know. So it's an extremely rare, finite thing within the universe. We know that that's rare. And I think each person creates their own value, whether
Okay,
it is
if I had
through community or
if I had the nuke, right, and I could just set them all off and wipe out all life on planet Earth, would humans still have value? Would human life
well,
still be valuable?
well, it would be valuable, but now it's gone.
What would make it valuable?
Well, nothing would make it valuable anymore because they don't
So
exist.
it wouldn't be valuable.
Well,
So there's actually nothing wrong with me just hitting the button and pressing all the, like. There's nothing actually wrong with me pressing the nuke button and wiping out the planet.
I don't know why you. That wouldn't be in violation of your own ethics. And
it's an internal critique. I'm talking about your position.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. So if we just get rid of all humans, then that subjective value is gone, right?
Yeah. So what's wrong with me doing that? There would be nobody to be. There would be no harm because nobody would be there to be harmed. Right. This is the problem with utilitarianism: is if the goal is to reduce harm, well, the best way to reduce harm is for everybody to kill themselves.
Right. So, I think that there's been justifications for, even through the a warped atheist worldview, that people are utilities and only exploited as long as they really make value that's even just worthy to the state.
Okay, so when if a child's born, right, and like they say they don't have any arms or legs, is that person still valuable, or should I just walk up with an ice pick and just like take them out?
No, I think that person still has value as a human being.
What if they're an orphan?
It's the argument's still the same.
Why do they have value? What's valuable about them? They're going to be a massive burden to society. They're not going to be beneficial to the state.
Well, because I don't look necessarily just in terms of like monetary value. I don't think that we look necessarily value as just like dollars and cents. We look at their, their comprehension or their ability to understand, maybe to influence, given opportunity, the liberties and therefore that we within a Western nation actually try to preserve.
That doesn't actually explain why they still have value just because now they can experience freedoms.
Well, then I don't really understand where you're really trying to go with this, because like it's like unless this person has what dollar value.
You can't tell me why killing innocent people is bad aside from you don't like it.
Yeah, my moral ethical view is subjective. Sometimes killing someone could be in certain other people's preferences, but I prefer not killing innocent people. And just as my views are
okay, hold on a second. You prefer that we don't kill innocent people? I prefer that we do. How do we determine which one of us is right?
Well, you would have to appeal to a god.
No, I'm saying I just put on the atheist hat. I'm just in the same camp as you.
Okay.
How do we determine which one of us is has the correct position? How will we determine that?
Whether it is through enforcement, whether it is through cultural
so might makes right?
No, might makes right.
You said it would be through enforcement. That would be might makes. Well, why it would be wrong would be because of enforcement. That would be might makes right. But if the argument is because of cultural norms, well, that just means that morality is just culturally relative. And so I have to ask you, sir, about if morality is just relative to the culture. I have to ask you about an island called Papua New Guinea.
I know, the Seminole Warriors of Papua New Guinea. Yes, no, there are, and this is why, you know what, I think you actually 100% agree with my position that there are morally reprehensible things. I don't take the standard secular humanist that all cultures are equal.
Okay, I agree with you that they're bad.
Yeah.
But I can give an accounting for why they're bad in a consistent, coherent worldview. Why do you think they're bad?
Because my morals and ethics are subjective just as much as they are for you.
Hold on, if you're gonna appeal to that's just circular. Why are they're bad because they're bad? I'm asking you, why do you think they're bad?
Well,
not because I think so. I mean, like, why do you think they're bad?
Because they are contributing to undue suffering to other people. That is
who's suffering?
I would say maybe kind of sticking it in little kids. That would be like.
Well, fun fact, did you know the psychologist actually went there and did an evaluation, and they determined that the kids weren't suffering. They wanted it to do it. They wanted it to happen. It was a cultural tradition for them. It was how they became a man and a warrior.
Right, and that is why I hold that a lot of people's views, morals, and ethics are subjective, just as yours are just as subjective and beholden to those same views. Do you live up to all 617 Mosaic laws?
We don't hold to the Levitical laws.
Why not?
Because the Mosaic covenant was fulfilled in Christ.
No,
we have
it was
a new
not.
covenant. We have a new covenant with Christ. Yes,
no,
it is.
It was not. No, it was not.
Okay, are you going to argue with my position, or are you going to argue with not my position? My position is that the Mosaic covenant was fulfilled in Christ. We don't believe in dual covenant theology.
No, there is only one covenant. God is timeless. God doesn't change. God is unchanging. God is timeless. So either God
gives specific rules for a specific people group in a specific time frame.
But he never. Well, he could, I suppose, but he didn't.
What do you mean he didn't? That our view is that he did.
Did Jesus say that? Oh, those laws have been fulfilled. Don't exist, or those laws don't exist anymore. Did Jesus say that? Did he say that all of God's laws have been fulfilled and they're don't worry about them anymore?
No, but he also said multiple times, you have heard it written, but I tell you, as in he was also the messianic prophecy of the person who would fulfill the covenant of Moses. The person like that was part of the messianic prophecy. This person would come, they would fulfill the covenant with
which they didn't, which he didn't. He didn't fulfill those prophecies.
Why didn't he? What part of it?
Because he's not from the lineage of King David. We know this. No, absolutely not. I encourage you to go look up the lineage of King David. No, he was not.
Why isn't he part of the?
Jesus is not of the lineage of King David. So I'll say
that. How do you know that he's not of the line of David?
Oh man, do I have to pull up all the lineage of Jesus Christ? I can. Do you want me to pull up the lineage of Jesus Christ?
Okay, so I'm going to ask you, what source are you using for that, and why should I accept your source over the source of the Orthodox Church, which has been passed down from the apostles?
So okay. I don't even necessarily need to contend with, what biblical scripture says. Do you think, I will use the example now, do you think bashing a baby's skull in is wrong?
So if you're talking about Psalms 137 verse, I'm asking.
Ask a question. Ask it. I'm asking yes or no.
Okay, I'll grant you that I think it's wrong through Christian ethics. But if the reference for the part of the Bible that you're talking about is Psalms 137 verse 9, that was not a commandment from God. That was an Israelite who had been taken over by Babylon, who was literally singing a song, basically saying, "Fuck you, people. I hope this happens to you." Not God saying, "Bash babies' skulls against rocks."
Okay, all right. So you morally find that objectionable?
Yeah, and correct? Nowhere in Scripture does it affirm that he was correct for that proposition.
Okay. What about I'll try to keep it PG, Speakeazy. What about doing terrible things to little girls?
Yeah, I would say raping little girls is bad.
Okay, so when God said to Moses to go and do that, you find that morally objectionable.
What did he say?
What did God say to Moses? When he went to the Amalekites, that you were to kill everyone, every man, woman, and child, even the innocent, every suckling and young. They were supposed.
And you were to marry them, right?
Yeah. Do
you know why they were to marry them?
Are you really going to make a justification for marrying little children?
Yeah, and I absolutely can. Marriage, just so you know, that yes, they were told to marry the virgin women, and the reason they were told to marry them was because if a woman lost her virginity prior to being married, she couldn't get married. She would basically live with her parents the entire time. If her parents were killed in the attack against the Amalekites, okay, now this girl is an orphan. She's going to be sold into sex slavery.
So you are making a moral justification as to why marrying a little child is okay. You agree with it. You agree with marrying a little child.
In that context. Yes.
I mean,
Yes, in the
all right.
context.
So in the context of if a war happened, why did God get mad at Moses that he didn't kill them?
They didn't kill who?
That he didn't kill the children, that they took them as war brides. Why was God upset about that?
Because God told him to eradicate all the Amalekites.
Yeah. So in God's nature, okay, this is the moral objectification or the moral subjectivity that you actually have. You
Okay, hold
find
on.
that morally
If you want to argue
objective?
in this position, you have to actually steelman the position. From my view, God is the source of good. Anything God says is good. So if God says
Okay.
that it was good to do that, then it was good.
Okay.
Not bad.
Okay. So here's another one. If let's say you go.
How is any of this relevant to whether or not the atheist
This-
metaphysics can give an accounting for reality? Just because there's
this-
parts of scripture you don't like is irrelevant.
No, not just me. Not just me. You yourself don't even like. If you
No. It's not a matter of like or dislike. It's a matter of what like. So okay, you have to understand that, especially at the time of the Israelites in the book of Exodus, right? God was giving specific commands to a specific people group. If you look at the surrounding people groups and learn what they were doing to women and children, you'd
They were doing the
understand a
same
little
thing.
more. No, they weren't. They were fucking sacrificing them on statues that were on fire and boiling babies alive and burning their skin off.
Yeah, I guess the burnt offerings and sacrifices that God commanded isn't the same thing.
No, he didn't tell you to sacrifice your children.
Okay,
He literally said, if you sacrifice your children to me, I never knew you.
okay. Do you find slavery okay?
It depends on the context.
Slavery. I don't know what more context you need. Buying people as property. Do you think that's wrong?
If you're talking about like the owning of a people group like that, like chattel slavery, yes, I would say that's immoral, but that's not also what was done in the Old Testament, for one. And two, you would agree with me that slavery can be moral. And I'll give you a hypothetical. If you go to war, let's say your country, right? You go to war, your country goes to war with another country, right? And you invade a city and you capture a city. You have within the hypothetical, you have three options. One, you can kill all the citizenry to prevent them from aiding your enemy. Two, you can send the citizens back to your enemy, right, to allow them to keep making aid for the enemy or to keep aiding the enemy. Or you can enslave them and make them work for your army. Which one's the more moral position there?
That's not what that argument at all was about.
That's why I said it depends on the context. So, is slavery always wrong?
Yeah, slavery
It's always
is wrong.
immoral. Slavery is always the wrong option.
Yes, buying people as property is wrong.
I didn't say buy. Where did I say buy in that hypothetical?
Buy control of their property. They are mine to keep as long as I decide, and I pass them down to my children. Yes,
that's chattel slavery. That's a different context than what I just said. That's a different thing. But I never argued with you about whether or not chattel slavery was bad. Chattel slavery is a different type of slavery than what I'm talking about.
So here's the entire point. Your morals are subjective. So if God said, "Hey,
no, it's not my morals are subjective. No.
You just said that that's wrong.
Chattel slavery.
Yes, owning someone as property is
chattel
wrong.
Slavery is not the same as all types of not all slavery is chattel slavery. Chattel slavery is like what we have with the American South. That was chattel slavery.
What is your definition for slavery?
Slavery, I would say, would be the forcing of a person to do something against their will.
Forcing someone to do something against their will. That's a really fucking loose definition of what I think anyone would even interpret as slavery.
Okay.
Slavery would be the removal or the control of someone as property.
Okay, so prisons are wrong then.
I mean, I guess it is a certain form of, but you don't own the person.
Oh, so not all slavery. Does the state own prisoners?
Does the state own? No.
Can it force them to go to war?
No. Well, they could force pretty much anyone to go to war.
Right. So the state can. So the state now owns these people.
But you're not owned as property.
You are owned as property. What are you talking about? Prisoners are made to do all kinds of things that they don't want to do. They're made to work in labor camps. They're made to do physical labor that they don't want to do. So how is it that prisoners being in prison, not slavery, but forcing people like, in a war scenario and capturing a city and making them work for your army, that's not okay.
Yeah. Controversial.
What's the threshold breaker?
Controversial opinion. Owning people as property is wrong.
That's not what. No, stop equivocating and stop avoiding the fucking question. Just answer the question. How is it that having prisons, forcing people to do labor against their will that they don't want to do? How is that in the prison scenario? That's fine, but capturing the citizenry of a country that you're at war with and forcing them to work for you instead of going back and aiding the enemy or killing them. How is that one immoral?
That's not what the Bible says with regards to slavery. Those are two very different things.
I'm sorry, did the Bible say to take people as slaves and own them forever?
Yes.
Demonstrate.
Yes. I think we'd actually you know, like how if they're Jewish, they only have to stay for about 7 years. But outside of that, you can keep them for as long as you wish. I'm just AI. I'm trying to grab the scripture right now. So what laws of Moses have required slavery to ensure
But by the way, even if I just grant all of this, right? Even if I just grant all of the stuff, slavery bad, God bad, Christianity ethics bad, how does that do anything to give the accounting for the metaphysics?
Because we don't operate on metaphysics. We operate within reality.
We operate on the laws of logic. You operate every day on the laws of logic.
Yeah, everyone does. So those Christians that you say that aren't Christians,
give an accounting for them in your worldview. How did the laws of logic come to exist? What are they? What's the ontology of the law of identity? How did it come to exist? Is it normative or not normative? How does it work?
What I'm saying is, like honestly, I think that these are like total non sequitur type of questions.
This is the fucking prompt of the debate.
Because we don't operate in metaphysics. We operate within reality.
If I looked at you and I said that I'm here and in China at the exact same time in the same sense.
Yeah, that'd be illogical.
Right, it would be a false statement. In order to evaluate the truth of a proposition, you have to use the laws of logic. That's how that works, right? Not only that, our justice system is also based off the laws of logic, which a lot of people don't realize. But like police interrogations are entirely based off the law of non-contradiction, specifically, right? They try and get people to contradict themselves in the interrogation because if you contradicted yourself, one of them has to be a lie.
Oh, so what, Leviticus? So you may acquire male and female slaves from among the nations that are around
What the fuck? Why do you keep going down this fucking non sequitur of slavery and shit? Like, this is totally irrelevant.
No, I actually, well, because you keep pulling it into this, that like the metaphysical reality that we just tend to operate in.
Is reality metaphysical?
Is reality metaphysical? No, I think we engage with reality with how we interpret.
No, not engage. The problem's not about who can engage with reality better. It's about giving reality. That is a metaphysical concept. Reality is a metaphysical concept. Is reality only material, or is it only immaterial, or is it the immaterial and the material? Are there only universals? Are there only particulars? Are there universals and particulars?
So my desk that I'm touching is metaphysical. Because it's a concept. Because I'm describing
to help you understand, Tyler, and what Steelborne's maybe I'll build this bridge back again. Just maybe go back to my original question here. Was where does because you agreed that humans have inherent value. So where does that come from?
I think that it comes from a lot of that's cultural. I think mostly. And I think us in the West, we tend to operate that people have certain value just by existing. There were the Aztecs that basically sacrificing people was some type of value.
Okay, so I'll grant we'll go down this value argument. When does life begin?
At conception.
Okay, life begins at conception, so abortion's wrong?
I could definitely see an argument for saying that abortion is wrong.
Okay, why is abortion wrong though?
Well, because
I agree with you, by the way. I'm fully gonna agree with abortion wrong, but why?
Well, because you're ending a life.
Why is that wrong?
Because without life and without the continuation of life, humans cease to exist.
And why should humans exist? Why ought humans exist?
Because we like it. We like existing.
That doesn't give that's not a justification for why it ought to be the case.
Because I don't want to die. Because I like doing things. I like being here. And I think
so that's a psychological report. I don't care about how you feel. I want to know, why ought humanity continue?
Because just as any other animal any other being on Earth. They just want to continue. Clearly there's some type of motive that whether they eat, drink, sleep, reproduce.
Do you not realize that this is entirely circular? They should exist because they want to exist. Well, why do they want to exist? Because they want to exist. Well, why do they want to exist? Because they want to exist. It's just a fucking circle. It doesn't tell me anything.
So even if it is a circle, okay, well, I don't. People want to exist because I like doing cool shit.
They want to exist because they want to exist because they want to exist because they want to exist.
Yeah. I'm trying to understand.
It tells me fucking nothing. Like, okay, hold on, ready? Watch. You should give me $100.
Sure. Do you really need it?
No, but I just want it.
Okay. I'll spot you 100, buddy. Don't worry about it.
Fine. You should give me $1,000. You should give me $1,000.
I mean, if you really needed it, man, I'll spot you.
Okay. I appreciate the charity, but can you just obviously you know what I'm trying to do here?
No,
okay, hold on, watch. You should break your legs. Watch. You should break your legs.
But these are my totally sweet legs.
But you should break them.
No, I don't want to because it's causing undue suffering.
But you should still break them because you should.
Right. I understand the line that you're the idea that you're trying to convey. People exist. Creatures want to exist. Organisms want to exist. It's not like
is irrelevant to whether or not they
should.
There does need to be a reason for this. Or otherwise, if you can't tell me, if you can't tell me why people ought not do things, then you can't tell me why pedophiles shouldn't be allowed to grape children.
Okay.
Why shouldn't they be allowed to do that? But they want to.
Because we can find it morally. We understand that actually causes harm to people.
Really? It doesn't in the Seminole Warriors. It doesn't cause them harm. They like it.
Yeah, well, we also looked at when the Europeans came over to North America and said all this scalping and you know everything the natives are doing here. They found it morally reprehensible and said, no, we're not doing that. We're putting an end to it.
That's irrelevant to whether or not they ought to be doing that or they ought to do that. So again, just because the Europeans thought that scalping was bad, and just because Western civilization, which by the way, not all of Western civilization thinks that PDF files are bad.
I agree. I agree.
But I'm asking if you can't even tell me why humans ontologically, what makes humans a distinct category, why they should have value, right? Even if you can argue why they're distinct, why they have an ontological distinction between humans and dogs, for example, because humans are capable of rationality, that still doesn't tell me why we shouldn't do bad things to them, why we shouldn't harm them, why any of this. You can't actually tell me why that's the case. You just say I prefer it. And if you just prefer it, well, I just prefer to do that, so we're on equal footing. So you can't tell me.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yes, we have preferences that just like you don't want your legs broken, I don't want mine. Or you wouldn't want me to break your legs because you know what? I just want to. I just want to break your legs. I can give accountings for why you ought not intentionally harm people. I can give an accounting for why humans have value through my worldview. Man's made in the image of God, right? Because they're made in the image of God, they are of a unique status. And I believe that morality is objective. If that's the case, I can still give philosophical accountings for this. You have given no philosophical accountings for anything. Because they want to. It tells me fucking nothing. It's just a fucking circle. We've even shown repeatedly your morals are just as subjective and interpretable as
you're
mine.
Asserting that they're subjective, but if I appeal to the objective standard of God and God says that killing these people is good, well, then that's still good, dude. It's not subjective at that point.
Right. So if God holds a position that anything...
No, God doesn't hold positions.
Okay, so then when God kills innocent people, it's good. They had it...
Why are they... Okay, hold on.
Had it
kills innocent people? How do you know that they were innocent? By what standard do we judge innocence? If God is the ultimate judge of what is or is not an innocent person, then if he's killing them, they're not fucking innocent. Did you ever think about that for half a second?
So a young child that dies from bone cancer, say from early onset leukemia or whatever.
That's a result of the fall. Totally irrelevant.
Result of the fall. So
all right. Okay. Well, listen. There's I'm sure there's lots more we can get into in the either in the Q&A or the open panel portion. I like the energy though.
By the way, I take none of this personally, Tyler. This was I just get heated. This was really fun, man.
We'll talk after.
There'll be lots more.
Everybody go subscribe to Tyler. Go subscribe to We're Offended, You're Offended. Because it's fun. I've actually watched a couple of episodes. It's really funny.
So that right there is gonna wrap up the hour of open floor. Okay. Excellent exchange.
And
for
where's
both
my money?
sides
I gave you the
tonight.
blood.
Hold
I
up,
deserve some fucking
hold
money.
up. Let me fucking do my thing here. All right. But we're gonna enter the final phase of the debate. Okay, the closing statements. Quick reminder for everyone there in the live chat. All right, the Q&A is already up, but we got a lot of super chats already. Not very many questions though. Just a lot of support. I appreciate you all so much. All right, but remember that the super chats, PayPal's, Cash Apps, this is all going to take priority. So if it fills up the whole 30 minutes, not all of the free ones will get made through or at all, any of them. So if there's something you really want guaranteed to be asked, send it through one of the priority options, all right? With that said, let's move into the closings. Each debater gets 5 minutes to make their final case. We started with you, Steelborne, so we're going to start with you for closings. That'll give Tyler the last word.
Yep.
So Steelborne, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start that timer up with your voice.
All right. So the prompt of this debate was very simple: Christianity versus atheism, which gives the better accounting for reality? Now, I laid out a very basic premised argument as to how Christians can give an accounting for things like the laws of logic, objective truth, morality, right, knowledge existing. I even addressed the fact that Tyler has some issues with parts of Scripture. Most of the time, he takes out of context or doesn't understand the Christian position on them, right? Like, if God floods the world, well, those people weren't innocent. There was a reason he did that, for one. But two, I never got just an accounting for any part of reality out of Tyler. He just said, well, people like to live because they like to live. And it's either a tautology or it's circular. It doesn't tell me anything. I understood. Nope. Okay, I'm gonna be totally fair. I think I understood the atheist worldview coming into this debate better than I do now, because now I'm even more confused as to what the fuck it means to be an atheist. I don't know what any of the atheist positions are, apparently, because there's no philosophical justification for atheism whatsoever. There's none. Now, I actually believe that position, though, too. There is no philosophical justifications for atheism, right? They just assume a bunch of things that they can't justify. They just grant me my assumptions so that I can then prove my point. Well, I don't grant you your assumptions. We didn't even get into what Tyler's assumptions are. He didn't make an argument. He never once was there an actual argument of premise, conclusion. This is why atheism gives a better accounting for how reality operates, the mechanics of the universe, any part. No, I got none of that from him. All I got was his incredulity with Christianity and the concession that God has to exist. Like, he could see, not only did he basically concede the debate, he conceded that atheism is at least false. So, I mean, I don't even really know where to go from here, but I gave you guys the blood, and you gotta fucking admit it. So if nothing else, go give Speakeazy a bunch of fucking money. He deserved it for putting this together. Tyler, I really appreciated the debate. Speakeazy, thank you for hosting. And with that, I'll see the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. With that, we're going to hand the mic over to Tyler. Tyler, whenever you're ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
I think Steelborne made a fantastic argument that most people who hold any view that isn't within his very narrow framework of what Christianity and what actually following Christian ethics and morals actually entail, the vast majority of people are not Christian. They are, in fact, actually atheists. My position. They agree that homosexuality is okay. They agree that helping the most needy is okay. That's the overall view that the vast majority of Christians hold. That is my position. I showed repeatedly Steelborne's very narrow definition of what Christianity is or should be. Most people fall short of that. And I think repeatedly demonstrating the most basic of things. If you're gay, you're not a Christian. If you watch porn, you're not a Christian. If you had sex out of wedlock, you're not a Christian. Even if you get a divorce because he doesn't make me feel the way I used to, or how he used to, those are not Christians. Protestants aren't Christians. Catholics aren't Christians. Nearly all other denominations out of his view. And I said, I agree. I agree with Steelborne. I don't view them as Christians either. They're atheists. They're the vegans eating steak on Friday. Outside of even scripture, I don't even know if I need to address it. Most people don't even agree with what the scripture says. Most people don't even interpret and accept parts of scripture or parts of what the Bible actually says. What Leviticus says, the Messianic laws. They don't agree with those. They find those abhorrent. And I'm talking everyone in the chat. Normal Christians, you go to church on Sunday, but you don't wear a veil. You're not a Christian. And that is supposed to account for reality. A narrow, absolute extreme subset of people, less than 1% of the population, where most Christians hold we should help the needy. Steelborne doesn't think that. So I think with that, this was a lot of fun. But I will concede the rest of my time there. And thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. That's going to conclude the closing statements. Great work from both debaters tonight. Listen, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on Swords of Reason. Like I said, we run all kinds of matchups, political debates, cultural, social, philosophy, internet beefs, trending topics, movies, games, anything there's a conversation worth clashing over, we bring it into the arena. All right. And don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters as well. Their links are in the description. Make sure you go show them support for stepping into the arena and sharpening their arguments tonight. All right. So before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I like to ask a question or two to each debater myself based on either things I heard, arguments I want clarified, maybe a point I think was missed, stuff like this. And after those questions get answered, we'll get into the official 30-minute Q&A. So for my first questions, I'm gonna start with you, Steelborne. So this is kind of, I'm trying to give you a question that was like based off what he was asking in a different way. But like, if Christianity is true, why do sincere believers interpret it so differently and reach like conflicting conclusions about some of the doctrine and morality?
So if I understand the question, it's basically like, like, do I believe that there are like Protestants that are sincere in their faith? Absolutely. But why is it, if they're sincere in their faith, why aren't they Orthodox? Like, is that basically the idea?
Like why is there conflicting conclusions about the doctrine and morality?
Well, ultimately, I think it's pride, because if you really wanted to follow the scriptures, you would submit to the church that was established by the apostles.
I
and
agree.
the gates of hell shall not prevail against the church.
I agree.
And the body of Christ cannot be divided.
All right. Did you want to?
I agree with Steelborne. I 100% agree. Like, and this wasn't like a fuck you, gotcha kind of thing. Like, this is actually one thing that I've been saying with Christians. Like, even with me, like, when I became, I guess you don't really become an atheist, you just stop kind of believing. Is you look at the scripture and it goes, most people don't follow this. Most people don't even understand what's in the book. And I'll say I agree with Steelborne. Most people just kind of, they look at the stuff that makes them feel good, rather than, no, you got laws, you got stuff to follow here. This isn't just I do one thing and carry on. That's how I view it.
All right. And then
you should go to your local Orthodox church and go experience the divine liturgy, Tyler. I would actually recommend that you do. Worst case scenario, like seriously, like worst, you wasted 2 hours on a Sunday.
I'm gonna burn up, dude. Do you want me to light on fire? Like, what the fuck?
You're up in Canada. It's like fucking 4 degrees up there. How are you gonna burn up? Just open a door.
step into a church and light on fire
Understood.
immediately.
Yeah, that you might.
So for my second question for you, Steelborne, is how would you distinguish your belief in Christianity being true and someone else's equally strong belief in a different religion?
So it would depend on what the actual prompt was. But like if the prompt is who's got the stronger faith, I'm not sure how you could argue that. But if the prompt is which one is true, that's when you would get into the metaphysics of the worldview and establish whether or not it makes any sense or it's coherent.
Okay, so so if I'm understanding your answer correctly, it's because Christianity put up against these different
Like
religions.
Islam or something like that. You can make philosophical arguments against the metaphysics of Islam, the nature of God that they describe, the Islamic dilemma, which the Muslims still won't engage with. They won't argue against the Islamic dilemma, which is a massive problem that Jay Dyer has put forth.
Yep, I agree. Like I said, it's not that far off. I don't necessarily disagree with Steelborne.
All right. So then my questions for you, Tyler, is how would like a worldview of there being no God account for like consciousness? Like, in other words, like why should we trust our reasoning if it was like purely a result of like unguided processes?
I don't think we do. I don't think we just like if hopefully you can see this. You can see it's actually red.
It's a tool shop, right?
Yeah.
Or is it Craftsman?
A utility. It's
Tool shop's a
Craftsman.
brand. No, it's Craftsman, isn't it?
Yeah, Craftsman. So the red. If the overwhelming majority of people say, well, of course this is red, but then someone says, actually, that's green, we would probably dismiss that idea.
Well, no, that's not exactly that's not exactly how it works. So it would be if two people are making contradicting claims, they can't both be true at the same time. So if you and by the way, like color is a little harder to use this as an example because colors. It's different. The fact that it's kind of a spectrum. It's harder to determine color. But if you were to say that this razor knife is made of steel, and I said no, it's not. It's made of cardboard. Now we're making a contradicting claim. So
right.
Either one of us is right or we're both wrong, but we can't both be right if we're making contradicting claims.
Right. And so then we would seek a third party or someone
else.
No,
we wouldn't seek a third party. We can for that example, we could just do run a scientific experiment.
Yeah, so we would appeal. We would look at like whether a third party, so instruments or even, hey, Speakeazy, is this actually red? And if he's like, that's green, like, that's cardboard. Maybe I'm wrong. I think and we would empirically or try to understand.
Well, I agree that you can come to people can come to positions like that, like for sure. But whether or not everybody, okay, so let's say everybody on Earth said that thing is made of cardboard, and we define cardboard the same way we do now,
right?
And you're like, no, it's not, it's metal. It wouldn't matter if everybody on Earth said no, it's not, it's cardboard. That would have no bearing about whether or not the proposition the razor knife is made of cardboard is true.
No, but I think where the cardboard steel, people go, okay, well, we have properties that we associate with steel, we have properties that we associate with cardboard. Well, looking at the property of the thing, it's clearly not cardboard.
Right, but I'm saying it wouldn't matter if everybody on Earth said that it was cardboard, except for you. That would have no difference that would have no bearing on whether or not it is cardboard.
I guess
they mean the same thing by cardboard that you and I mean. They mean the exact same thing.
Right, but then I think we'd end up having to describe something else. Like, okay, cardboard is a rigid, hard, really not malleable product. Then we'd have to come up with something else that would describe what steel is. Then cardboard just becomes steel.
No. I'm not saying we change the definition and we now define cardboard as a alloy of iron and nickel. I'm not saying that's what they did. No. They're saying it's made of cardboard, and they mean that it's a material made of pressed cellulose fibers, pressed paper that's held together by glue. Like what cardboard?
That'd be illogical. That would be
No,
illogical.
I'm saying if they were saying it's made of cardboard and they meant the same thing by cardboard that you and I mean by cardboard, and everybody on Earth agreed that thing's made of cardboard, that would have no bearing on the truth or the fact of the matter.
But
If that's the case, that it would have no bearing on the fact of the matter, then truth is now objective, meaning it's irrelevant to whether or not people exist.
Well, I think we're getting into kind of two different things. Like there's like it would be illogical. It's law of identity. It's either A or not A. Yeah, it'd be a contradiction. It would be illogical. So it either shares the property closer associated with steel or whatever this is made of. But even if people said, oh, well, no, that's cardboard. Okay, well, then cardboard now it takes on those properties of...
No. I'm not saying they're changing the definition. I'm not saying they changed the definition. They're not saying cardboard is now an iron nickel alloy, right? That's not what they're saying.
Then it's just flat out illogical.
It would be incoherent and make no sense, right?
Yeah, then it would be illogical.
But now let me say something. Would it still be made of steel? Would the proposition that razor knife is made of steel still be true if there were no humans on Earth?
Well,
steel was an objective iron.
I would say yes.
Nickel alloy.
I would say yes.
If it would still be true, if there were no human minds, then truth is now objective.
Okay, sorry, say that one again.
If it's still true, absent human minds, then truth is now objective.
Well, there's the physical reality, like I said, like my desk, or we're using this as an analogy.
Material things, yes.
Material things, yes, exist. Regardless, a tree still exists. We might not. We just we use words. Andrew Clavin actually has a fantastic explanation, and I 100% agree with him. Where he says that we use words to convey thought. Words are a predicate that convey meaning. Yeah. So we're describing thought. And so if I said that this is steel, or this utility knife is my mouse, you'd go, well, that doesn't make sense, because we associate words with certain things. It would actually.
Well, I could give a proprietary definition of anything that I want, and I could say that this is actually this is a guitar amplifier, right? And I define guitar amplifier as a round vessel for containing a liquid that's made out of sand that's been heated to 3,000 degrees.
Okay.
Right. When I say that, the concept I'm conveying is what you mean by glass, right? So we would now have an understanding of what we're still talking about. Like if I just said that's how I define glass, was that definition, right? And I said
that would be yours. That would be your definition.
But if you know what I'm talking about now, if based on the definition of the word, based on the shared understanding, right? If you know that when I say amplifier, I mean glass, like a drinking glass. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Then if that's the case, the proposition, I'm saying if we agreed, because I can agree to all kinds of definitions for the purpose of a debate. Like I can agree to the definition that we can have a conversation, right?
But
I'm just saying if we agreed. I'm just saying if we agree that amplifier means glass, drinking glass, then I could say I like to drink milk out of my amplifier, and you know what I'm saying because we have a shared meaning now.
Right. And I think that actually speaks to the bigger idea of how, like, again, how we actually utilize words. It's more cultural rather than it is like what's a good example? What's something like English people call what we would call a flashlight, they call it a torch. It's an antiquated, it's what you and I think
I know what you mean.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, well, do they actually mean a piece of stick with cloth on it and it's lit on fire? We go, well, no, they're talking about you click a button and light comes out of it. So I think words are more cultural.
Okay, so I agree that words have a cultural meaning to them, right? Mm-hmm. Well, like if I point to an apple and I say apple, right, and the Japanese person says whatever the fuck the word apple is in Japanese, right? Like that like we now have a shared understanding of what we're talking about.
Right, but you're describing a thing.
Well, at that point, we would just be identifying a thing.
Right.
All right, so let me ask my next question, and we're gonna get to the Q&A here. I can see there's gonna be lots of fire for the after panel. So for my second question for you, Tyler, is like, if objective like moral truths exist, like earlier you had seemed to exist, like or seem to agree, sorry, that humans have an inherent value,
Mhm.
right? And if objective moral truths exist, what would ground them in a world that there's no God,
But
right?
I don't think objective morals exist. I think they're all subjective.
So you're okay. So you would just say that there is no
It's
objective
it's
moral
it's
truths.
preferences, just like Steelborn's preferences are. We should enact, whatever policies or laws because I think that they're good, and I might say, hey, actually, I think these policies are good, and I think everyone operates under that.
Well, then just like a quick follow up, then like,
Mhm.
do you so you think morals are subjective, and like what are you using to come to that conclusion? Like, what makes you?
My preferences. I think it's just like everyone else. My preferences, just like Steelborn's, just like yours. I think
So
everyone's.
because are you saying you prefer to believe they're subjective?
No, I just think everyone's preferences or how they think a world or their country or even their community should run are based on their own
Maybe I asked the
interpretation.
question wrong. I apologize. I'm asking like, how did
Maybe
you
not.
come
I
to
might be
the
retarded.
how did you come to the conclusion that morals are subjective?
um, because I think morals, they're okay. In my view, obviously, like in an actual atheist worldview, there is no objective truth. There can't like there. Sorry, objective morals. It is boiled down to preferences. It is cultural enforcement. This is why, Aztecs used to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of people. That's why they went extinct when finally the Spaniards came, is because they killed all the fucking strong men. But it was
Okay, real quick.
cultural.
If that's the case, then you can't say that God drowning children was bad. It was just against your preferences, but it was within his preference.
Right. No, and I would agree, and I think you would say the same thing if someone just like
Hold on.
grabs
Does
someone.
God? Okay. Do you? Okay. Would you agree that if God exists, right, in the way that
Mhm.
I've described him, a consistent, unchanging, invariant God, would the things that he prescribes as good, like would he, if I appealed to a morality that would be true outside of me,
So yeah, so if God came
would
to
my
you,
morality be objective? If God existed, would my morality be objective?
so if God came to Steelborn and said, "Hey, that kid,"
No, not come down to me. I'm saying if the Christian God did exist,
okay,
and that's what I appeal to, right? And that's an eternal standard for morality
okay,
that would exist outside of me. Would my morality be objective if God existed?
if God existed, well, I would have to say, I I ultimately think no. I think your morals are still subjective.
Hold on. If the standard that I'm appealing to for
Mhm.
where I get my right and wrong is eternal and exists outside of my mind and it's universal, how would my morality be subjective if what I'm appealing to is an objective, invariant, universal standard that would still be there even if humans didn't exist?
So you would okay. I want to make sure that I'm getting. So if people didn't exist and God
God does still
existed,
exist.
okay,
Yeah.
in this hypothetical, if God actually existed, well, then I don't think that there's. I mean, he could say like, if I'm the only person left on the earth, it's like, well, of course, anything I say is right because I'm the only one to say that it's right.
Well,
There's no one
that's
to refute me.
that wouldn't follow.
Why would it not? I'm not
When you mean
understanding.
right, or if you're saying it would be objectively true that whatever moral standard I deposit or I present, if I'm the last person on earth, that would be objectively good or objectively bad. That wouldn't follow because the second you're gone, so is that moral standard. It's now gone.
Right.
But if God exists and I appeal to an immaterial, invariant, universal standard for my ethics, for my morality, right? that exists absent all human brains, it would still exist. All human minds would be gone. The standard would still exist because God. The reason that I derive my ethics from God is because it comes from His nature. So it's not like God says this good, this bad. It's in His nature. His very nature is good. Like
Right.
that's where we derive our goodness from. So if that's the case, if God did exist, would my morality be objective because the thing I'm appealing to exists outside of my mind and it's eternal?
Well, I think again that how you're okay. I'm trying to answer this genuinely. So forgive me if I don't answer it in the most concise way possible. I think if you appeal to a God for that he is right, I shouldn't say right, he is good, then I would say yes, you would have to appeal to God that he is good.
So would my morality be objective if I was appealing to an eternal invariant standard outside of myself?
I don't think you could be objective.
How would it not be? How would it be subjective? There's only two, objective or subjective. Subjective means it comes from my mind, right? Or it only exists if human minds exist.
No.
If God exists,
a mind exists. That's the
no. It's
definition of
human minds.
subjective.
It's human minds specifically.
Is it specifically human mind?
Yes.
'Cause as far as I
Philosophical
understand,
subjectivity is human mind.
Because my understanding with
I can even grant mind. So I can even grant this like any mind. God is the reason why like our ethics come from God is because of it's by His nature, right? So it's like His very being is the source of good, not what He declares is good. It's His very being that is good. That is the standard for goodness. So it would even be irrelevant to whether or not God's mind still existed. It would be, does God exist? If God exists, then the standard I'm appealing to is eternal. It's outside of myself. It's not subjective within itself. It's consistent. It would have to be that my morality, if my morality is, I just defer to whatever God says. That would be an objective standard.
But does God have a mind? Does God think? He definitionally had to think when he created the earth, the stars, and everything like that. He had to think, right?
So the reason I say I have a problem with the word think is because I think it's like a category error because like it's not the same way we do, right? It would be like all thoughts would be eternal.
Well, but God,
like he doesn't reason through positions, right? It's like,
well, he did.
Eternal.
Like, do you think God changes his mind?
No,
but
that would be incoherent. It would be
right,
God contradicting His own nature.
But God has changed His mind even.
No, He hasn't.
The Bible.
He hasn't changed His mind.
There's scriptures where God has decided not to do something when He was going to. So either God is all knowing, knows everything, doesn't change. His opinion cannot change. Or God doesn't know, therefore he is not all-knowing. So if God goes to someone, and he did in the Bible, and I'm sorry, I don't have the scripture off the top.
I know, I think I know what you're talking about, where the guy prayed, and then God said, "I was going to destroy the city," but I chose
not to. Yeah,
because of your prayers. So if you want, at least what I believe the Orthodox position is on this, I could be wrong, so like don't quote me, but that was never really God's intention to destroy the city, right? But it's also a demonstration that like God hears our prayers.
But you're putting God in a chronological order. So God is either timeless or he's not. He's either all or nothing.
Well, why couldn't a timeless being hear our prayer still?
Well, because he already knows. If I'm all knowing, I know every single decision that's going to be made. So if I make a decision, hey, that town is getting nuked.
Yes, but no, what I'm saying is,
but if I appeal to God and I say, "Hey, God, please don't do it. Please don't nuke this. This place is super."
Okay, hold on. But from what I understand, the Orthodox position is not that he changed his mind, but that it was always his intention.
So then he lied.
I'm not. No, I don't think he lied. I think the point of that was a parable, basically to demonstrate that God hears our prayers.
So there's a lot to get into here.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's totally fine. That's why I do this part too, right?
Maybe we could.
If you want, I can look up the church's position as well.
It's meant for the back and forth.
Yeah, if you want, I can look up the church's official position on this.
If you want to do that, go ahead and you can bring it up later. But let's get into the official chat Q&A. All right, so that there's a lot of them to go through. So let's get into that. By the looks of it, just want to apologize ahead of time. Anyone who put their chats questions in the free chat questions, I don't think we're gonna be able to get to them. Maybe though, because a lot of them aren't questions, so we might. We'll see. I'll try power through them for you guys. All right, but let's start that timer up. And Spartacus coming in first with the 10 said, "What the fuck? Dono bar is empty again." The Dono bar wasn't even up on the screen yet. You legend. Thank you, Spartacus. Spartacus for another 10 says, "I swear if you lose Steelborne."
Well, Spartacus, here's the thing. You're going to have to send in another super chat to say if I won or not. Just saying.
Yeah, sure.
That's
He
the only
also
way.
thinks you're not a Christian, so take that as you will.
We got $2 also from Spartacus. Said, "Romano, Daniel, late tax, pay up." Thank you for that, Spartacus, you legend. Jacob Blade said, "My patience is being tested today. God bless Easy. God bless you as well, Jack. I appreciate you." And like I said, all you got to do is remind yourself, dude. Do what I do. I just I pound it in my head, dude. It's like a repeat button. I just push it, it starts going. It's just vengeance is for the Lord. That's it. You just got to remind yourself every time. It'll help you out. Trust me. Send easy money or else. John Castle with $2. Thank you very much, John Castle. Joseph Romano coming in. Yeah, Spartacus. Paid the late tax, all right? Paid the late tax. Daniel comes in, money like yummy honey for bears. Thank you. Thank you very much, Daniel. Vector of Intellect for 10 says, "Because the Dono bar is bugged, boys." Yeah, it looked bugged.
It does appear to be bugged.
Thanks for fixing it there.
Yeah, I noticed a little gray on the...
Yeah,
There's a little gray on the end there.
Totally. Spartacus coming in for 2 says, "Chat is disappointing me." Thank you for that, Spartacus. $2 from Prince of Dogs says, "Test." Thank you, Dogs. John Barrett, member for 21 months, you legend, says, "Why you so gay? Like apples." Oh, I missed this. Bears are cool, easy W. Thank you, Barrett. I appreciate that very much. Bobby Ballbags comes in and says, "Argue the prompt, Tyler."
I think I did with reality.
I think the chat disagrees with you.
Well,
does that make it reality?
That's true. Even if all of the chat disagrees, that would have no bearing about whether or not you argued the prompt.
That's true.
But I also agree with the chat that I don't think you argued the prompt very
they could interpret it.
Anyone ever tell you that you sound like what's the guy's name? Like Crane from Crane from Kung Fu Panda, like the what's the guy's name? David Cross, does that sound right?
I don't know. I used to get I sound like
right.
Is that what I'm thinking of? Easy bald guy,
think
like
you might be right.
What I get that I sound like Tim
I'm
Curry.
trying to think of the voice though.
I yell like Adam Sandler. I look like Rob Knorr, apparently.
You're Rob Norrance.
But he did say that even if everybody in the chat says he didn't argue the prompt, it wouldn't make it real that he did. So,
yeah.
That alone would not make it true.
And then $2 also from Bobby Balbay says, "Reality is now."
Yeah.
I agree.
Spartacus for $2 says, "I'll match every dono till hot seat is unlocked." Fucking legend.
You should also come match them on my channel. I'm just saying, Spartacus. That seems fair.
$2 comes in from Bobby Ballbag, says, "Matches. Who smokes with matches?" And then Spartacus coming in with the $2 match. And then Bobby coming with $2 says, "Spectacles, testicles, wallet and
wash." Mm-hmm. Agreed. A very apt adage to live by.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense to me. Spartacus matching that $2 with the Bobby in there. Thank you very much. Vector of Intellect for 10 says, I've seen many videos of the public, mainly atheists, use the Bible and verses as a referent in a debate as a foundation of moral values of how people need to act in society. How come, Tyler?
So I've seen many videos of the public, mainly atheists, use the Bible and verses as a referent in debate as a foundation for moral values. I think because our in the West, anyways, or at least in North America, I think a lot of our morality is derived from, even as Steelborne said, a loose set of Christian ethics. So I think with that, I think most people try to operate under that I am doing good, or what I think I'm doing is good. I think kind of almost absent. I think it's more cultural than it is like direct, like biblical interpretation.
I would agree with that.
All right. And Spartacus matching the 10 for Vector. Thank you, Spartacus, you legend. Bobby Ballbags comes in for 5, says, there are only 2 things I can't stand in this world. People who are intolerant of other people's cultures and
the Dutch.
And
Thank you,
classic.
Bobby. I
Classic.
appreciate you big time. Spartacus coming in, matching Bobby for 5. Thank you very much. And then Vector matches Spartacus for 5. And then Spartacus comes in again with another 5, says touche. $2 comes in from Bobby Ballbags. John Castle sends his regards. Thank you, John Castle. All right, thank you. All right.
How's John Castle?
He's a guy in the chat that I like to argue with a lot, even though we agree.
Oh, okay.
How do you not know who John Castle is, bro? You heard of Frank Castle? This is John Castle, bro.
Is that like White
bro.
Castle?
No.
Oh,
Much different.
okay.
Spartacus said, modifying my offer, only 3 repeat donors. Thank you, Spartacus. John Castle, oh, you fucking asked for it. Send more super chats immediately, you MBSOBs.
I don't actually know what that acronym means.
Maple bacon, son of a bitch.
Maybe.
No, I don't know.
That actually sounds like it might be it. Son of a bitch is definitely at the end.
Yeah.
That would be a good guess, actually, to be honest. I maybe. All right. And maple bacon rocks.
It does. Oh, with a little bit of chili pepper on it.
Yeah, see?
I didn't get this way by eating fucking tofu.
Look, I mean, if we're talking, like, you guys are all talking about Canadian bacon, let's be realistic. That's not real.
No, not
Canada's not even real, bro.
Canadian bacon is just pea meal bacon. I don't know why you guys call it Canadian bacon.
Bro, Canadia's not even real. Let's be realistic.
That's just pea meal bacon. That's just
Canadia's
a different. That's just a different cut of the pig, bro. That's all.
Look, Canadia's fake. I'm just saying, it's not even real.
It's just a different cut. That's
no fucking way. Toronto's a real place.
Hey man, Toronto's fuck. Don't go to Toronto saying that.
It's basically just like snow. It's basically like what is it? It's just snowback Detroit. Let's be realistic.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. Them little Utes over there are crazy.
What do I hear?
$2 from Dogs, just showing support. I appreciate you. And then Spartacus matching that support. Vector coming in for $2, showing some support. Legend. Thank you, Vector. Prince of Dogs coming in with the match back to Spartacus.
Oh, shit.
Thank you. It's a match war now. Rowdy comes in and says, drink every time Spartacus super chats.
I think I did.
I'd be drunk.
Rowdy's always got the drinking games on lock.
I think I
Now
did.
the debate's over. I'm going to grab the beer.
Go ahead. Vector of Intellect for $2, just showing some support. You legend. Spartacus matching once again. Okay. I hope you guys have been playing the drinking game. All right. You're probably drunk by now. Tiny coming in with $2. Goats lives matters. Sorry.
Do you know where your goats are?
Yeah.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know where
Do
your
you
goats
know
are?
where your goats are?
Okay, well, good. You said it, not me. Don't worry, I can get my goats at home.
These accents are very
You
racist.
gotta bobble your head while you talk.
Yeah, I know.
Look, it's all about the divine logos. You know what I'm saying, right? It's all about the motion. You know what I mean?
I-
It's all about motion.
Bro,
you know
that's
what I'm
gonna
saying?
be the
Habibi.
most epic VK of VKs for a long time.
I
don't
gotta
know how
clip
we can
that,
match
just like those two interactions.
I don't know
for
how we
myself.
can match that, dude. I went back and rewatched it a couple times. You guys are so into your like
You're so in
accents,
character.
and then I pop myself in with the towel on my head, and you both just lose it.
Dude, I lost my shit instantly.
Yeah, it was so good.
I think we fell asleep listening to that, and Kim woke up at like 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, going, "I think they were Muslim."
You were dreaming, kid. You were dreaming. Shit, it was too good, forever.
Well, I mean, if I'm speaking the native language of Ireland, you know, Allahu Akbar, you know what I'm saying, right?
No, I used to be a driving instructor, and I had to do driver evaluations for new Canadians. So I got very familiar with how they spoke. So I'm used to
New Canadians.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, Avarice, I am saying I think you've won the most epic VK ever. That's true. That would be an accurate statement, yes. Spartacus comes in matching Rowdy with the cheers. Shout out to you, Spartacus. Goat Lives Matter from Dogs for $2. Yes, they do, man. They do. We got to start this movement, get it fucking going. All right, we're saving those goats over in Iran.
I don't need to lose my vibe.
Those goats are being married, being arranged, married into fucking families without their own fucking permission. Sad.
Hey, easy. I got a question. Don't you normally do like a poll at the end of the argument, or no? Or at the end
After the Q&A. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I usually do it.
I was like, I swear I remember that, but like, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll usually do it like when the outro starts, and then like while people are sitting there listening to the outro, they can also vote on that, and then I let it go through the open panel a little bit too.
I would just like everyone to know that Steelborne sandbagged me. He said opening statements were 5 minutes. He lied to me.
Okay, on my bad. Okay, sometimes they're 5.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair, but I think I sent you the
you did
pre-debate Swords of Reason at very early this morning. I don't remember.
I also said I think they're 5 minutes. It's been a minute since I've done a Swords of Reason.
Yeah, the rebuttal's 5 minutes, but yeah. Hey, at least you didn't do what who was it? I think it was Circa, his last debate. He did his rebuttal as his opening statement because
he saved it for the best for last.
No,
he
didn't realize he got his 10-minute opening statement before rebuttals. So he went straight into a rebuttal and then conceded the rest of his opening statement. His rebuttal was like 3 minutes. And I was like, okay. And then he didn't realize that the rebuttals came after, so he said it after in his rebuttal. He's like, I thought that was
the rebuttal.
Rebuttals. And I was like, well,
I listened to that 9-hour debate. And I wanted to pull my hair out.
Dogs coming in for $2. Spartacus, thank you very much. Vector of Intellect coming in. Spartacus, Dogs, let's go. Prince of Dogs coming in. Vector, you guys just wanted me to read your names over and over. I see what's going on. Bobby for $2. Tyler, why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? You are gay. Thank you, Bobby. Josh comes in. Can y'all just do? I thought this was actually a good idea. I mean, it doesn't have to be next week, but can y'all just do a what is a Christian debate next week? Since that was apparently what was wanting to be discussed.
Look. I think we could make this a little more fun. A 2v2 Swords of Reason, me and Eli versus Rev and Tyler about what is a Christian.
Rev and Tyler, okay.
Well,
if Rev and Tyler are up for that, yeah.
And if
Well,
Tyler doesn't want to do it, like you could do like Rev and re-exam or something like that. Like two
Well,
prots versus two ortho bros.
You know, and like I was saying, I wasn't like trying to be like a pedantic or anything like that.
No,
Like,
I understood what your
said,
point was.
Yeah, like, I think most Christians don't actually follow anything that really goes on within the Bible.
Well, this
I
is
don't view them. as
Tyler.
Christians.
That's why I asked the
Yeah, Everest in the chat goes Tyler and Everest.
That's why I asked the question to him that I did, the very first question, where I said, like, if Christianity is true and can account for things like morality, why do different sects have conflicting conclusions about morality? And you could have actually made an argument into that, but the problem was, I think you got stuck in the behavior part and like what actually makes someone a Christian. And I think that's what I'm not saying problem, but like that's what you were like arguing about. And I think that's why Josh brings this question up, because I think you guys would have a good back and forth about that.
Yeah, I would look at there's laws you have to live by. It's not just I wake up and I believe God, therefore I'm Christian. I really don't think that that's enough. You don't just wake up and say, well, God exists, but you
Well,
have...
you guys will agree.
Yeah, there
on
has to be
that
a litmus
part
test
more.
for what is or is not a Christian. Yeah.
Yes,
you guys
yeah.
will
It has to
agree
be,
on that.
more than something. It has the Christian has to be more than just a self ID.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know Steelborne enough that he'll agree with you on that. It's
Yeah.
the details now is where you guys might probably differ. So
I think he
That's
actually
what we'll get
disagreed with
into.
my definition.
we'll get into that. I think I'll message you guys both on the Discord thereafter, and we could set something like that up if you guys are into it. And the
If
2v2,
chat wants it, for
I've
sure.
been waiting to do so. I don't want to do like a repetitive 2v2s on Swords of Reason, but I've said like the occasional once every 2 months or something, I would be open to it. So like we still haven't had a 2v2 on Swords of Reason yet. So if you guys want to do that and be the first 2v2 on Swords of Reason.
You know what? As much as I love Eli, and he and I we usually do really well when we're
He's
partners.
about to say, nah, fuck Eli.
Fuck Eli. You know what? I want to do a debate with Marte. I haven't gotten a chance. We've been trying to set one up where he and I were partners for a debate. I think
Okay.
this might be a good one.
Eli, you should take the opposite side now just to fuck with him. No, just
Yeah. and I'll side with Steelborne.
All right, we'll iron out those details after. But
I'm
yeah,
cool
I
with
think
Eli
it's a good idea.
or Marte, but I was just thinking this might be a
I think
good
it's
one.
a good
for me.
idea.
How fucked would that be? An atheist and a devout Orthodox Christian arguing for why Christianity or what makes an actual Christian.
That's what it's gonna be.
Wouldn't
That's what it's
that
gonna
be
be.
fun?
Hey, you'd be surprised how many times that same debate has happened. All right, we've watched that same debate many times.
No, I think Eli's right. I think it needs to be Ortho versus Prot 2v2.
Mm,
Or
boy.
even we can even throw a Catholic in there. That might work. But
Yeah, but they're not.
Hey,
Christian.
we'll iron it out. We'll iron it out. It's whatever you choose in the background. You know what I'm saying?
and I'll
But
make it steal.
shout out to Spartacus Match and Josh for the 5. You legend. Eli coming in with the 5. Speaking of Eli, W Steelborne, W Easy. Tyler looks like he says, "Where's my hug at?" when departing from his female friends.
That's
How does
fucking brutal. That's wild, man.
How do you know that?
How do you know that? He said.
I'm a bit of a hugger. I'm like, fucking bring it in. I'll see you later.
Oh shit, that's funny. You're nut, Eli. Love you. Thank you very much. And then Spartacus coming in matching Eli. A legend. All right. And Dogs coming in said, "Bah. Goat lives matter. Get that dono bar up." Let's go, you fucking legend. Thank you, Dogs. Vector of Intellect coming in with 5 says, "Why does a Christian not acting like a Christian give a better accounting for reality?"
Okay, so I asked Vector in the chat to clarify this question a little
Okay.
bit. He said this is a question addressed at Tyler. Basically, how is it relevant if a Christian doesn't act like a Christian to whether or not Christianity can give a better accounting for reality than atheism?
Yeah, it's another version of the question I kind of asked him when he
Yeah.
said that everyone in the chat may think I didn't argue it, but I did argue it. What he's saying here is like, even if no Christians act like Christians, how would that mean Christianity isn't a better accounting?
I think because we do operate within culture, I think culture informs our decision making, like our tolerance, our acceptance, everything else. I would even expand that further into, I think our laws are the culmination of our morality, what we actually find acceptable within society. So if a perfect example within Canada, many churches have been burned down. No one seems to give a shit. But if a mosque, gets a stone thrown through the door, well, you do, but yeah.
Sorry.
But no,
I care if they burn down in Canada too, even though
right. But that's what I'm
y'all are
saying.
a bunch of maple sucking tree huggers.
But I think if the overall majority of people don't, then that just becomes the cultural norm. That becomes accepted that we burn down Christian churches. Even when I seen the Notre Dame Cathedral get burned down, like, that is ancient fucking history being torched. Even though I'm not a Christian, I can look at the historical value of that. And it's actually sad to see. So
I agree.
I mean, well, but the other problem is like, this idea that nobody does anything, even though what they perceive it to be a moral wrong. I mean, you can make the argument of like, well, you can make the argument that no Christian, if your argument or earlier was like, well, no Christian actually lives up to the standards of resisting evil. Well, why aren't there Christians by force preventing abortion? Would that make them not Christian if they don't?
Well, like, and that's kind of the funny thing, because there's Christians that argue both sides.
There are Christians that argue both sides of abortion. But.
Yeah, exactly. So within their interpretation of Scripture, and is it within reality that if enough people, yes, it is, what is that fallacy, the ad populum, where it's just because enough people believe it, therefore it's true.
That would be an argument ad populum, yes.
Yeah, so I think if enough people say like, hey, this is what it is. Like, we might not, even within the Quran, like I've argued with people, even Muslims, like, hey, this is what your book actually says. This is what, but you don't live by it. But there are Muslims that say, no, that's not what it actually is. That's not what the belief is. But if, when the ISIS caliphate was being created, it was, well, that's the ultimate entailment of if you lived up to what culture allowed it to be. And so if Christianity changes to where gay people are Christian, and then it just becomes it definitionally, it will shift culturally.
Okay. He at Riot says, Tyler, do you actually know what atheism is? Because it doesn't sound like you do, and that gives you an automatic L, not knowing what your side is.
No, I'm very, very familiar with what atheism is. I don't know if I need to give like more, but no, it was actually reading the Bible that made me an atheist, oddly enough. So
that's actually, unfortunately, that's not an uncommon story.
Yeah.
But that's because the people don't have, they lack critical context with the Bible. They lack the understand. They don't know the intent of what the purpose of the Bible was. There's a whole bunch of entailments of it.
Yeah. Well,
but also hold on to Teriak. Logical fallacies are not fucking logical. Okay, it would depend on the logical fallacies. Some are errors in reasoning. Some are errors in structure. If your errors in structure, then your logical fallacy is not logical. Ergo, affirming the consequent or denying the antecedent, or no, either way around. I always mess them up. Those are a illogical argument. So they're a logical fallacy because it is actually a flaw in the structure of your argument.
This guy. I just wanted to add one thing to what you said there, Steelborne, because I think it's important. Not only with that, with like people reading the scripture and interpreting things themselves will turn people away from it a lot of time. Going to the wrong church. This happens to so many people. Like that's what got me into a very nihilistic place where I was very degenerate and got, because I went to a church and I started seeing things that was contradictory to the scripture. And I said, well, this doesn't make fucking sense. Right? It tells you, I'll tell you what the big one was that, like, they openly, like, said it was okay for this gay couple that came in to, like, do what they do in the private of their home when they love each other, and nobody should judge them for this and that. And I was like, wait a minute, it says the opposite here. What are you talking about? Like, what? What do you? Like, that was like, okay, this is all fucking bullshit. You're all liars. Fuck you. You just wanted my money. Yeah. Like, that's, I got you that. Like,
I think that, and a lot of
there. So don't go to the wrong church. That's my point.
So I'll tell everyone, like, what
is the right church, Easy?
The Orthodox Church.
my kind of
Christ is risen
from Christianity was, so I used to go to, like, youth groups and everything like that. I was doing it every Friday or every Saturday whenever we were doing those youth groups. And I asked a pastor, I said, why should I believe in God? And his response was, because.
Yes, I agree. That's a bad reason. I mean, there are plenty of people who believe in Christianity for bad reasons, right? I would agree with you. That's a really bad reason. Yeah.
So I was like, okay, now I'm gonna go learn this on my own. And I think that I agree, Speakeazy. Like, when someone is reading it, like, it's either the word of God, or it's left up to interpretation and context, and then it starts throwing in, like, it's either this is the word of God, or it's an interpretation. Like, I could even agree that, like, did the flood actually happen? No, I would look at it more as like a metaphor for, like, cleansing the bad away and starting new. I could see that, like, philosophically, I could understand that, but people say, no, that happened. I've had conversations with people where they say, no, the flood happened. It really happened. These instances, historical events, really happened. What the Bible says really happened. And so it kind of becomes a little.
Yeah, no, I get exactly, like, trust me, but that's actually what led me to Eastern Orthodox, is that, when you say that, like, the word of God thing, maybe I'm just gonna answer you this just because I'm trying to, maybe it'll help you get to through a thing that I kind of went through, right? Like, so, like, a really good example you could use just in, like, modern time would be, like, laws or the Constitution itself, right? So, like, there's obviously a law book that can be perfectly written, but we still need, like, judges and courts to interpret and apply that.
You need
right?
an authoritative body to determine the normativity. Yeah,
exactly.
Agreed.
Right.
Well, not only that,
this is why this
the
is
word
what
of
led
God.
me. Yeah, go ahead, Steelborne.
The word of God is a person from our view, right? So we get this from the first book of the New Testament, or from the book of Matthew.
Yeah, well, the first 5 books was all about how you should live.
No, that's you're talking about the Old Testament. I'm talking about the first book of the New Testament.
Okay.
I think it's the book of John. Yeah, John, or maybe it's the 4th book. I can't remember. In John 1:1, it says, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." And then John chapter 14 says, no, as in they share the nature. The Word shares the nature of God.
Okay. All right. Okay. I get.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So they are distinct things. They're distinct persons, or they're distinct things, but they share a nature, right? Then in John chapter 14 it says, "And then the Word became flesh." That's the incarnation of Christ. So that's that's the at least the easiest biblical argument for the divinity of Christ, if you're arguing from within the Bible.
Right. Well, and that's where a lot of my arguments, even within, like, when we see, like, when I said, like, well, if God is all knowing, then he cannot change his mind. And if he does, then by definition, he's not all knowing. And then I think it expands further into, well, if God's all knowing, God created evil. God knew that Satan or Lucifer was going to betray him. He knew.
Well, that's not what. So that's not. So evil is just the privation of God.
but God created. Jesus himself even said, "I knew he was evil when I created him." Like, you know what? Maybe we could do this offline later.
Yeah,
Well, if your
this
argument
could-
was like, did he
this
know
could
the
be
fall was going
something-
to happen?
This
Yeah.
could be
If your
done,
argument is like,
this
did
could
you
be
know the
done in
fall
the
was-
after panel. This could be done in
Yeah.
the after panel.
Well,
I
I'm just
like
saying, if
that.
the
I like
argument is,
that conversation,
did
though.
God know the fall would happen? Yes, but that doesn't entail causality or causation. Foreknowledge is not
that's
equal
what you
causation.
guys
It's
are
it's a
getting into.
massive problem with determinism.
Yeah, that's what you guys are getting into. Yeah, we can
Yeah.
get into that more on the after panel. Spartacus comes in for 5, says Riot, matching riots. Thank you very much. King Blackout coming in for the big 20 says because Spartacus made them feel bad. What?
Yeah,
Spartacus,
I see that in
How you
chat.
dissing on my based grandma. How you doing that?
You don't fuck with base grandma.
Spartacus says, I try to make everyone feel bad. Equality, right? That's true. Equality. I get it. Yeah. I get it. It would be offensive if we didn't treat everyone equal, all right? It would be offensive if Spartacus didn't make everyone feel bad, all right? Everyone's included. Bill Hicks coming in for 5 says, I've missed the whole debate, but I know Steelborne is good at what he does, and atheists are very often highly retarded. Steelborne, W.
That's bias. That's
Go.
biased interpretation. I disagree.
Thank
Wait,
you.
are you saying that there should be a normative authority to determine who won
Yeah,
the
that's
debate?
That's right.
There should be. Yeah.
And I've just determined I am the normative authority of interpreting my super chat. I've just determined that. All right.
Sola
we got-
Speakeazy? Is that what I'm hearing here?
Yeah,
That's
Really?
right.
Sola
That's right.
Speakeazy?
Sola Speakeasy. That's right. Spartacus matching Mr. Hicks. Thank you very much, Spartacus. W Steelborne coming in from Vector of Intellects for $2. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
$2 from Jack of Blades. How did the timer stop? I mean, it's going to end anyways, and we got a couple more to do, so that doesn't matter. Haters going to hate. Fuck them. Love you all. God bless. God
Christ
bless
is risen.
you as well. And that's right. Haters are going to hate, bro.
You
That's
can't
their
fuck 'em all. That's
motherfucking
gay.
job.
That's gay.
All
That's
right,
not
so
Christian.
What the fuck? If you got 50
Well, see, this is
haters,
on.
you
Well,
need
see,
to
this is a
figure
word
out how to
concept
get
fallacy.
there. 100 haters by the summertime, bitch. All
Well,
right.
so Tyler, this is what we call a word concept fallacy. That a word doesn't have to mean the same context in every meaning. For example, all feathers are light. Light things can't be dark. Therefore, feathers can't be dark. Well, that doesn't make any fucking sense because they're using the word light in different senses.
I mean, it sounded right to me. No.
I mean, sure. You know,
Shit.
on Monday, people were making fun of me because take that as you will.
Jack, salute, and hot seat unlocked yet? I'm getting tired. I think we were close at this. I know it's unlocked now though. Get that bar to 300 for a hot seat chat. You legend dogs coming in for 20. Another 20 coming in from Vector of Intellect said hot seat. Let's fucking go. Fucking legend. Bill Hicks coming in for 2 says Christ is risen. Legend.
Truly, he's risen.
He is risen. That's right. Yay, Spartacus is matching. Avarice. You fucking legend. Thank you, Avarice. Prince of Dogs coming in. Fill that bar up, boys. Best chat on YouTube. Facts, dogs. Facts. And then 6 coming in from Spartacus. Oh, why is it not highlight? Oh, there we go. 6 coming in from Spartacus. Shit, I missed yours. Add $1 for the delay. That's fair. That's fair. Bill's missed match. Thank you. Thank you very much, Spartacus. You're a legend. 1727. What an odd number. 1727 said on you, Sparty. And then 2369. Coming in from Spartacus. What the salute, yeah, legend. Thank you, Spartacus. And last but not least, Jack with the $1 just to show support. Thank you very much. You're a fucking legend. Okay.
What the fuck, guys? You need to send Easy more money. This is bullshit. He needs more.
Oh,
Send him
shit.
all of your money.
All of it.
If you don't want to send it to him, I'm just saying you can throw it my way. I'm just
True.
saying you can do that, but
Do, is that what I gotta start doing? Like, hey man, StreamYard's $45 a month, and I'm
yeah, you got to fucking grift.
I'm fat. give me money, or I don't be fat and
They don't want to
StreamYard
know
doesn't
my
work or something.
StreamYard.
You gotta give him.
But listen, that's gonna wrap up the Q&A for tonight. Thank you to everyone in the live for all the questions, the engagement, and the support. This is what allows me to keep bringing you these debates. The whole Swords of Reason experience week after week is because of you guys, and I appreciate every single one of you. And of course, a huge thank you to our debaters as well for stepping into the arena tonight, sharpening their ideas in front of all of us. Again, huge reason I'm able to do this week after week, and I appreciate every single one of you as well. Before we move on, let me check real quick. Are either of you planning to hang out for the open panel?
I'm
I'll
good
save
to
it
hang out, and like if you're going to transition, I want to say, Steelborne, it was a blast. It was a lot of fun, and of course, I encourage anyone go check out Steelborne and Speakeazy. Of course, thank you for hosting this, and yeah, this was a shit ton of fun.
Same to you, Tyler. It was a bunch of fun, man.
Yeah, this was great.
No bad blood, no ill will.
Nope.
This was great. This was great. So here's what's happening next. We're gonna roll the debate outro song and video. It'll run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone to hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During that outro, I'm gonna drop a link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the open panel. Come test your ideas, continue the conversation on tonight's topic. Anyone is welcome to hop in. Just come ready, think, question, debate. And if you're going to try to come to just like troll, bring personal drama, spurg over people, you're just going to get muted, most likely booted real quick. All right. So while you're ahead with this idea, just quit. And before we run the outro, one last reminder, make sure you subscribe to both debaters. Their links are in the description. And if you're enjoying these debates, hit the subscribe on the Speakeazy channel as well, so you don't miss any upcoming Swords of Reasons every Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and I'll see you all in a few minutes for the Chaos and Chill.
Step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongue, sharpen fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thought's crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision. Feel the friction. We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision. Ideas break with loud precision. We clash our swords of reason. Strike me with logic. I'll clash our swords of reason in the storm of thought's collision. Forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies. No surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Swords of reason.
And we're back. Welcome in, everybody.
Give me 1 second.
Mr. President, how are you?
I'm well. I'm well. Give me 1 sec.
Did you just fucking call me Steely B, Eli? What the fuck was
Hey,
that?
Steelborne. Hey, Steelborne. Look at you. Can see
Are you on the right mic, Avarice?
You're not on the right mic, dude.
Am I not on the right mic?
No.
Yeah, no way. There's no way. You're way louder than that normal. So it sounds like it's far away from you.
How about now?
There we
That's
go.
Hey.
Oh, better. Fantastic.
There.
I don't know why I did that. Odd. Steelborne, you can see that there was only 1% that actually believe in Christianity. Due to today's reality.
We were arguing within the context of the United States.
Yeah, I got that.
but
So
not
due to
really
got it. So due to today's reality, don't you think that our reality of today is built on democracy and the system of what we live in? Right. So like, no matter what you're going off of right now, like you conceded only 1% make up the American values, right? That you're saying is better than, right?
I don't think that orthodoxy is American values.
Okay, good. So then you're conceding that it's all atheist values that we're built on, right? Like we're allowing abortions, we're allowing all these things to happen. We allow people to go and smoke pot. The gateway to hell, right? We allow these things to happen. So how is this not an atheist reality? It's without God. We're without God. Go to Vegas for like 10 hours.
No. Avarice, and this ties into.
Hold on, Avarice,
to
is
Paul and all
God
this kind of
omnipresent?
Again, this has nothing to do with the argument
Is
of does
God
it define
omnipresent?
that to your worldview, is he omnipresent?
And your worldview.
To your worldview, this is we're dealing with the prompt here. What has to deal with reality, right? Stop trying to get with what worldview I believe in here for a second. Look at the reality. The reality is that we buy into capitalism. We go into that propaganda. We believe into that doctrination. If we believed in all these things, then all the women would be fucking feminists. We would be out fighting these fucking wars.
Well,
if the system was if this wasn't I don't monolith it. Don't be fucking fallacious right now. We would be fucking sitting here trying to fucking have all these fucking arguments and discussions if everybody just agreed with Christianity. The big difference is, and the thing reason why we lost this war is because we dealt with a bunch of atheists that set up our system, and that is the reality of which we have. How is it not?
No,
The
founding fathers are not
there's fucking
atheists.
shit in my teeth from the reflection on your head. You're so bright over there.
I know.
Yeah,
Well,
you
there's a
need to
lot
turn
of
on the
lights going on.
I know,
Again,
but anyway,
I know.
no, I'll continue
I
the
had
argument
to
you're
move.
offering.
I had to move for the child. That's why I have a lot of fucking
Hold on, I'll engage
light
directly
right
with
now.
what you're saying here, Avarice.
Sure.
It's totally
it is
irrelevant to
true
the prompt of the argument.
that-
How is that
Totally
not? How does that not
They're
describe the? How does that not
That
best
is true,
describe the
Tyrell.
argument?
Because when I argue, when I define what I meant by reality in the opening statement.
Again,
reality,
I don't care about your definition of reality. I care about my definition of
Oh,
reality.
so are you arguing against me or not?
I'm arguing that
you arguing against my
atheism.
positions or
Again,
not?
I'm arguing atheism is better for our reality because our reality is based off atheism.
Why would that make
No,
it
it's
better?
not.
Well,
even
not
if I
better.
just
Sorry, I'm
granted-
saying that. Sorry, not better. I'm saying that our reality is based off of atheism and not fucking Christianity because that's how we built it. Our system is based off of atheism.
What's the fundamental axiom of the Constitution?
Are we allow abortions?
What's the axiom of the
Again, do we
Constitution?
allow
Don't answer-
abortions?
don't
That's
answer
not
Do
the
we
question.
allow
Answer my
abortions?
fucking question,
That's not
Everett.
the
Answer the
Again,
question.
do we allow abortions?
That's not
Non-sequitur,
systems
answer the question.
design.
Then do you tell me? Give me the answer.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all man is created is endowed with certain inalienable rights by his creator.
Who
We are
said
one
this?
nation
Are you
under
talking about America? One nation under God? Again, this is all things. I get that some people consider that, but that's not what it is today.
I
Right?
agree with you. That's not what it is today.
It's not what it is, and they subvert that. So again, the reality of today is that we are a reality of commerce and capitalism. There's your reality. We are based under capitalism. We live under capitalism. We are nothing but ants to capitalism. Welcome. Guess what? You're wearing clothes based off capitalism, not God. Capitalism gave it to you.
Real quick.
That's your reality.
China
China gave you your clothes. There's your reality.
Screaming into the mic.
That is
Yeah, so
laughing.
Yeah, totally
listen,
irrelevant.
listen to this, Average.
Teriak, you're 100% correct.
When
This
the
nation was
Christians,
created by
Jews,
deists.
and all these religious
That's
people,
right.
they're pointing to a higher power, which means they're pointing to an objective reason.
Again, I don't give a
Meaning-
shit about you. Your point
one
shit. Right
sec,
now is the reality
listen,
of today.
you
Why don't you
fucking
deal with
spur.
right now,
Listen,
Teriak?
listen,
Deal with
listen,
right now.
I'm addressing the prompt.
Okay, address with right
Steelborne
now,
is
the
claiming-
reality of
Hey,
now.
What
Average,
I'm going to do
Steelborne
what
is
you do.
claiming
Teriak, shut the
is that
fuck up.
he's
I'm just going to keep
pointing
yelling and
to
talk
an
over you because I've got a way
objective
better point
system.
than your retarded one.
Exactly.
Let me
That's what I'm
finish.
trying to say
Let me
right now.
finish.
Just keep going,
and
Bishop.
empirical. He's pointing to reason and observation to
Again-
make his moral claims.
Again, in the observation is
Tyler
that
done-
we're in
what
capitalism. That's the
Tyler
observation.
done was
Okay,
he just
show me where the
basically said,
Christianity is
"It's
right
my
now.
preferences."
Where's our Christianity?
Meaning,
Where's our
Steelborne is
Christianity
pointing to an
foundation right now?
objective
Where are the Christians
argumentation,
right now with
whereas
our
Tyler is
reality?
just pointing
Where's
to the
that
subjective.
foundation?
You don't want to
Where's
listen
the
because you
foundation
know
for
that I'm right.
Christianity right now, Teriak? Where is it?
If I may, I'll just say
so
very
what I'm
quickly,
doing
the
is
founding
trying to
fathers
Let
explain
each
of
other
America were
answer, boys.
Christians.
Let's let each other answer.
Well, I don't mind. He's trying to go back to some history past
All
that
right,
means
hold on.
something
Let
to
him
today.
answer. Let him answer. Let him answer.
Screamy.
No, I'm
'Cause I've got a good
pointing
point
to
to make,
actual.
but-
Yeah, I'm pointing to actual argumentation. What Steelborne is claiming with God, when it's like we ground our morals in God, he's grounding it in logic and empirical reason and observation. What Tyler's argument was, it's just my preferences. which is a
Again,
dogma.
I'm not making I'm not making Tyler. I'm making an Avarice's argument, not
Average
Tyler's.
is contending with my argument.
So I'm
Maybe
going
it
to
is
contend.
argument.
You contend with my reality here for a minute, and how you evaluate Christianity today. When not all of America, less than 1% in your idea is Christian. The value system here and everything that we live on is based off of atheism today. It's
No,
based
it's
on
not.
capitalism.
Avarice.
What would the ethics of a nation being built on the axiom of atheism
Because
have to
they're
do with whether or not a
because
fucking God
each
exists,
nation
Average? Totally
because
irrelevant,
each nation is
non-sequitur.
because
Argue
each
with me
nation
and
is
not some position I don't
Wait.
each because each
Wait.
nation is
Wait.
appealing to their preferences for the laws.
No,
Okay.
That's
they're
why.
making. No, they're not. Avarice.
No.
They're
Yes,
making.
they
They're
are.
making logical.
abortion
They're
would
making
be
That's a
logical
category error.
argumentations.
That's a category error.
Then abortion would be
You're a category
illegal.
error.
Then
That's a category error. That's what Steelborne said. That's category error. I'm dealing with my preferences.
See the way you're
Average.
just screaming over
No, I'm
everybody.
saying your
Average.
argument.
Stop
You're not even
smirking and
engaging with the
listen.
argument that I make.
Hey
Average.
guys,
So then
look, I've been waiting
divorce wouldn't have been
patiently.
passed in the
I'll just mention this if I may. Look, this will be some food for thought that it might promote more of a conversation, right? So I would agree that the founding stock of America were nominally Christian, and I agree with Teriak here for once, that actually they were more so deists, right? So it's kind of like an abstract version of a deity, not necessarily Christianity, let alone Orthodox Christianity. So for one, there were Protestants, and that just bleeds into the idea of this
Protestants
libertarian
aren't
philosophy
Christian according
'cause
to
we're already,
fucking Steelborne.
disregarding the normative authority of the church, so therefore we just keep saying what we want to do. So the point
Protestants
being that
appeal to
I agree
atheism.
that it was the
No.
founding stock.
Protestants
Wrong.
appeal to atheism.
Wrong.
Sorry,
Yes,
what?
they do. Yes, in today in modernity,
No, they don't.
Protestants
That's
appeal
what
to
I'm saying.
atheism.
Logical
Who are?
and the empirical.
No, I disagree. They appeal to a moral code, even though.
Okay, so
of
you're saying
Christianity, of
okay,
Christian ethics,
if Protestants
even though they've
don't
abandoned
appeal
it,
to
so they're
atheism,
hypocrites,
then
right?
why is it that OnlyFans is just taking off like a
I'm just
wildfire?
gonna yell over everybody, not let anybody make an argument and talk about
Well,
OnlyFans,
because
capitalism,
it
and
do-
everything
it doesn't-
that's totally
it doesn't-
irrelevant
because it
to
doesn't
whether
make
or
any
not
sense in
reality is
perspective.
built upon metaphysical
Again,
principles
the
from
reality of what
objective
we have
laws of logic.
today is based off what everybody's preferences are, because
Average-
that's what we
okay,
vote
hold on,
on.
average-
It's a
you're making a
democracy. It's
hold on, hold on,
not. It's not.
Average.
It's not
Fergie,
Christian
calm down,
nationalism. It's a
calm down.
democracy.
Calm down. Stop
Avarice.
spurging. Avarice. Does reality include metaphysics?
No. It requires my preferences.
What the fuck?
Just like everyone else, it's
The thing is that
subjective.
even
not
atheists and
reasonable. You
secularists,
realize that's
they all
unreasonable, Avarice.
borrow from Christian ethics.
Again, this
Whether or
is
not
how
they'll admit
this is
to it, they
again.
borrow from it.
Okay, if
you're
it's
not
unreasonable,
an
if this is unreasonable, then why is it that more people are fall into sin and atheism than they do Christianity? If our world is not built in
Avarice,
that manner,
If you break the law, if you break American law, are you still American?
We're sort of talking
again,
past each other. I
Yes,
think.
you are still American. So just because the Christians
talking
fail does
about-
not mean that they're not Christian.
again,
But
I would contend that they're not even Christians and they don't even know what it is because Protestants subverted it so much that they're no longer Christians. They believe in false prophets.
That doesn't
They
change the
appear to
fact
more
that the foundation
they
of the
appear to
law
a
is
more
built on Christian
atheistic
ethics, though.
foundation now
false
because
prophets.
all they do is appeal to atheistic views like
Oh my
gays,
God.
like
Yes, okay.
transsexuals,
Yes,
like
we agree with you.
feminism.
Avarice, hold on a sec. Hold on. Stop
We
spurging.
agree with you.
You
That's
all.
not what
Do you
we're
think that the
arguing about.
Good, you
majority of
agree with me. I'm
Protestants?
glad we're there.
Hold on, Avarice. Do the majority of Protestants look to feminists and atheists and homosexuals for what is right and wrong, or do they appeal to the Bible? Which one is it?
Again, today we make votes. We vote. We appeal to everybody.
No, that's not what I
we appeal to
asked.
everybody.
No.
We take
Hold
votes.
on a second.
And today
Does
we
voting
vote.
entail what the ethical view of a person is?
Again, we all vote on our own ethics today. That's how we do it.
Doesn't answer my
That's
question.
how we do it.
Answer
That's
my
our
fucking
reality.
question.
Oh, that's our
Avarice,
reality.
From.
Avarice,
Our
answer my
reality is that
comes
we all
from.
take votes.
Okay, that's
not where it
great. I
comes
can just
from.
grant it. Hold on. Do Protestants appeal to the Bible for their ethics, or
No,
to
they appeal.
feminists?
No, they appeal to their own family traditions. Whatever
Okay,
that may be.
do
Whatever
they
that may
appeal-
be.
Do they appeal to the Bible for their ethics?
No,
No.
no.
I don't know.
No,
And you
if
don't-
they appealed,
fundamentally
if they appealed,
don't
if they appealed to the
think
Bible for their
that's
ethics, then they wouldn't allow gays. Now would they?
It's the
Most-
most
Look,
loose.
if they're
If they appeal to the Bible, they wouldn't allow gays. Right? They appeal more to atheism than they do the Bible. That's what we're trying to say.
The only thing I
you're
can
saying.
even. The only
You're
thing I
talking
can
about
even.
California. I'm pretty sure.
You're
But
talking-
The only thing I can even like if Protestants are looking at the Bible is that all people are made in the image of God. So basically anything goes.
No,
No. The Orthodox wouldn't reject that all humans are made in the image of God.
Real quick, Steelborne. This is the thing that you bastardize in terms of the story of Abraham with Sodom and Gomorrah. You basically made the claim that Abraham just prayed and said, "Please don't do it." That's not what happened. Abraham made a logical argument to God and said, "If you wipe out this city, you are going to wipe out righteous people."
No.
That would be unjust.
I'm a
That would be
Christian too. I'm
unreasonable.
a Christian too.
suggest
I'm a
that-
Christian
We're talking
too.
about
So here's
the
what we're gonna do: is we're gonna now implement the new Christian SAAM, right?
You
That's
just
a
said
new
you're not a
Christian
Christian,
value,
Avarice.
right?
Which one is it? Hold
We're
on,
gonna
Avarice.
implement.
Avarice,
No,
you just
I'm
said you're
gonna
not a
follow you
Christian.
now.
Stop arguing. No,
Now-
you just said you're not a Christian.
we're-
Which is it?
hold
Are you or
on.
aren't you?
If we're just gonna do, if we can do whatever we want under Christianity in today's society because we can vote on it, then all the Christians would believe that we could just because of how much abortion there is. I might as
Christianity
well
is not a
just,
democracy.
I might be able to implement the SAAM because of how much abortion
No, 'cause it
America
wipes out
already
humanity.
has.
Hold on a second,
Wait,
Avarice.
I don't
like
Christianity is not a
humanity.
democracy.
Again,
I don't think he-
that's why we
what
allow
does he
abortion
think-
here. We don't have
Wait.
Christian values
Wait.
here. We don't have Christian ethics here.
Avarice.
We have
Wait.
secular atheist
The
values
U.S.
here.
government isn't
Hold on,
a
Avarice,
Protestant government.
Are there
It's-
Orthodox
There you
Christians?
go. It's not. It's atheist.
Avarice, are there
It's not
Orthodox Christians in the
atheist.
United
You
States?
keep saying
Yes,
these
it is.
words
Hold on,
on
hold on, hold on, hold on,
Christianity.
hold on.
What are you talking about?
Hold on.
No, I'm saying I was
Av-
making the
Avarice,
argument here
hold on.
under his argument. If I'm just Christian, I can just abort babies in because in any as
No
long as I
one's
believe in
talking-
God, I can then maximize babies going to heaven because
No,
my
the
worldview
Constitution
now
was
counts.
written by
No,
a
my
deist,
world.
not
No,
an
my
atheist.
worldview now counts for Christianity. Whatever
Then
I believe
what?
in Christianity is Christianity as long as I
Hold on a
believe
second,
there's
hold on a second.
God.
Avarice,
As long as I believe there's God.
Where are you getting
Avarice,
this?
hold on a second, Gabe. Hold on, I got to ask Avarice a question. Avarice,
Sure.
do we now have a different definition of heaven maxing than we did last time?
What? No, there is the definition of maxing is to maximize the souls going to heaven. And my means of getting there would be to implement the SAAM, right?
But that would
and
be an
here's
immoral
what
way
we're
of getting the
gonna-
maximum souls to heaven, which would be an immoral
Again, no, only your moral way of getting there. I'm doing sola scriptura, and I'm interpreting the Bible, the living Bible, the way I want to be able to interpret it, and that
Okay, so
still
you're a
makes me
heretic.
Jesus. Again, no, only heretic. Then I'm not Christian. I'm atheist then.
Yeah, heretics.
You're not
can-
atheist,
heretics-
you're
no, heretics
deist.
aren't atheists, you idiot.
Oh, okay. So what am I appealing to then? Am I appealing to Christian values or atheist value when I want to abort all the babies?
Just being a
Am
heretic.
I
makes you an
appealing
atheist?
to am I
Avarice,
appealing
Avarice,
to
being a
Christian
heretic makes you an
values
atheist.
or am I appealing to atheist values when I want to abort all the babies?
Avarice, are
It's not
Muslims
just Christian and
atheists?
atheist. There's deists.
Okay,
Hold on a second,
you're
hold on a
not
second.
again. You're not even
Average.
answering my question.
No, you're
then.
not. No, because you're just
Because your
asserting questions.
question
You're not
is-
answering ours. Are Muslims atheist?
Yes.
Under
They're
your
atheists.
worldview,
They reject
Yes.
personal God. They don't believe in a personal
Okay,
God.
you're retarded.
Again, they don't believe in my God. They believe in false things, and that's
Doesn't make
closer to
That's
atheism
irrelevant
than
to whether or not they
that's
believe in a personal
closer
God.
closer to atheism than it is Christianity.
Oh, it is. Is it? Do they not
Yes.
believe in Do they believe in a personal God?
Again, they can fuck their own
Do
cousins.
they
which
believe
moves
in a
them
personal God?
closer
Answer the
to
question. Do they
atheism.
believe in a personal God?
Again, they can fuck their own sisters. That puts them closer to
think you have
atheism
a very
than it
skewed
does
version of this.
Christianity.
Oh, it's like Avarice. Do they believe in a personal God?
Again,
Quit
no,
avoiding the question.
I don't
Quit
think that
avoiding
they
the
believe in
question.
Muhammad. They believe in
Do
two
they-
gods.
Do they believe that Allah is God? Do they believe in a personal God?
And
Real
Muhammad.
quick, sorry boys, I was
they don't
distracted
argue
by
Muhammad
the
is,
by the
is
wife
divine.
when this came in. Sweater sent in 5 said, Tyler, you argue from the Bible like a prot. What is Jubilee year? What happened to the slaves in a Jubilee year?
Jubilee year, is that I assume Jubilee is okay, I'll just look it up. I'll look up what okay.
Well, then
Remission of sins, debate, and universal pardon. Okay, well, I'm looking up specifically what Jubilee is.
I got a question for you now,
So he doesn't
Steelborn.
know.
In today's
real quick,
reality,
before you
do
get
we
back
appeal to
into
the
it.
law or do you appeal to Christianity when it comes to today when you cross the road?
Okay, real quick before we get back into that, think about that question. For
That's the
just a
system
minute.
you live in. That's the reality. When you
One
cross the road, you're
second,
appealing to
Avarice,
the
one
law.
second.
Avarice,
Hold
shut
up.
up and let Easy talk.
Hold up, bro. Hold up. Let me make an announcement here. So first off, chat, you have already hit the 300 to for a hot seat. All right. For some of you that weren't here earlier, what we have done is like we've raised the main goal to 450, but it's still always 300 for a hot seat. So I just wanted to let you guys know about that. And then also so as you guys know, I'm a little I like making like these in chat interactive concept shows, right? And what I've wanted to do, I've had this one for a while. It's basically a spin-off of verbal combat. It's like so what it's called is Verbal Combat Origins. Okay, so if we hit 1,000 in any stream except Verbal Combat Fridays, because obviously we're doing Verbal Combat on Fridays, but any stream that we ever hit 1,000, all right, it's gonna start up. It's gonna trigger the Verbal Combat Origins. All right, and what that is it's going to be a 4 to 8 fighters. Right, I'll give a time limit for the fighters to join. 4 to 8 fighters, single elimination 1v1, 6-minute matches, no extensions. The chat can either give $2 votes to who the 1v1 is going to be, or someone can override that with $10 and just pick a 1v1. We get down to the last person. That last person wins Verbal Combat Origins, and what they get is a Q skip token for the next 2 verbal combats. That's how long it lasts. So what that means is like if you come join and there's like 5 people ahead of you and you have one of these tokens, you get to be the next person up.
Sneaky fucker.
Right? So you can get a Q skip token, and this is another avenue for people to get a custom verbal combat character as well. So people who win Verbal Combat Origins will get a Q skip token and a custom verbal combat character. So that's going to be any stream that we hit 1,000, anyone, except for Verbal Combat Fridays, obviously. But yeah, just want to let everybody know that's a new thing we're starting up over here. I put it into the Verbal Combat Discord, and I'll give more of an announcement in the main Discord after. But yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that's what we're doing now.
And just
Make sure to go to Speakeazy shop to get your printout of your Speakeazy character once you get it. Yeah, it's right now. Shipped to you and
what you're
framed.
not understanding with this argument is there's theists and then there's atheists, but there's also deists.
I hear what you're saying, deists, but again, I'd say that those deists, their values today have been so subverted, right? That they now all they understand are the atheist values. That's what I'm trying to say. Is they're closer to atheism. They are closer to atheism than they are Christianity.
Listen to me, Avarice, right? As a deist, you cannot just say, this is my argument because they said so. My argument is my preferences. That is not a reasonable or empirical argument.
No, okay, tell me how a deist is not closer to atheism than Christianity. Tell me how.
They believe in a God. They just believe in an impersonal God.
So you can have gay marriages. We can have sex with our sisters. We can subscribe to OnlyFans. Look, I can actually make nudies now. What are you talking about? These are all things that people subscribe to in today's tradition.
We're gonna get. You're completely disconnected.
But deists, like I would actually account that's actually more in line with an atheist through paganism because it's actually different gods that do different things. So you can appeal to your own god.
This is a flawed
premise. There's not enough tied to deism and the belief in a deistic God that would be able to.
It would entail your ethical system.
Regardless, though, there's a huge
your ethical system is based on reason.
I believe in the fawns. I believe in the Church of the Fawns right now. Now I'm a deist. I'm a deist now, right? Because I believe in the Church of the Fawns.
No, that was
a deist.
That was still a deist. God.
Hey,
Avarice, you gotta shut up long enough to have a question to ask.
It's fucking stupid.
Why do you keep conflating is and ought?
Again, because you're making it stupid. Again, I'm saying that the Christians that you're calling Christians now, which he conceded are closer to atheists than they are Christians.
False.
I never affirmed that proposition. I never affirmed that.
Yeah, yes, you did. You said that you don't see them as Christians.
They're not a member of the body of Christ, but I would say they're closer to Christians than they are to atheists.
How are they? Then how are they if they subscribe to atheistic views?
They don't
subscribe to atheistic views. They're attempting to be part of the body of Christ. They're just misguided.
So you're saying that they don't make decisions based on their subjective opinions. Instead, they make most of their decisions based on Christ. Most Christians.
Their understanding, yes.
No, absolutely not. I disavow that.
Okay, that's great. You're the fucking content with the argument.
Sure, I'll prove it. Go to a fucking strip club and watch every guy there.
They're not all. How do you say that they're all Christians?
Watch everyone doing some OnlyFans. Look at everything. Everyone that buys a fucking Pepsi, you're feeding into capitalism, and that opposed to Christianity. Which means you're feeding more into atheism, which means you're feeding more into the atheistic values than Christian values. So atheism describes our reality today more than it describes Christianity.
Avarice. Does atheism give an accounting for the laws of logic?
It could, yes.
Demonstrate that, please. I would love to hear someone demonstrate it.
Yeah, by accumulating enough people in a massive group of to then them vote on what is right and wrong.
That has nothing to do with the laws of logic.
What? Again, that's how they make logical opinions.
No. The three classical laws of logic. Can atheism give an accounting for that?
I guess I could think of something off my head. I don't know right now.
Demonstrate it, Avarice. Demonstrate it.
I'm not playing tag with you right now.
That's what the fucking argument was.
I'm not playing tag debate with you because you're a little bitch. All right, let's get to what actual reality is.
I can't demonstrate.
Let's get to the actual reality. Let's look at the argument. I love my I love my ad homs. Now listen,
I can't make an argument, so I'm just going to scream over everybody. Capitalism.
Again, because you can't contend with what today's reality is, and because you can't contend with today's reality, you have to go to the history pack. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Okay, then how do you describe today if it's all based off? If we all lived off of a Christianity, it was all built off the logic of Christianity. How do you describe today? How do you describe today then? How do you describe today then?
Avarice, when did I make that fucking claim?
Because it's less Christian, which means Christianity is a better system. He proved it by stating that.
Again, it's not that it's a better system. We're not talking about what's better. We're talking about what best describes the system of today, the reality of today. What describes our reality? The reality.
Yes, Avarice, hold on a sec. Are the laws of logic eternal?
Which, again, is what people voted on. There's Genghis Khan. China, they don't believe in Christianity either. How'd they come up with their logic, you piece of shit?
No. Atheists use logic. They just can't give an accounting for logic, which is what the argument was.
Again, because you're saying is you're trying to account for Christianity, which doesn't account for the atheistic views that most people base their decisions on and base the systems off of.
Hold on, Christianity can absolutely give an accounting for the phenomenon of atheism.
Okay, so tell me how most people base their opinions off of doing things now.
Most people,
the reality, how they base their things off their reality. Their choices.
Prompt is now.
Average. Do the laws of logic exist?
Because they're talking about how do they go with reality. The reality is right now.
So are the laws of logic. So is knowledge. So is information. So is the problem of induction.
Okay,
so
and then how is OnlyFans Christianity logical? Make it make sense.
Said that.
On average, the questions I'm raising to the atheists are prior to the
again. Then how?
Anything.
Again, just answer his question. It's so easy. That's easy, Avarice.
What's that?
Why? Even how Christianity accounts for people doing OnlyFans. Because God gave us free will.
But he didn't. He hardened people's hearts. So it is within his nature to harden people's hearts. It is within God's nature to take away people's choices.
Again, I like how you need Speakeazy to come step in, Steelborne, and help your ass.
I didn't need you to come in and step in. You're just not even addressing my argument.
Your perspective, because you're not addressing mine.
Except for when
you're not addressing my argument whatsoever. So why should I engage with you when I try to engage with good faith and I give you the argument?
Again, no, you're just trying to play tag. You're just trying to play tag.
Yes, that's the argument.
I just want to play tag. I just want to play tag. It's a stupid argument. Here's the argument. Today,
demonstrate the flaw with the transcendental argument for God's existence.
I think I'm catching schizophrenia from
If it's a bad argument, demonstrate that, Avarice. Come on, if it's a bad argument.
Okay, it's a bad argument because your argument doesn't describe the things that exist in today's modernity.
Hold on. Can we know those things? Can we know the things in modernity?
Can you prove that tag exists?
That tag exists?
Or can you prove that? Can you prove that all the logic behind all of your tag exists?
Hold on, what's tag?
Yes, it's an argument. It's an argument about the precepts or the preconditions for knowledge itself. So if intelligibility is possible, we have to give it an accounting for how it's possible.
Okay,
There's only one way that it's possible. That's what the argument demonstrates.
If that demonstrates, then why do we let things like Papua New Guinea happen? Where things like that, it's okay to do things like that.
We didn't. We fucking went in and stopped them.
No, we didn't. You said it keeps going. You literally said that in the argument with Tyler that we didn't go in and stop them.
No. We did go in and stop them, and then Christians left, and then they started doing. One tribe started doing it again.
And now they're doing it again.
Oh my God! People could follow.
Which means they're reverting back to. There's no. Which means it's proof that again, people do what they want.
They're not atheists. They're pagans.
Again, they do what they want.
They're pagans, not atheists.
Again, people. Again, I'm saying that paganism. I'm saying that paganism. Again, paganism is just a one-off of atheism. They're just trying to believe in something. Atheism is what people actually believe. They believe in their own feelings.
Avarice, is a religious identity just a self-ID to you? Is it just like fucking gender? Can I identify as whatever the fuck I want, or is there actual criteria to be the thing? Does the word actually mean something?
It feels like Christianity. It feels like today the Christianity is just an identifier. I can just put it on my dog tag. I just put it on my dog tag.
One sec.
Can I not put any religion I want on my dog tag?
Yeah, you're more than welcome to do that. Well, let me ask you, Avarice. So
you have to. I can identify as whatever I want here.
Avarice. In order to be a Christian, do you have to affirm that Jesus Christ existed as a person, like the person of Jesus Christ existed?
Again, I can go to the mall if anybody identifies as Christian. I just have to say I'm Christian in Christianity.
But what does that mean? Does it mean anything?
Again, to you, what does it mean?
We literally talked about non-denominational Christianity earlier about guys butt fucking other guys.
That's great, but that's irrelevant to the argument I'm making right now. Avarice, does being a Christian have to mean something?
About claiming to be Christians. That's not Christian.
Claiming doesn't.
I mean, subjectively it could.
No, it can't.
I don't see why not.
Okay, Avarice, I'm a kangaroo.
I gotta put you back. It was Tyler that went down. I was like, wait, what the heck?
Avarice, I'm a kangaroo. Why am I wrong?
Out accidentally.
I have fun bouncing around, dude. You're fucking weird.
So you have no fucking arguments. Got it.
I mean, I don't. If you want to identify as a kangaroo, I mean, I'm not going to stop you, right? But like what we do.
Am I a kangaroo though? Am I the thing? Am I the thing?
Again, what I'm saying with atheism.
Am I the thing, Avarice? Yes or no? Am I the thing?
Again, with atheism, what
am I the thing?
Again, in our worldview, we'd pool together our group of people and we'd say,
Avarice,
hey,
can I be an atheist who believes in God?
You can't make truth.
Can I be an atheist who believes in God, Avarice?
Could I be an atheist that believes in God? You could be an atheist that
believes in God. Can I be an atheist that believes in God? Yes or no?
Yeah, actually, absolutely, you could.
How can you be an atheist that believes in God if the definition of atheism is the rejection
here,
of God?
I'll get there. Yeah, I got you.
Nope, it's a rejection.
Hold on,
I'm
I'm gonna land
God.
this. Are you gonna let me land this? Yeah. And here's why. Because their God is non-existent. They actually don't believe in anything. It was not the real God or the true God, right? So they're not really believing in anything.
You're just fucking equivocating, Avarice. Stop equivocating. Answer my question.
I'm not. I answered your question. They don't believe in anything. They're even closer to atheism. No. My point.
Answer my question directly. Can I be an atheist who believes in the Trinitarian God?
You cannot believe in the
Trinitarian. No, not the Trinitarian God. No.
Can I be an atheist who believes in the Unitarian God?
Yes.
A God. You can
I can
believe
be an atheist can believe in a God.
Yes.
Yes, because they have the wrong God. They're just they're misinformed. They're just atheists.
So here's
hold on, wait. So every person who's not a Trinitarian Christian is an atheist? Is that what your argument is?
That's your argument, saying that you don't accept them as Christians.
That doesn't mean that they're not. That doesn't mean they're atheists. You fucking retard. What the fuck are you talking about?
It means that they're closer to atheist.
Where do you think that?
Here, hold on. This is why.
Demonstrate the entailment for me. Demonstrate logical argument. Give it to me.
Yeah.
If let's say you're like a Protestant or a Catholic,
absolutely.
How you're more closer to being an atheist. How is a Catholic closer to being an atheist if they practice the sacraments, they fast, they try to follow the faith?
Hold on.
How is a Catholic closer to an atheist than an Orthodox Christian?
I'll concede your 23% Catholics, but your Protestants, on the other hand. Now let's get on them. Well, would you say that allowing people to speak in tongues?
Answer my question instead of asking a question. Avarice. Answer the question.
I concede the Catholics, right?
Are they monoliths? Are they monoliths? I'm just checking.
Well, there's
they all believe that. All of them. All of the Protestants believe that.
Enough to make votes that sway. Enough to make votes that sway our laws and our reality to make that so. Right, and that's what we're trying to get at.
Okay,
right? Like the fact that they're allowed to abort in California shows that atheism is how we make.
Answer my question real quick. Hold on, answer my question. So if politics declares something to be the case, does that make it necessarily true
for that area?
Okay, got it. So if you're whatever city you live in, I'm not asking you to doc stuff. Whatever city you live in declares that Avarice is a homosexual. Does that mean that you suck cock?
Yeah, that's gonna suck. I probably don't.
Does that mean
they declare me as they declare it.
Well,
so words have to mean something. It can't just be an arbitrary fucking reference. It doesn't mean anything.
Again, they could
can't just declare it because it wouldn't be true.
What I'm saying is that they're not declaring the real God. Right? They're not declaring anything. They're not even declaring God. They're actually doing the opposite. They're going the opposite route.
Prove it.
Okay, great. So hold on.
By the votes, Abe. By votes.
Okay, if the votes say that Avarice is a homosexual, does that mean you suck cock?
Wait. There's a huge logical breakdown in everything that you're saying.
What do you mean?
Making this claim. You're making a claim that because the country votes a certain way, that all Protestants now believe in a different God.
It's 100 to boot me. Let's see it. Pick it up.
It doesn't even make sense what you're saying.
So here's
motherfucker wins VK one time, and this is what we get.
Avarice, is it possible for a Protestant to believe in monarchical Trinitarianism? Is it possible for a Protestant to believe in that?
Again,
answer the question, yes or no.
A delusional one, yes.
No.
A delusional atheist.
Is it logically possible for a Protestant to affirm the monarchical Trinitarian model, the same as the Orthodox Church?
A delusional one.
Answer the question, yes or no. Can they believe in the exact same model of God as the Orthodox Church?
Anybody can believe in anything.
Can they believe in the exact same model as the Orthodox Church?
Anybody could believe anything.
Okay, got it. So if a Protestant believes in the exact same model of God, how are they closer to an atheist?
Because they're not. The votes show by today's reality that they allow abortion.
Not the votes. I'm asking you a logical question.
So it's just showing you that by today's standard, they don't believe in that. They actually believe in atheism more than they believe in Christianity.
Hold on, non sequitur. If they believe in the if they believe in the monarchical Trinitarian model of the Orthodox Church, same exact concept of God that we have, are they closer to an atheist if they believe in the same God that I do, retard?
They are. Again,
because they believe the same model of God as I do. Now it's not a different God.
again, they're not believing in your model if they're not
believe in
taking
the same
part.
model of God as
Not
I
if
do.
they're not taking part in the things that your God has asked them to do.
Can you be an Orthodox Christian if there's no
Really?
Orthodox church? Like, let's say there's no Orthodox church without you, but you fully believe in the theology, but you've never been baptized. Do you believe in the same God, or are you an atheist?
Can you slow that down and speak a little bit so I can understand it?
Can somebody who is inquiring into Orthodoxy, but there's no Orthodox church in their country, right? Like they believe all the stuff that Orthodox Christians do, but they're not baptized, so therefore they're not part of the body of Christ. Are they atheists, or are they closer to Orthodoxy?
Again, I would say that if they are adhering to the law of God, right? Then
Why couldn't a Protestant do that? Is it possible for a Protestant to do that?
It is. I would say that they're not.
Is it possible?
It is possible, but again, you're not showing by the. I'm showing you that they're not doing it by the votes of how America is voting. They're not doing
Protestants
that.
vote based as fuck. What are you talking about? The Mormons vote against abortion and women's rights, and so do the fucking Baptists, and so do the Methodists.
Mormons.
So do the
Okay,
Presbyterians.
so you're proving that more people are atheists than they are
they're
Christian.
voting the way I vote, you idiot. What are you talking
No, they're
about?
not, because then if they are, then why is there abortion in California? Why is there abortion in Washington? Why do we have
California's a Christian
OnlyFans
state?
America? Why do we have
Everest, you're too good at
OnlyFans
this.
around America?
No, he's not. He's not even making arguments. Avarice is the majority of California
He's
Christians.
not trying to. Yes! Oh, my
50
God!
comes in. Avarice, thank you for joining us. And someone
was fun, Avarice.
That was fun. Yeah, I know. That was
That's
good.
an entire
That'd be way more racist.
I love you, brother.
Yeah, it was. It
You
was.
suck up all the air.
Well, let's be fair, real quick. I just want to point out, I think Avarice did a better job arguing against the prompt. Specifically, the way that I argued the prompt than Tyler. Like, I love you, Tyler. But that might be the case.
I was arguing
They
the
both
prompt
did
again.
good.
I kept getting pulled into this other fucking direction while I was making the same fucking argument.
So,
It was
until
good
we
to be
get
up
to the
here.
hot seat, Avarice, I gotta take you off unless someone pays to bring you back.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was good to be here. I'm glad you got paid to get kicked off. I didn't know how long I could hold up. So it was like holding up a brick. Which way do I go? I got Nick's and Steelborne.
Thank you for coming. You're always it's always a pleasure.
See you, buddy.
See ya.
It's always a pleasure.
The people who don't know in my chat are like, "What the fuck? This guy sucks." I'm like, yeah,
I have to
but,
throw this
mean,
out there. I've wanted to slap Avarice a lot of times. I wanted to slap him way more tonight than ever before. Just throwing it out there.
Well, and here's why
I'm going with arguments. I was like, what the fuck are you
It's
talking
funny
about?
that you'd want to kick Avarice more than you'd want to kick.
Oh
someone who
shit! I'm
identifies
sorry
as
to have to put you back down, Bill.
Oh,
I live.
Well, so this is why I like to build on that. Actually, so why even a Protestant or someone that believes in their own worldview. So
that's why
even the liberal
is doing
the liberal worldview is that they don't appeal to an outside God. They view themselves as God, and they are creating the reality that they actually are interacting with. They themselves are a God. They do not differentiate.
1000%.
So even though they are appealing to their God, I am God, they're still appealing to a God. So that we can look at even with Protestants, if their view is more, well, it's my preferences, well, I am appealing to my God, a monolithic God. I am appealing to what my interpretation of what God is. That's the liberal worldview. Outside the like the Christian hardcore conservative view of there is an outside force.
No, I mean, like,
yeah,
I still think that's inconsistent. I still think it's inconsistent. You would have to make a claim at that point.
Yeah, because it was logical, right? Because we do is today we have democracy, right? And that's how we do things. That's how they've done it since Rome. They gathered in big groups of people and made laws. So really, the reality that was built is laws.
His own voice.
Oh, well, then pay $50 to remove me because I'm not stopping anytime soon. This train's in full drive.
Well, go ahead.
Until you make it logical.
Let Abe answer what he wants.
You would be making a complete statistical error, because if it is the case that 30% vote conservative and 30% vote liberal and 30% don't vote at all, then the only claim that you're making is that center part of 30% must all be Protestant, which is not the case. It is more likely that the 30% that are voting conservative are mostly conservative, and the 30% that are voting Democrat are mostly non-Christian, and that middle section is a bit of both. And there's no way to claim that Christians are the reason that it's swayed to the degen side.
Again, what it's saying though is that today's modernity. There we go.
You'll be back. I believe in you.
God damn it! Do I have to break up the credit card?
Money.
He'll be back.
Welcome back, Bill.
So even if that is the case, okay, so we have kind of our extremes on the side. We have the left and the right, and the squishy middle, right? But those people, just as with the right and the left, they still operate on what we think is good. So just as the right views that God is giving
politically, maybe you could say that for the political parties themselves. You can't say that for all the voting people beneath the parties.
No, I'm not making a monolithic claim, but I'm talking in terms of generality. So as again, I'm the odd liberal out here. I could say that most liberals view how they interact with the world, that they are God's creating the world. That's how they view it. That is 100% how they view it.
Yeah.
What?
So they are creating the.
It's a meism. I get it. So it's me. I get it.
Yes, exactly.
By the way, could I just mention how nice it is to actually have a conversation like have some air to breathe. We can, hear each other out and, give each other space to talk.
No, because communism and capitalism and your shirts exist because of capitalism, and then they're more atheists because they vote for Democrats.
While I do have the mic, I would just like to say this. First of all, Christ is risen. That's the most important thing.
Truly is risen.
And now also, just on Avarice's argument there, it was very bizarre to me because that's what about self-identifying makes you the thing. Does that mean that he believes that women that say they're women, men that say they're women are women, like it's a little bit silly. He
literally said, hold on a second. He said that you can be an atheist who believes in in God. You can't be. That's literally a category. There's a performative contradiction.
You
to
can
be an atheist who believes in God.
I am God.
No. Who believes in an outside power above yourself?
God. No, that was not your definition, Steelborne. You said that someone that does not believe in I can say that I. Oh, fuck.
That's non-theistic. That's not the general atheist view.
Yeah, look at you're not defining what the God is, right? That's what we're trying to say. Because they don't define what the God is, and they're not defining it by your God, right? They're just defining. They might as well just be defining themselves. You piece of shit.
No, because you made the claim that Protestants would fit into that same category, which they do not.
Again, it shows through the votes, or they don't though. They choose themselves over God, proving it through the votes. That's how they get.
Again,
this is what best describes reality.
Doesn't mean you didn't hear, Avarice. Just because you're in the back doesn't mean you didn't hear that there's 30%.
Oh yeah, I spaced you out for a fucking RimWorld while I'm on the back. Like in the back, I'm tuning you out.
We're getting slapped.
Well, you then pay for me to keep up here, and I won't tune you out as much.
Hold on a second, Avarice, can you be a Christian or can you be an atheist that believes in the Trinity?
I said no.
Okay, so why can't you be a Christian that believes, or why can't you be an atheist who believes in the Trinity?
Why?
Is it because atheism has to have entailments?
It's because Christianity has entailments.
Okay, can you be an atheist who believes in a Unitarian God that's above yourself?
I'm saying atheist has less entailments than Christianity. Way less.
Avarice, can you define what theism means?
A whole lot less. And if I had to put categories,
Avarice, can you define theism?
If I had to put a nice little bell curve, right, and I had to put Christianity on one side, and I had to put atheism on the other side, and I had to take the reality of where people vote today. The reality is that they vote over on the atheism side.
Okay, Avarice,
based on all the views.
Avarice, define theist.
I think it'd be better to go
define atheist?
No, define theist.
Robot.
Why don't you tell me what it is?
Somebody who believes in a personal God.
Again,
a God.
Steelborne, what was the prompt? What was the prompt of this whole debate?
Christianity versus atheism, which gives a better accounting for reality.
Accounting for reality,
What
which is
hold on,
today.
no,
exactly. But
Today.
wait a minute. This is what's the problem is when I saw the prompt, I thought it was going to be about like metaphysics and philosophy, like what accounts for the external world and immaterial reality.
Yeah,
I'm glad that's what you. I'm glad that's what you think it. I'm glad that's what you think that it accounts for. But what I think it accounts for is the laws of our society and the democracy and how people live their lives. Because that's the reality. That's we live in reality. We live in reality. I don't live in heaven. I don't live in some fucking spiritual world. Well, then why don't you contend with reality, you piece of shit?
Because all the metaphysics are prior to reality, you motherfucker.
But there is no you can't see metaphysics. Why you contend with the things you can see, you piece of shit?
Metaphysics is a self-repeating proposition, so it's fucking retarded.
Again, we can see the fucking laws that we have to abide by.
Metaphysical claim.
Okay, Avarice.
Oh my god!
All of the questions that I was asking are prior to the law.
Later.
Prior to society.
Have fun in RimWorld.
Have fun in reality.
Well, thank you for coming up again, Avarice.
He was metaphysically kicked off the panel.
And welcome back, Bill.
For a minute.
We're like edging this guy now. He's like, oh, I'm here. Oh, I'm gone. Oh, I'm here. Like,
yeah. So I want to address this real quick because this seems like it was really relevant.
Gross,
to Tyler.
bro.
The reason why I was asking about things like
keep
the
it
laws
down
of
over
logic,
Too far.
objective truth, knowledge, information, meaning, all these different concepts, those concepts are prior to everything else. Like if the world is not intelligible and we can't make sense of reality, we can't make sense of the world,
there we go.
then nothing that happens in reality we wouldn't be able to understand any part of it. So these are the preconditions for intelligibility itself. So who gives a better accounting for the preconditions of intelligibility?
Okay, so here's my honest position. I get the philosophy and all of the the kind of bigger thinking type of shit. I'm a normie, fucking middle of the road, left leaning liberal. That's my position.
You just lost every VK vote. I'm just gonna point. I'm just kidding.
I've said from day one. I don't hide that I seem to identify more with Christians and Christian conservatives, even as I said in our argument, than I seem to do with the modern liberal, where chopping off a little boy's penis off is somehow morally justifiable. I find.
Well, look, we can't all be perfect. This sounds like a good time. I'm just saying.
But so. When we're getting into philosophy, it's like it's the bigger thinking, and I think in terms of people who are operating today. They're thinking in terms. Oh, fuck's sakes!
I can't skip over that, Tyler. I can't skip over that. How would you claim any moral justification absent?
Sorry, Bill.
Absent God, absent Christianity.
Well, so the moral justification.
Because if the popular consensus, if the popular consensus is that that's justified and it's fine and it is moral, then how could you make any moral justification that it's bad?
We make the moral justification by voting on it, by the consensus, by the group of people. The consensus of people. We all vote on it. We make a group effort of people.
Avarice, that's what we're asking him.
That's called the democracy.
Yes, if the majority votes to cut off little boy's penis because they just think it's fucking fun.
Yes,
how can you tell them they're wrong for that?
We don't. That's called democracy. We voted on it. That's called abortion. How can you say that abortion's wrong? How do you not want to send all the souls to heaven?
Then how the hell did we get rid of all of the chemical castration of children? How are we pushing back?
Because our people got together, they voted and said, "Hey, we believe this to be wrong, so let's get rid of that." That's called voting. That's called democracy.
Were we just not voting before, or do we make arguments and change people's minds?
We always made votes. We've been voting since the dawn of time. We've been able to raise our hand. We've been taking votes.
Wait, we vote on who the monarchy is?
We've been taking. Ever since we've been...
Stop smirking. Do we vote on who the monarch is? Do we vote on who the king is?
Again, just because of periods of time where people
this is a modern idea. We've been doing monarchy for thousands of years.
Those monarchs are put there by the rich people, or we like to call the higher ups. Yes, the royalty, the nobles put them in place and gave them nobles voted on king. Yes, many times the nobles voted on kings. Many times the nobles voted on kings. Many times the nobles voted on kings, did they not?
No, give me a demonstration.
Okay, King Edward III was voted on through the Ireland when they cut out the whole line. The nobles had to come in. Ireland was voted on nobles. When fucking William Wallace came in and sacked it, the nobles had to come in and
Ireland,
or Scotland, whatever, Scotland. Forgive me for getting the place wrong. Again, voted on by the nobles. Voted on by the nobles. You still can't prove it. We've been voting since the dawn of time.
Was the Tokugawa shogun voted for by the nobles?
Democracy.
Was the Japanese emperor voted for? Was King Napoleon voted for? Was any? Literally, I can point to so many monarchs that weren't voted for.
Put there by secret votes from their nobles, by the people with power with money.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yes, the secret votes of nobles.
Leonidas was voted for in Greece.
Yeah, this because the people together, they all got together for Leonidas and said, "This guy's got the stuff. We're gonna put him in power."
We voted for my king.
Hey, we voted for that shit. Hell yeah!
Yeah, we voted for
the people with power. Voted to be behind that person.
Goddamn arm.
Yeah.
How did you become king? I didn't vote for you.
We've been voting since the dawn of time, and you're just saying no, we don't. But yes, we have. We've always been voting.
Adam vote to?
Man, good.
Did we vote for the king?
Let's let a little bit of back and forth. Let's get some back and forth.
Avarice, did we vote for the king? Did we vote for the king?
Again, we don't. Again, I want to limit votes as it is. I don't want everybody voting. I want the higher voting. I want the more. Again, I'm voting. I'm voting that we appeal to atheism and democracy.
Why would we appeal to a system that's incoherent, inconsistent, and can't
again? Because that's the system in reality that we live in.
Is ought.
Yeah, seriously, this is the whole is ought dilemma. Just because
this is the reality that we we live in. I don't see how you don't see this.
Yes, just because it is the case that there are way more atheists.
Because it is the case. You said because it is the case. There you go. This is the case of reality, you piece of shit.
Just because it is the case that there are more atheists today than there ever have been has no bearing about whether or not Christianity is true. You fucking moron. What are you talking about?
Again, what you're saying here is that you're saying I appeal to my Christian. Again, most people appeal to democracy in votes. That's how we get things in place. That's how the reality takes place. That's how voting takes place. That's how democracy takes place. That's how we get the reality of today.
Is truth a democracy?
Simple question.
Yes. I'm here, Teriak. What's up?
Truth is a democracy?
Which is a better argument, right? Justifying the argument through reason and empirical evidence,
hold that question.
Or saying my preferences.
He's going to have to answer you from the back.
How did he make that claim? How did he literally...
Come on, Tariq. They don't have logos. You know what I'm saying? Alhamdulillah, baby.
Ham salami bacon, brother.
Please no.
Ham salami bacon.
I have like PTSD, Avarice.
How?
I'm gonna let somebody else get a chance in here.
I'm loving you tonight.
Hey, kids, it's me. I guess you thought that I was dead.
Average, which is a better argument?
But I
justifying an argument with logic and empirical evidence, or just saying my preferences.
It's because you're not being able to contend that we don't make votes. All you guys are saying is that you guys are crying because that's the way it is. Again, you guys are just complaining because we live on democracy.
Lutch needs to say goodbye.
Let's see what Abe's trying to say to that.
Lutch is saying he's going to leave, I think, right now. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, what you're saying? What you got
next? We got a 50 on the Rumble side that says, Jungle says, send the tiny trolling Spurglet back to the closet. I have spoken.
He's spurg baiting.
I mean,
so
Avarice has said that you can be whatever you say you believe you are. So maybe.
Well, and I'm trying to figure out. Wait a minute, but if we just granted everything he's saying that atheism is the reason the country's all fucked up, how does that mean that atheism gives a better account for reality as a whole in the metaphysical sense? This is so far away from original
capitalism, the economy.
It's not.
We
it's
don't.
Not
So
atheism,
it has nothing
it's
to do with
leftism.
the prompt.
Well, that's fair.
It has nothing to do with
it. It absolutely has everything to do with the
It's because
how is it better for reality?
Wait, are you being serious?
Not better for reality. That's not the claim.
Yeah, my claim was not that Christianity is better for reality.
The account of reality as it exists, like actual
Like now?
physical, metaphysical reality. No,
Well,
okay.
wait,
so
but
one
you're adding
country's
meta.
interpolitical discourse
Well,
has nothing to
meta
do
is
with
part
the
of reality.
totality
Well, yes,
of
metaphysics. The metaphysics come prior to everything,
This is-
like in the
this is-
material.
The prompt has gone
but
above
90%
of the people in this entire panel head. Like this is
no,
insane.
no. There's no way that like okay, maybe like in a like a epistemic type of like view. It's like oh well, you're engaging with logic. You just
Okay,
don't
but-
know you are.
No, account,
absent logic-
reality is an
wait.
epistemic issue.
Right. Absent logic, none of this even exists. So, like, it has.
Well,
to
clearly,
be
Logic has to
exist.
come prior. Knowledge has to come prior. Intelligibility has to come prior.
Okay,
The uniformity of nature has to come prior to all of this stuff. All of the atheistic worldview. I'm asking you to give an account for that, and you guys were just like, but some Christians disagree.
But no,
what's the atheistic
No,
worldview?
not most. How could you claim most?
Yes,
Tyler,
most.
listen.
How could you claim most?
That's Steelborne's position. Remember, he is less than 1%. The orthodoxy is less than 1% of
No,
the
it's not.
population. I literally
Of the,
looked at
no,
that.
Abe, of the United
Yes,
States
it
population, that's
is.
true.
Position accounts for reality.
Of the U.S. population, that's true. Not the world population.
Okay, well,
U.S., yes.
Okay, well, I don't give a fuck about the rest of the world. I'm talking about places that actually
Hold on, is
affect
the rest of
me.
the world in reality?
Of course, they still operate in reality. It's not
So
like
that they would be relevant.
they're not like
That's
Greenland.
ad populum fallacy.
Hold on, everybody shut up. Let me ask this a different way.
You're
What
making an ad
does
populum
the
fallacy.
population of atheists in a country have to do with the existence of
Exactly.
planet Earth?
Exactly.
That
Would be relevant.
Fucking nothing, dude.
Nothing.
yeah, I would
So
agree.
the same
yeah.
argument would apply to God.
We're talking about
That's just
world
because
relevant
there's
relevant to
nothing
how many
to
atheists there are,
atheism
but whether or
except the
not
lack of
planet
the
you're
belief.
sitting on, dude.
because we operate most like I would say almost everyone operates in just base reality, how the world
So what?
functions, like kind of disconnect. They're not thinking like, well,
Wait,
how
hold on,
do
Tyler.
I interact with the laws of
Hold on,
logic?
stop, Eli. Let me real quick. Let me address this, Tyler. What the fuck is base reality? What does that mean? Does reality consist of universes and particulars? Is there metaphysics involved in reality? That's the question of tonight.
So just how I interact with the world, how I go about my day life, base reality. That's how the vast majority of people interact. Now there are people that go.
Do the vast majority of people assume the law of identity? Hold on. Do the vast majority of people assume the law of identity?
Yes.
That a thing is what it is?
Yes.
Do they assume the law of non-contradiction in their day-to-day life? That if somebody tells them a proposition and its negation at the same time, they can't both be true. Like if I walked up to you and said, "I'm Beyonce," no, I'm not.
This is really retarded.
Okay, we want to talk about the entire world. Orthodoxy
you're not
is
Beyonce.
12%.
No, I'm saying if I walked up to you and
of the
said, "I'm Beyonce,"
population.
no,
That's
I'm not.
about
Well, you're
the
like, well,
world.
only one of them can be true. They can't both be true. They're contradicting each other.
Well, exactly. I think if any of you walked up to someone and said, "This is a chair," they would go, "No, it's not." Like
So
most people would
well, hold-
describe that
so-
way.
so here's what we would-
And they'd
here's
say,
what-
well, how do you know that? What are you
Well,
grounding that in?
no, hold on.
Yeah, exactly.
I can grant. Hold on, stop. I can grant.
reality.
You're grounding it in logic, Lutch. First law of
I can grant
identity.
that he defines that way. I can grant that when he says chair, he means a little plastic cylinder with ink that comes out in a metal ball and it rolls around and it draws on paper. If I understand that's his definition of chair, then I know what the fuck he means. I know he means pen. But I wouldn't ask him, what are you grounding that in? All I would ask is, can it be itself and not itself? Can that be a chair and a chair be a chair at the same exact time?
So
in the same sense?
can this be a chair and my chair be a chair? No,
No, not in the same sense, in the same way, but in different ways, in different senses. Yes, that's logic.
How could this be a chair if I'm
Because you can give a
conveying
proprietary
Get on it.
definition for whatever you want, and as long as it's coherent and consistent
on
and
it.
conveys meaning, I can understand what you're saying.
Okay, so but then you're just saying that we use words, descriptors to convey thought. That's it.
Yes.
Yes. So
Yeah, we're talking about the possibility of doing that.
Yeah, the question is the possibility of doing that. and
Real
Anderson's got
quick, sorry guys, I was distracted by the wife here for a moment. Real quick, we got a 50 Rumble rant. It says, Jungle says, send the tiny trolling Spurglet back to the closet. Oh, wait, no, that's the, wait.
Yeah, we got that one.
Yeah, we already did that.
Why'd I get two of them?
There's only one in my like I pull up the Rumble chat. There's only one on my end.
Oh, it did this to me the other day, too. What the fuck?
So, Tyler,
Yeah.
can I?
Oh, you're edging him even harder.
My bad.
Are you- Tyler, I got a question for you as another.
I
a
thought this
non-believer.
said send them in, and then I'm reading and I'm like, wait, this is the exact same one from before. I'm gonna refresh my Rumble because that happened to me last time. It started
Now we're spurg baiting the spurg baiter.
Bring him back! I want to see that little troll fucking lose his shit.
Well, wait,
I need us to understand that what we mean by reality. Reality is everything that exists. So again, what does the population of atheists or the inner workings of a particular country on the planet have to do with everything that exists and giving an account for everything that exists?
Well,
depends on what the atheist believes. You don't know what that person believes because they're an atheist. You just know
what
they don't
does that have
believe.
to do with giving an account for everything that exists?
Because it depends on what the person believes. You don't know what the person believes.
Let me go straight to it. Let me go straight to it. One second.
Real quick, hold on a second.
The two arguments that were made is right.
Hold on a sec, Tarek. Hold on a sec.
Steelborne's appealing to logic and empirical evidence, but Tyler literally said in the debate, my preferences. Which is a better argument? And I'm addressing it to Tyler and Lodge. Which is a better argument?
Well, real quick. Okay.
Until you can prove the existence of the God that you refer to, then preferences.
That's not an answer. To see the way you avoided that, you know what I just said is true.
And I gave you you gave me a dichotomy, and I gave you one of those options. How is that not answering the question?
Which is a better so appealing to logic and empirical evidence. One sec. Look, so appealing to logic and empirical evidence is a better argument than saying my preferences, correct?
I think everyone.
See the way you can't even answer that, Lutch, because you know that you actually see ground to defeat.
You're not fucking listening. I'm saying the words that are exactly coming out of your mouth. You said yes or no, and I said yes. You say, okay, answer that question. How else would you like me to answer that question? What other words should I use in a yes or no question besides yes, no, or maybe I don't know.
Hold on, I have a question for Lutch.
This is really Orthodox Christianity and atheism's been debunked, so I'm not sure why you guys are even still atheists.
Atheism's not a claim, so you can't debunk.
Hold on a sec.
It's a claim that it's possible there is no God, is it not?
Hold on, I have a question for Lutch real quick.
No, it's the position of believing that it is not there. So you can.
Wait, do you believe it's possible there's no God?
Why don't you believe in the Tooth Fairy?
Okay, then there's a positive claim wrapped up in it.
Everyone answer my why don't you believe in the Tooth Fairy? Why don't you believe in the Easter Bunny? Explain to me why you do not believe in the Easter Bunny.
Because the Bible doesn't say so, duh!
It's possible that it doesn't exist.
It's impossible.
Indian Jesus, you're way too confident for the way you got, basically nearly conceded in Jim Bob's debates. I don't want to hear this.
Impossible.
Oh,
we need to humble ourselves just a little bit.
You're throwing up other dudes?
No. I'm just thinking it's funny. You're really bold right now.
Get out your mouth and talk for yourself, bro. Come on, that was some weak shit. That was some weak shit.
Damn near conceded by the end of the debate. So I'm just wondering where the confidence is from now.
First off, Jim Bob isn't here even to defend himself from the shit arguments that he repeatedly makes. But why do you not believe that the Easter Bunny exists?
You know what? You're right, Tyler.
Okay, real quick too. I guess I made a mistake. Jungle was actually trying to kick Steelborne, but you can't. Steelborne and Tyler are off limits.
Unkickable.
So
hey, to be fair, Jungle, I read your I didn't start spurging until Avarice got on the panel.
So I gotta bring Avarice back up. All right.
Shit.
Tyler, you can still kick someone. So anyone on the panel except for Steelborne and Tyler can be kicked because they're the main.
Okay, real quick, I have a question for Lutch.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Lutch, you were saying that when we were asking about whether or not something exists, you were saying it depends on a person's belief, right?
No.
Eli asked whether we were talking about the preconditions for knowledge and all that stuff about whether or not something exists, and you said, well, it depends on a person's belief about.
So you're saying an atheist? Are you saying an atheist can't use science?
Avarice, shut up for a second.
Please, brother. Please. We love you. Please.
I'm just wondering.
I was saying that you are trying to put all atheists in the same box as this particular belief, and that's not how that works. And so there are people who are atheists who are not hard atheists and don't make the positive claim, and so fine, you can say that
what is your problem?
Can I finish? I thought you asked me a question.
Because I was asking you about something else, and you were just talking about something totally different. But my definition of atheism, I think, was the most charitable definition.
Can he finish? Can he finish?
My definition of atheism was just someone who does not believe in a personal God.
I'm gonna come.
Somebody who rejects a personal
Oh,
God, like they don't. Believe there's no God.
bro. Whoa.
No.
Keep
That seems to be a fair.
No. This, and I understand why, like this is why personally I've stopped using the title, because people don't understand the difference between the positive claim and the lack of belief.
I understood that though. Me and Tyler actually made that
fair.
But
that's what I'm telling. Fair. I'm not saying you're not understanding that. I'm saying personally that's why it doesn't. It's rhetorically.
It's a loaded word.
Right, and so I just like the claim.
Belief.
The position is that I can be. I don't know. I don't know is a different thing than no.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with you. Saying I'm not sure. I don't know. It's a different claim.
And so the point is that I am not an atheist. I mean, technically, I am, but I am not in the box of people who are making that positive claim.
But would you say? Hold on. I got a question for Andy. Hold on. I got a question for Andy. Would you say that you're closer to atheism than you are Christianity?
I already got him to admit a positive.
I don't know. I don't know how you would measure that, because I was born in the Catholic Church. I was confirmed in
Proving
that
that more people just subscribe to
Christianity is the strongest moral structure that we have.
I was trying to ask.
I don't know how you would measure that.
Well, I'm just saying because more people subscribe to atheism than they do Christianity.
Hold on a sec. Watch, I was trying to ask a very specific question.
That brings me back to the original question of what is the atheist worldview?
Our reality.
You're putting everybody in the same box, and it doesn't. Not everybody in that quote unquote box.
Again,
atheism
in my worldview would be anybody.
Hold on, let Steelborne get what he's trying to get out.
I've been trying to ask Lush this question for like 2 minutes, but the first thing is, would it be fair to define an atheist as just somebody who, like, at the very least, I can know an atheist as somebody who rejects Christianity, like they reject that worldview.
No.
You can be a Christian and
not. In what kind? So if you want to talk about the truth claims of Christianity, sure, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I think Christianity is I think Jesus was a great character. I think that Christianity is the best moral structure that we have. I think we can potentially do better, but as of right now, so
does somebody's belief in a thing determine whether or not it exists?
No.
Okay, that was the clarifier I was trying to get because of something that you and Eli had said, and I wanted to just draw that point out real quick.
So, atheism is a lack of belief in a supreme being.
It depends on belief for whether or not the thing exists.
Do all atheists believe it's possible?
I didn't think that was the argument you were making, so I wanted to get the clarifier.
Listen, they could believe that. Look at an atheist could technically believe that they're
all
God.
Atheists have a positive claim in their worldview. Good
Not all atheists. No, I'm saying that atheists could.
No, he is right. That the possibility. That's it. That's
yes, they
could.
Apart.
No, that's worlds apart.
Because they follow themselves.
Hold on, the atheist is Lutch is correct, and so is Eli, in saying if the atheist makes the positive claim, it's possible there's no God.
That's very different than saying I personally don't believe there is a God, or I reject God, or I reject Christianity.
You have to give an account for reality where there's no God.
Yeah, God is...
No, what reality you mean? You're saying is I have to account morality. I have to account for morality.
No, you don't. It's like Everest. Hold on,
you're saying that we can't appeal to other humans. You're saying that we can't appeal to other humans and come together and vote through objective science and views.
That's true, Everest.
Because that's what's happened. That's through science.
No relevant
through science.
Everest, you're making a reason and empirical evidence. Populum. Just because everybody votes on the fucking thing doesn't make it true. For one, and two.
But that's how we operate.
Hold on. Give an accounting for the regularity of nature that tomorrow will be like yesterday from the atheist worldview without divine providence of God.
It's through repetition. It's through the consistent idea that reality exists, that tomorrow or yesterday operates the same.
That's circular. That's circular. Doesn't tell me anything.
Because we all kind of give these entailments or the understanding
No. I can give it
that because there are certain laws for physics, laws that the universe,
and those would be a universal rule or universal account, or those would be a part of the universal accounting for why there's the regularity in nature. But the atheists can't tell me why there's the regularity in nature. They just say it is because it is.
Real quick, boys.
No, it is because we voted that way. That's the way it's been through tradition in culture.
We voted on Newtonian physics.
Boys, one second.
Again, that was through science.
Did we vote on Newtonian physics?
Again, we all.
Shut up! Everyone, just shut the up!
Thank you. First off, we got a big $300
no fucking way
Rumble rant. Okay,
legend.
Let's fucking go.
So. This is what is it here? So first off,
Some of us work for a living.
It says, so basically, I'm cashing in all my chips to override and ask kindly to the best host on the tube to enable a one-time only 5 minutes in the closet with Avarice and Steel and Miss Avarice need a quick minute. Oh,
here we
shit.
go.
Okay. Okay.
I don't. Is he trying to do a 1v1?
I'm gonna bow out then, guys. I'm getting sleepy on the East Coast.
Oh, but wait a minute. Hold up.
Is this a 1v1 or mute us both or
what's going? No. I'll tell you how this is going. And because Xander sent in 50 to take Avarice off at 2, right? We first off, we're past 1,000 now, so we're gonna be doing a verbal combat origins.
Let's go.
Right.
Fuck yeah.
We're gonna do a verbal combat origin tonight. So that's the first thing. That big 300 just put us up to here. And then Xander put in a 50 to put Avarice to the back. So at 2, when we were gonna start the verbal combat origins, instead, because of Jungle's request, right before we do the verbal combat origins, Steel and Avarice are gonna have a 5-minute
makeout session
in the closet. Quick minute. All right?
I'm gonna go get some.
So
whiskey.
for now, to still honor Xander, we got to put Avarice in the back.
Can I watch?
Just still on. Can I watch this motherfucker?
I'm ready to go, baby.
Of course. That's why they think this about me
right now.
Hey, real quick, easy. I got a question for you.
Guys, real quick, I'm
I never saw. What was the result of the poll?
You guys have a good
Oh,
one.
the
Have a good
poll.
night.
Let me get that. It is. We
Steelborne
got
lost because
67.
Thank
we
you,
got
guys.
Have a good night, dude.
67 votes.
Peace.
And 88% voted that Steelborne had the best arguments tonight.
How?
Stop.
He literally
Wait,
told you
Steelborne,
all
that's
you want.
democracy.
Yeah,
It's
I'll tell you why,
democracy.
Tyler. I'll tell you why.
Conceded.
Because my preferences is an unreasonable argument.
And
That's how
because
everyone
even-
operates. That's literally
Shum-diddle-ah,
Steelborne
no
even
preferences.
said you're not.
Just
because
because you claim it
That's
doesn't
a
make
claim.
it true,
You gotta
Tyler. Again, that's an
demonstrate it.
unreasonable argument. You need to
Avarice,
appeal to
in-
logic,
hold
and you need to
on,
appeal to the empirical.
Steelborne
On Tyler.
conceded.
Tyler, it's against my preference for you to assert that every decision I make is based on preference.
And
Was
there's
You
a
know, that's
secondary.
true.
There's a secondary issue that
Oh,
even if you made the claim that they aren't Christian, that doesn't mean that there isn't some level of similarity to the belief.
Well, but if
I clarify between lower C Christian and upper C Christian.
Right.
As in
Right,
part of the
but
church,
if-
part of the body of Christ versus they are and they practice Christian ethics, but they're not like part of the Orthodox Church.
But
I
they,
made
but
that
they
clarification.
weren't. But they weren't in your worldview. You were saying that people that do X, Y, and Z are not considered Christian. So
They're not big
Well,
C
vast-
Christians. They're not part of the body,
Well,
the official
here-
body of Christ.
Yeah, and here's part of the problem, Tyler. Like I've raised Protestant and am Protestant, and I would agree that there is a huge swath that are functionally non-Christian.
Christian in name.
Yeah, I
only.
would agree. Yeah,
Yeah, they're Christian in name only, for sure.
exactly. I agree. So
but there are a bunch of Protestants and Catholics who are not Christian in name
and
only.
and in my view, so like I said, if you're a vegan but you eat steaks on Friday, are you still a vegan? Like if I say that I'm a
No.
Christian just because I say I'm Christian, but I do everything that is actually against the Bible, am I actually a Christian, or is it just like my preferences?
Well, that's
I would agree that if you do everything
Nuance.
against the Bible,
But that goes against your argument.
But the problem is, do we have an objective interpretation of the Bible from your view?
Is there an objective interpretation? No, Christians can't even agree on what the Bible actually
Exactly.
says.
So how are you to tell them they're
So-
not following the Bible? From their interpretation, they are. So they're
This
just as much
isn't
a
my
Christian.
world. This isn't my worldview. This
That
is
was
yours.
your worldview. I just asked your worldview. I asked you, is there
I'm-
an objective interpretation of
from
the Bible?
yours.
You
You've
said
been
no.
appealing to
So you can't
relativism
tell them
all
they're not a
night.
Christian.
From your worldview, you're saying
Absolutely
that they are
can.
not Christian.
I can make that claim because I believe in a normative authority for the Bible, but you don't. So how can you tell the Catholic or the Protestant they're not following Christian ethics? They're not being a Christian. How
Not
can
from
you
my
make that
It's the
claim?
Bible.
Well, I could look at what does the Bible say and how much are they? What are
How
they
do you know that
actually
your
following?
interpretation is correct and theirs is wrong?
Because I'm reading the Bible as God
And so are
said
they.
that it should be.
And so are they. So how do you know
Clearly
your
they're not.
interpretation is correct?
But, okay, but then your interpretation is totally wrong. Then you're not a Christian in
I
their
don't appeal to the
worldview.
Bible I don't appeal to the Bible.
Then what? Do you fucking read Lord of the Rings? It's like, I get my moral and ethics from.
No, I appeal
Gandalf.
to the church. I appeal to the church fathers and the apostolic succession of the apostles that laid their hands and established new bishops and churches for 2,000 years. I followed the same tradition. I don't just appeal to the Bible and go, therefore I'm correct. All my Protestants and all most Catholics. So here's what I'm saying: if you're going to appeal to the Bible and say that they're not Christians, and they're going to appeal to the Bible and say they are Christians, how do we determine which one of you is correct?
Well,
you're both using the same standard.
So you have to look at what does the scripture say, and this is the beautiful thing.
How do you know your interpretation is correct? That's what's in question.
Because it's just as with anyone else, it's my preference. What do I think the Bible says? That's exactly what it boils down to.
That makes you the ultimate arbiter of
That would
reality.
make you the ultimate arbiter of what is a Christian and what's not a Christian.
Just as what you did when you said gay people aren't Christians, X, Y, and Z, everything.
I am not. I don't declare myself the ultimate arbiter of what is and not a Christian based on the Bible. I don't make that claim.
You made the claim that in your view, they are not Christian.
Yes, you can't be a practicing homosexual. You
Wait
can't
a
be a practicing homosexual.
So not only are we bringing, we got to make room to bring Avarice back. All right. Also, dogs avatar swapping ain't good enough for the first ever VK origin. So he's taking you out, dogs. He's taking you out. Go give him some words now, dogs. You gotta give him some words.
Give me
It's hard to talk when everybody's talking all over each other, but you know what? That's all right. I'm too respectful, I guess. So
don't be respectful.
That's fine.
Yeah, you can't be respectful of these guys. They're all assholes.
Wait, real quick.
I know. I just need to fucking eat.
Hold on. Just think of the Spartans for a sec. Prince of Dogs. What is your profession? I just want to hear it.
Dudes.
I do everything construction.
No, you're supposed to give us
I said Prince of Dogs. What is your profession?
What is your profession?
I only play it at the literal every end of every stream. Okay. It's literally every stream. Come on.
So now can we get back on track here?
Hold on,
And can you answer?
Real quick.
important.
I gotta pop you into the back though, dogs, and 50 if
Yep.
anyone wants to
God
bring
bless.
back dogs. All right.
But I
and
want to hear that.
Jungle
just gonna bring
here
himself
wants
back.
to get on here for the last little bit as well. Jungle,
Hey, it's
popped
Jungle!
himself here into the back. Welcome,
What's up, Jungle?
Shirt. Check out the shirt.
Wait, I gotta make you.
I like it.
Separated by race, united by racism. Let's go.
I just realized also what's behind the shirt. Behind the text of the shirt.
Jungle, you're gonna have to come watch our Foursquare tomorrow because it's about that.
No.
Symbolism.
I'm with it.
Symbolism.
Now, can you guys go back to the contending with how we don't appeal to preferences when we make the law and all these other things, and when you even Christians appeal to their own preferences? This is what you're
No,
even
they
saying
don't.
here.
No.
What do you
They
mean?
appeal
Yes,
to
they do.
reason and empirical evidence.
No, they're appealing to the preferences. They allow gay marriage. How's that not the
Avarice. No, hold on. Gay marriage was not voted upon. It was established by the Supreme Court. There was no vote on gay marriage. Every time it was voted on, it got voted down. Even in California.
Atheism, baby. Atheism. We like to see them butt fucking.
No, atheists voted it down, Tyler.
How about abortion?
Even in California, abortion was voted down in every state they tried to do a referendum on. They had to do it through the Supreme Court.
And they won.
No,
Voted.
it was established by the fucking Supreme Court. That's not the same.
It was established, which means we voted on it. But it was the people that
No,
are in the
we
Supreme
didn't
Court.
vote on it.
So we
Not
don't
even
vote for the
people made
we don't vote for the people in the Supreme Court.
No, you idiot! They're appointed by presidents.
We vote for the president.
Who votes for the president?
Votes.
Very aggressive.
Yes, we vote for the. I do agree.
This is all you're doing. Atheism, FTW.
No, not atheism for the win. Atheism is irrelevant to democracy.
What are you talking about? That is democracy. That's how we make, because we're basing atheism. They go off feelings. They go off their little feelies, and they go, I think that I.
What does that have to do with the truth of the matter?
For my reality today, so I'm going to vote in my system, and I'm going to make sure this happens. And if you say that word's meaningless, yeah, they subvert words all the time. Remember when tight used to mean cool? Like that was tight. You see, people do that all the time. Yes, people change shit.
Tight.
So yes, there's no like even with your whole logical with words. Yeah, if enough people get together and change it, guess what, motherfucker? It's changed.
Okay, so if enough people vote that Avarice is a unicorn who sucks cock on every Thursday at the truck stop at the local Citgo, does that make it true?
I guess I'm gonna have to get on all fours, put a fucking horn on my head, and suck some cock then.
Don't forget
Okay,
about
then.
the hooves.
I don't need Avarice to bite any more bullets.
That's getting clipped.
Yeah. I want that shit. I need that shit clipped.
I mean, clip it. I don't get. What are you gonna do here? Like that again? I will concede that people vote based on their feelings, not off.
Do all people vote based on their feelings? Do all people vote based on
not
their
all,
feelings?
but most. And that's what makes the reality that we live in today.
Do Catholics vote based on their feelings, or do they usually vote based off of their ethical
Yes,
system?
Some of them,
I was raised Catholic. Yes,
That's irrelevant.
they
So
do.
I don't care about your anecdote. Do practicing Latin Catholic. That's not a counter.
I don't care about your anecdote. Get it out of here. Throw it out. How dare
Her
you?
personal anecdote is irrelevant to the rest of Catholicism, which is in control of most.
So do all Catholics? Shut up, Kim. Women are talking. 211. Shut the fuck up, bitch. So
men are talking.
Come down there and hurt you.
Do all Catholics operate as a monolith?
I didn't say all. I said most. I said do most Catholics.
No, you said all.
I didn't say all. I would never make a monolithic claim about what all Catholics do. That's retarded.
You made a monolithic claim.
I never made a monolithic claim. Easy. You want to pull up the clip?
Yeah, let's pull up the clip.
Play the clip, Jamie.
The only question I asked about all is I said, do all
I thought you guys
Catholics
really had a clip in the back. I was like, wait,
No,
what?
I asked, do all Catholics vote based on their
all
feelings?
Catholics, yeah, all Catholics.
That's a question, not a statement, you idiot.
No.
That's a question.
No, some do. Some do.
That was never in dispute.
You said
Most do, I would say.
Do they vote by feeling? Do they, as a monolith, a group, a voting bloc, do
That's a
Catholics-
question. How can a question be a statement?
No, I'm
Some
saying
do.
you were
How
asking
can you
as a
even make that
monolith.
monolithic claim.
Do white people? Is that all white people, or only some white people? Is it only a couple? What's the?
If you're
percentage?
asking a question, it's not a claim.
No, but you were saying, do Catholics vote this? Do they vote as a group, as a voting?
Well, he was
bloc?
saying that people vote based on their feelings.
You put all the Catholics together with one vote.
You said
don't.
you
They
said
all
people
vote
vote on their
different.
feelings. Hold on. You said people vote based on their feelings.
I said
so asked,
most people
do
vote on their
Catholics vote-
feelings.
And
That's
then
showing through the votes. That's showing
and then I
because
asked you-
it shows
Vote
how many
based on
votes we have.
belief.
If it wasn't the truth, then we wouldn't have abortion.
Do
If
most
we're
Catholics vote based on their feelings, Avarice?
No,
I would say so because we have abortion.
Most
not the
Catholics
case.
vote based on their feelings, even though Catholics aren't the majority of the United States. So how does that work?
I'm
would
gonna
say,
run to
well,
the washroom.
If you go,
really-
if you go to
listen,
one,
I'm gonna one
if you
second.
go to
I'm
a
gonna run
places
to
where
the
there are
washroom
Catholics,
really quick. I'm
if
gonna
you
run
go to other
the
places
washroom
where there
really
are
quick. Hold
Catholics,
up,
they vote on
Avarice,
rules.
give me a
got
second.
you easy.
I'm gonna
VK
run to the washroom real
Origins.
quick, and then when I get back, it's gonna be Steel and Avarice time for 5 minutes, and then we're gonna do verbal combat origins. All right, so get ready.
Remember, if you shake it more than twice, you're playing with it.
Avarice, this still breaks down.
That's why I get my wife to
incorrectly.
shake for me.
It still breaks down
Again,
incorrectly.
no, you guys are just getting so mad because
No,
you guys
this
go,
breaks-
I don't want to
No.
contend. No,
We're
because you
not-
guys don't want to
You're
contend.
not contending.
No, you don't want to contend with the way reality is today. You just
You're
want to go
not
back to
contending.
how things like. I want to know how the world was built, the metaphysics.
No,
I want to talk
no.
about the reality.
I didn't
What
talk
is-
about any of
what
that.
I can
Avarice,
see-
Avarice,
Do you realize
Avarice,
your
Avarice.
logic justifies
one
slavery?
third.
Avarice, hold on, real quick, Avarice.
That's
Do the
Christian
me-
logic,
do- are
not-
metaphysics
I'll
still
bite-
true today?
Again,
Are metaphysics still true
listen,
today?
have I ever said slavery bad? Have I ever said slavery bad? If enough people vote on it, slavery good.
Exactly.
That way. If
Listen,
enough people vote on
that's
it.
my point.
You
Listen,
have.
How
you
does
have
that
no-
make it
you've no
good?
objective
The
principle.
voting block.
Well, I'm not
the
saying
voting
good, but
block-
enough people vote on it. There's our reality. Slavery is the
But
reality.
you're making.
That would
you're
be
making a
his
claim.
odd problem, though. You're saying that because it is the case that people
Again, but
voted
this,
to make
the prompt
shut up for
doesn't
a
say.
second.
The prompt doesn't say good or bad. The prompt says what is the reality. The reality is the fact is that it is based off democracy and the
No.
system of laws.
Hold on,
That's our reality.
Hold on. If you're gonna talk, if your argument is the prompt needs to address what reality is, does reality consist of universals and particulars? Does it consist of the laws of logic? Does it consist of your objective truth claims or subjective truth?
It
How does
could,
work?
but it also
those
exists.
are prior. Those are
It
prior
also-
to whether or not we democratize
contains. It
slavery.
also contains the noun, what we see, and what we
And
can.
regardless,
and we
you're
see
not
the laws of
reading-
logic in operation
Physically
today. What the fuck are you
Observation.
talking about?
Again, and I can see
You're still not-
skyscrapers and capitalism, and I can see atheism,
doesn't
which has taken over the votes,
that's
which
your
has
opinion.
created
That's
our
just
society.
your preference.
Hold on, Avarice.
I
What
see
would
the
a
dollar
Democratic-
bill.
Avarice,
It's a false
What
one.
would a bunch of atheists What would a bunch of atheists voting about slavery have to do with whether or not truth is objective or whether or not the laws of logic?
It does, and again, and it still doesn't matter. It still doesn't matter. All you're talking about is good or bad. That doesn't matter here for reality.
Those are not questions of good or bad.
Reality is, does this thing happen or not? And if enough people vote on slavery, then slavery is the reality.
No, Avarice. No. The questions of reality is whether or not thing exists or not exists.
And it exists if enough people say that thing exists technically.
Okay, then by that statement, if we all agree that dragons are real, then fucking dragons exist.
Again, if enough people...
One second, Average, listen to this. What you're doing is just the dogma of it is what it is.
Hold on, just so we're clear. Dragons do exist. That's completely a different argument.
So how are you able to judge what is better and what is not better?
Hold on, let me get this liar over here. Dragons do exist. Okay, I'll fight that in a different argument. All right, and that has nothing to do with this argument.
Okay,
what are you appealing to make the claim that it is better?
It's not better or worse. It's just that's what reality would be.
I was never making a question. I was never making the argument about good or bad. I was making the argument about whether thing exists or not exists.
That's just how the reality would be.
It is because it is. What the fuck kind of argument is that? What is with your tautology?
It is because the system. That's the way the system is.
Is it better?
But it is that way. What the fuck does it? How is this contending with my argument at all?
It is that way because systems come together through tradition, culture, and voting. Democracy.
Hold on a second. Avarice. It is what it is. Would that still be the case if there were no humans? That's that proposition. That
absolutely. Absolutely.
Great, then now truth is subjective, which is a prior question to whether or not they vote on slavery.
Listen, it would still exist because ants enslave other ants.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Is that better or worse?
So slavery can still exist. Slavery still exists.
That wasn't my question. That was not my question, Avarice.
What?
Reality is everything that exists.
The reality would still exist, yes, even without humans.
Avarice, is truth objective is a prior question to whether or not we can even talk about what the fuck voting is.
Again, but what you're trying to do is come up with like the reason for biology, and scientists can tell you that through biology too, and you're saying, oh, I disavow biology.
I was trying to argue for the reason for biology. What the fuck are you talking about?
One sec. We're going to follow one with them as well. When we're appealing to what is better, right? When you look at the Christian
again,
case,
we're not even appealing to what's better. That's not the prompt.
The
prompt doesn't have what's better. The prompt isn't about what's better. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It literally has the word better in it.
No, it doesn't.
Better account. It literally does. We can't even read. Okay. So in terms of Christianity, Christianity will make the claim that reality was created by a supreme being. Atheists will claim that it was created by nothing. Which is a better argument.
Or no. But
again, it's a better account.
You see the way Tyler's now spurred.
You're looking at the account.
Yeah, you're already
looking at the account. Heathens, the lottie.
But you're already presupposing
atheism is dead, bro.
No, it's coming back in full fucking force.
Been debunked.
Almost all Christians are atheists. They just haven't
it's coming back
again.
So it's coming back.
We need to drift. We need to drift for philosophy classes for everyone on panel. Okay. We really need to get philosophy classes for everybody.
It's free on YouTube. I've been
all right, real quick.
I don't want to work at Starbucks. Fuck that.
Real quick, all right.
Who needs philosophy when you have psychology?
Philosophy classes.
Yes, I agree.
Starbucks make you change better on these panels.
Did you really?
Listen up for a second. All right, we got as promised. Okay, we're gonna do a 5-minute Steelborne and Avarice time. Wait, let me get this timer.
I like how Jungle's still the most reasonable person on the fucking panel because he just hasn't started spurging out.
We're gonna put this 5-minute timer and just for the 5 minutes here before VK Origins, I'm gonna put everyone else into the back to give the alone time for you two. Okay, just pretend I'm not here. You guys have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead, Down syndrome Nick.
You're the one making the claim that I'm not giving a proper accounting for reality.
Well, you're not, because what you're saying is that we don't do voting, we don't appeal to.
When did I ever make that argument? When did I ever make that argument?
Then do most people appeal to voting?
That's the current system that we live in. That's a descriptive.
Is that not the reality that we live in?
That was never in dispute.
Okay, so then if that's the reality that we live in, it's the best account to how we got here was by voting, the laws, the culture, that best account. So atheism, right?
Reality is a metaphysical
by
claim.
those
Does reality exist? Does reality is talking about what does or does not exist.
Again,
That's what reality
but through atheism here, through atheism, it best describes because atheism says, look at people don't actually
how does
believe
atheism
in
best describe?
because it's saying that people are again because they're saying reality is people in atheism are saying reality isn't subjected to God.
Define democracy.
It's subjected
Define
by
democracy.
how people wrote it.
Avarice, define democracy.
Again, democracy is like voting. Could be voting. I mean, that'd be mine. But why don't you tell me what's yours?
Democracy is a system in which people people self-regulate or they self-govern through a system of voting to try and whoever has the most amount of votes is the party or the decision that usually gets decided. There are, extenuating circumstances. You can have limited
some
democracy.
people vote and so they come up with their ideas and they meld them together. Well, they
Hold
also
on,
did that in Rome. Right,
Is
right
that-
when it's ashes, and that's when they even in the biblical
Is-
times
hold
they
on,
came together and they said like we're gonna come together and vote on the Bible.
Kings in the Bible. What the fuck?
We're gonna vote on the Bible and see if these pages are good. Even at the Nicene Council, they voted. They voted at the Nicene Council.
No, they debated.
They voted
at the Nicene Council.
and then voted.
They still did a vote.
It's all vote. So there you go. So they all voted. You're proving.
Avarice, was the Council of Nicaea guided by the Holy Spirit?
Again,
was the Council of Nicaea guided by the Holy Spirit?
I don't know that. You can't prove that.
I'm asking you from the Christian view. Was the
I
Council
wasn't
of Nicaea
there. Were you there? Were you there?
I'm asking you from the Christian view.
Do you have it recorded?
Oh, so you're just going to reject the entire history of the church?
Do you have it recorded?
Do I have it recorded? The church fathers have said that.
Did you film it?
The church fathers have said that.
Did you film it?
How do you know that George Washington was your first president if it wasn't recorded? Did you film it?
No, I don't. I could technically have been subverted through the Rockefellers.
So you have so you don't know if George Washington was the first president.
Oh, I believe he is through voting in consensus.
Through voting in consensus. Okay. So if everybody votes, if everybody just all of a sudden arbitrarily decides that wasn't George Washington was our first president. Our first president was actually Abraham Lincoln, or our first president was actually Julius Caesar. You're going to accept that as being true now?
Well, see, what I would do is I would accept that to be true. So what we do is we do a name change, official name change on George Washington to that name, right? And then it is official.
No, not an official name change.
Yeah. That's how we do laws. But that's how we're gonna do the laws.
No, we're declaring the person of George Washington.
I'm declaring George Washington's new name is whatever you may be.
That wasn't my argument. You're not engaging with my argument.
What? That's how it is.
No, you're not engaging in my argument at all. You're just asserting a totally different argument. I said, what if we declared that it wasn't? No, I'm not saying we changed the name of George Washington to Julius Caesar. I'm saying no. We deny that the person, the ontology, the actual being of George Washington, that person, which has a unique identity, George Washington equals George Washington. That person was not the first president. It was actually fucking Cleopatra.
Yeah.
Which is the same meaning in Cleopatra. I'm saying the same person when I reference Cleopatra.
Except we define Cleopatra with the same traits as George Washington.
No. I'm not granting you that. I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying we redefine George.
Well, this is why we vote on these things, right? We vote on these things.
Most people vote on these things.
Yeah, that's why we vote on. This is why we set votes on these things, because then we know. Then we can at least know that most people would hopefully vote correctly.
Okay, and if most people are atheists, does that mean that God doesn't exist?
Well,
answer the question with a yes or no.
If most people are, I mean, it's subjective.
Whether or not God exists is subjective.
Yeah.
Do the laws of physics exist?
To an atheist, it's subjective.
What the fuck would that have to do with anything? I'm asking, is it objectively true whether or not God exists? That would be
to an atheist. To an atheist, that's a subjection.
No, an atheist would say either that they don't know, or they would make the positive claim that he doesn't.
To
Which
an atheist,
would still be true if the atheist didn't exist.
No, so the atheist would just say, "Hey, look, I don't think your God exists, and you're just being subjective."
They can assert that all they want. That doesn't make it true.
Again, yeah. So that I'm just saying that is the case.
Okay,
right?
got it. So if everybody says right that water is, or they actually no, maybe let's go with a different one. Everybody says that steel is what happens when you mix cellulose fibers and glue.
It's got what plants need, you know.
Yeah, I know. It's not what plants. It's what plants got. It's got electrolytes. It's got electrolytes. No, but if everybody agreed that steel was actually just now what we define cardboard as, right? I'm not saying we changed the definition of steel. I'm saying we are now arguing that steel is cardboard. If everybody agrees, does that make it the case?
Well, again, then we just redefine steel, right?
No, it's no redefinition. I'm not saying we're redefining.
I don't know what you're doing here. I believe that people come together and they believe what their feelings are like would be correct to that situation.
You believe that
I'd hope
okay,
so.
so all truth claims are just based on my feels.
I would hope. I'd hope so that my tradition comes from an aspect of them telling the truth.
Okay, I feel like Avarice is being a
virtue.
fucking idiot, so therefore I must be correct.
So
I feel like that.
Well, that
Avarice,
is
what
the
is
truth.
So
What is
if
truth?
we vote that the truth fairy exists, does the truth fairy now exist, Steelborne?
No, that would
What is
be irrelevant. I'm not making
fairy. I don't know what you're talking about.
So well, exactly. So you're making an illogical argument. So
No, I'm
something
not.
that
I'm
doesn't-
saying that it
something
doesn't matter how many
doesn't
people affirm
exist-
the case and whether or not it's true.
Yes.
All right, boys,
Yes,
boys. As much as I like this,
Put a poll in the chat. No.
as much as I
Truth
love
fairy
this,
exists.
there's fire going on over here. Okay, it is officially. Oh wait, I'm not even on camera. What am I doing?
Wait, you have to do a Down syndrome Pete before we get into it. I haven't seen it yet.
Down syndrome Pete.
Yeah, for Steel.
I just tell it without doing stopping this at my lifestyle. I just tell it for truth, and I don't even know if you go without the beginning.
Shit, that's funny. That's funny.
That's known as the Mosman fallacy.
Yeah, the Mosman fallacy. Come on now, what are we doing here? All right, listen up, everyone.
Look, the
Listen.
Dragons did not vote for that clip.
I just want to say first, okay, chat, you did it. We hit the 1,000 goal, which means right now we are gonna officially launch into verbal combat origins. Okay, so what? First I gotta say. Special thank you to the best fucking chat on YouTube, hands down. All right, and everyone watching across all the other platforms as well. Listen, on most shows you watch, you're just watching. Here, you're a part of it. Okay, you help drive the chaos. All right, let me break this down because this is a new thing here. All right, this is a chance to like earn your place in verbal combat, but there's no titles, all right? And then like there's no protection and no handouts over here, all right? It's a single elimination, 4 to 8 fighters, all 1v1 matchups, and every fight is 6 minutes, no extensions, all right? And chat, as always, you control everything, all right? You're gonna decide the matchups, and you guys decide who wins, all right? And that means obviously the fight can be flipped at any moment. All right. So here's what's on the line, so to speak. Okay. The winner of Verbal Combat Origins. All right. This is your spot to like forge your origin story. Okay. You get the winner will get a custom Verbal Combat character. All right. And you'll get a Q skip token, and it lasts for the following 2 verbal combats. All right. What this is that if you ever come in a little later and there's like 4 people, 5 people ahead of you, you can use your token to put yourself automatically next in line. All right. So that's like the 2 prizes you'll get for tonight: a custom verbal combat character and a Q skip token. All right. So listen. We already do have 8 up here, so that's actually perfect. All right. So we're not going to give time for people to hop in because we already have 8, and that's the max here. So let's get into this here. And
Easy, go check Rumble.
What?
Go check Rumble.
Oh. Holy shit, let's fucking go. Big $500 Rumble rant comes in and says, sometimes I feel like nobody's out there. Avarice's theme song because he always looking for validation or else he crumbles. Shit. W Speakeazy. W to you. You fucking legend. And that means, wait, I gotta add this in here. Boom. Boom, you fucking legends. Yeah, fucking legends. All right. Like I said, this is thank you very much. I can't thank you enough. So listen, this is let's see who earns their origin. This is the first time we're doing this, so I don't really have like a separate like the setup and everything the way I wanted to do it, because I was not expecting us to do this the very first night I announced it. So like I'm still working on the one overlay, and I was like, I probably have a couple more days. I was wrong. I guessed wrong, but I also am almost done my other version of this, but let's just get into it. Right? But we have a 1v1 request.
Leaning into it, what Grace is famous for on the internet, and she's not famous, but what she's famous for on the internet is that people think that you had sex with her.
Tell everybody in the chat where they can find you and
your
why they
position
should
is
bring
that
you back.
it's a problem with the jailing system, okay?
No.
That was your position. You admitted to it. You admitted to it. Are you taking that back? Are you taking that back?
That's exactly what it is. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm not arguing that Lincoln was a bad president. I'm just saying that Washington was a better one. That's the argument I'm making.
Death matches, no time to be flirty. No revives until 4.
I mean, but didn't the Confederacy have that really cool, like, orange Dodge Charger? That's pretty badass.
The ability to feel pain and have...
Actually, they feel pain
thought.
way before 24 weeks.
I don't think that a man wants to lie in our bed next to you, love, right?
I win.
You know the way. That's why you're sipping on two different fucking spirits.
The woman says, well, I want the kid to go to public school because I want to work and I like women's empowerment and I like abortion and I support all these ideas. And the man says, no, who is the decider?
Prizes roll over.
Win by any means necessary. That is how combat goes.
So I'm so happy that you acknowledge that the wage gap is an issue because it's directly linked to the nature of the system, sir.
Chat attacks, they're ready to play.
Well, that means that we need to have young mothers having children. Otherwise, there is no society, right?
The look of a man who's gone down on many other men. So congratulations on that.
I don't need to answer your question anymore. Because if that is effective, we don't need to torture people.
Base, those are forms of torture.
I'm always watching. Always lurking. No one is safe.
Okay, is this going over your heads? Do you want me to dumb it down for you?
Verbal combat, let the chaos unfold. Chats in the fight, stories told. Attacks and battles, who will survive in this
And then next month, it could be 200 people who are good people. So how can you put a rough number on it?
This is the whole problem with hyper. It creates a cycle that never stops.
No, I'm saying all killing or murder.
In verbal combats, only one will stay. The fiercest fighter wins the day.
If you want to be the solo judge, it is 60 to be the solo judge. If you want to be, if you want to add on another minute, there's 10 for a minute. Okay. And if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul.
Your soul is mine.
All right. So
Kick-ass intro.
I think thank you. I think Jungle stepped out for this one, but thank you for coming up, Jungle. I appreciate you big time. Let me see here.
Didn't he say he was going to like buy cigarettes or something, and then didn't he? I thought he said he was going to get cigarettes or something. Oh no, never mind. That was Eli. I'm a liar. Never mind. Shut up. Shut up.
Oh, you're fired.
Fired. All right. Listen. So this is how it's gonna work, chat. All right. I'm gonna put this timer up right now. So what I'm gonna do is, this is how it works. It's $2. You gotta send in $2 to vote who you want in the 1v1. If we don't get any votes, I'm just gonna choose them. So I'm okay with that. That's fine too. But $2 to vote for one person that you want in the 1v1. All right. The one who gets the two that get the most votes, they're gonna be put in. If only one person gets votes, I'll choose the other one. Listen, I am going to make up for whatever the chat doesn't do. Just put it that way, okay? So I'm going to start this timer up, chat, right after I'm done this sentence. So if you want to pick... Oh, sorry. And you can send in 10 to just pick the 1v1. If you send in 10, you override the votes, and you just pick the 1v1. So you can just like send in 10 and send the two people you want in the 1v1. All right. Just like that. Just like that. All right. So I'm going to start this timer up now, chat. You can either send in $2 to vote for one fighter or 10 to pick both. All right. And it starts now. Starts right now. All right. This is going to be a fun little oh, here we go already right away. King's like, yep, I'm overriding that shit. All right. So hat versus hat.
I think it's Eli.
Oh, Teriak. Because Teriak's got the top hat, right? Wait.
Oh.
Are you talking about Eli?
No, I think it's Teriak's got the top hat.
Top
hat. Yeah, true top hat. Teriak. Teriak.
Eli took off his hat as well.
Okay, he says it's Teriak for Sabe.
Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Nice.
I got back from the gas station just in
Wait,
time.
so how long are the 1v1s?
They're 6 minutes. There's no extensions or nothing. Just put the game down, Iris.
What? Look at
if you play in the 1v1s like right now, you get.
That's why I'm asking. Look at if you played RimWorld, you would understand. If you played RimWorld, you would understand.
Time just disappears in that game.
Base in 6 minutes. All right?
Singularity for the win, by the way.
Avarice is like the one kid of class that's like always on his phone, and the teacher keeps calling him out, but then he'll still argue, I wasn't on my phone. It's like, we could see that you're on your phone. You know what I mean? Your head was down. You were laughing randomly.
Shit. Too good. Okay, so and the way I want to do topics, this is going to be just like no theme at all completely to this first. So first, I'm going to start out asking, is there any topic that maybe one of you want to pose to the other before I pose some? Are you both thinking? Or are you telling me
Yeah,
no?
I'm thinking one say.
Oh, wait, Abe, I can't hear
democracy
you.
is a terrible system.
Well, that would be because I was muted for some reason.
That makes sense. Sorry, what did you say there?
No, I agree.
Democracies. You
I
agree?
agree with that.
Oh, okay.
I totally agree with that.
What about banning atheists and moral relativists from public office?
I agree with that too.
Fuck.
That's okay. I can here. Let me get my prompts up. Because, like I said, I didn't even think we were gonna do this on the first night that I announced it.
I know, right? It's pretty.
Let me bring up some of my spicier ones I like to do every now and then. Oh, it should be mandatory. Teachers should be required to be armed.
I can agree with that.
I would like. I literally agree with it. I'm trying to decide if I should argue the other side of it. I don't want to argue the other side of that.
That's fine. That's fine.
Like
Yeah, no, that's a problem. That's fine. Let me see here. No restrictions to gun ownership.
I'll go against.
No, I can't say. There should be restrictions. There has to be restrictions. You can't commit violent crimes and then own. Yeah. You're gonna own one in prison? Like, come on now.
All right,
What
that's
about
fine.
modesty is not virtuous?
Modesty is not virtuous. What? That's what you.
Yeah, that's
Yeah. So is modesty virtuous?
I think modesty is virtuous.
Yeah, I'm against.
Okay. So the
All right.
prompt is that is modesty virtuous? I like it. I like it. So chat, this is how this goes. Okay, it is going to 6 minutes. There is no added time for this one. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, we're still doing $2 name changes for the verbal combat origins as well. So that's what you can do as well. $2 name changes. But these as well. We haven't really thought about if there should be solo judges or not for these ones. So for the first round tonight, there's going to be no solo judge or nothing. But we'll figure that out in the future. All right. But anyways, 6 minutes on the clock for you boys. Good luck to you both. After that, we're going to put it to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Good luck, and let's get it.
Where you go, sir?
Sure. So I would say modesty is virtuous because it promotes better behavior in the next generation. It supplies the society with guidelines and guardrails that promote better behavior, and leads to virtuousness. And it itself then resides within the realm of virtue.
Yeah, so the reason why modesty is not virtuous is it encourages you to downplay your own achievements, which by definition would be immoral because you're no longer operating the truth.
False. Modesty doesn't mean that you can't show that you have skills or that you're good at something. It just means that you wouldn't be overtly showing and boasting of it. Rather, you would just, by example,
to make it known your accomplishments. You would
Why would
downplay
you
your own
need to make it known if it
accomplishments.
shows through your actions?
Because if you're to hold modesty as the highest virtue, one of the highest virtues, you're more likely to downplay your own achievements just for the sake of trying to appeal to be humble, which means you're actively lying about your own ability. It's not virtuous.
It doesn't have to be the highest virtue, but regardless, for instance, for mate selection, you would know that a modest mate is a better mate than one that shows off everything that they have and is willing to take whoever comes to them for whatever.
I'm not saying that
you would
being
want
a braggart
modest woman.
is-
That's a virtue. You would want a modern.
I'm not saying that being a braggart is a virtue.
That's
What I'm
exactly
simply
what you're saying.
Is that being modest? No, that does not
Yeah.
follow.
You
No.
just said you should show off.
No, I didn't. I said you should be honest in terms of your own achievements, and if you hold modesty as a high
Modesty would be-
value, that would
honesty would be
overtake
within
the aspect
modesty.
of truth, because you wouldn't want to
No.
appear to be a braggart or to
No,
appear
because-
to be too confident in your own abilities.
Syriac, no, because
Yes.
modesty would state that you would say exactly what you can do. You wouldn't play up what you can do. You would say exactly what you can do. That would be modest. It would be modest to say exactly what I can do and nothing more.
No.
So what you're saying is modesty is not a virtue. So by saying
Yes,
modesty is not a virtue, you're saying to
because
say
in,
more.
in cases where you do a lot, you are less likely to speak out and actually expose what you actually do for the sake of being modest, which means you are lying about your own ability, which is doing yourself a disservice, and it is by proxy a weakness.
How would showing what you can do be anything but modest?
Because you just proved there, it's like you're saying that being a braggart is virtuous, and I'm saying that's not what I'm saying. All I'm simply saying is not being
No,
modest
you said
or
that,
being
not
modest
me.
is
I
not
said
virtuous
being
because this fear of being accused of being arrogant or this fear of being accused
Modesty
of being a
is
braggart.
not a fear. Modesty is there's no fear in being modest. Being modest is just showing exactly what is
so
true.
how do you delineate
So
between the
it's
two?
being truthful about what you can and cannot
How
do.
do you delineate between the two? Someone who's being modest or versus someone who's just the fear of being arrogant or braggart.
It wouldn't matter. The modesty is a choice
it does matter.
to not
It does
overplay
matter.
your ability.
It does matter, Abe, because the person who's afraid of appearing to be arrogant or being a braggart will more likely lie about their own abilities just for the sake of not trying to appear as
Well,
being
that would still have
arrogant.
nothing to do with the question of whether or not modesty is a virtue. Now you're just sidelining
Is
the
it a
entire
high
topic for
moral
something
principle?
completely different.
Is it a high
Yes.
moral principle?
Yes.
No, I'm just saying
Yes.
that's what when you're saying that it's a virtue, it is a high moral principle. And to say
Yes.
that to lie about your own ability, to deny truth, is not moral.
Modesty would be within the realm of truthfulness. It would, if you are modest, you would not be lying. That would literally fall within modesty. Modesty would be to be honest about your abilities,
No, the
about
problem
your
that we
stances,
see,
about your physical appearance, about your.
The problem that we see, like for example, like Andrew Wilson had the clip where he points out like that, like everything that's built in the world was built by men. Women will turn around and say you're being arrogant, you're being a braggart, and all this kind of stuff. But because again, it's a feminine quality to appeal to modesty and all this stuff, men downplay their own ability for the sake of appearing nice, to appear to be virtuous, even though that's not virtuous. And that's you've subverted.
I don't
the
know where
truth.
any of that just came from. Modesty is a
as a
feminine
society-
trait. That's a
Yeah,
non sequitur to this entire statement.
As a
Literally,
society,
what you're saying.
as a society, we have downplayed the value of men for the sake of appearing to be modest.
So you also don't want those women to be modest. You want them to continue being like they are currently. You would rather they continue being the OnlyFans and all these other things and not be modest.
I would want us as a society to expose the value of women, to expose the value of women that they are not being
all of those
subservient.
things.
Yes, to expose the truth. Truth is the highest principle.
Rather they be less modest. Teriak. You're saying
yes, this is what I'm pointing out with men. Men are being too modest.
At the same time, you want these women also to be less modest.
Men are being too modest, which is why they will lie to women and amp them up while putting down men's achievements.
Modesty.
What is that then?
If men just flat out say what they have done, that's modest.
Yeah, they're too focused on being humble, too focused on being unassuming.
You didn't say
they're too
humble.
moderate in their own
There's a
estimation
difference.
of men. Men built the world. That is not arrogance. That is truth.
Then that's modest. Truth is modest.
No,
the truth
the prompt is not.
Yes,
the prompt is not is
absolutely.
truth. The prompt is not is truth. Virtuous. Truth is virtuous, but modesty is not virtuous because you're more likely to lie, which is what I'm pointing out with men. We're lying about men for the sake of women's emotions and feelings, because we do not want to appear as though men are chauvinistic,
Modesty
men are
is
arrogant.
honest by its nature.
The world needs
Modesty
more
is
arrogant
honest
men.
by its nature. So men will be modest by just flat out saying what they have done, what men have achieved. That's modesty. If men say we built space lasers that could shoot planets across the universe or some weird thing that isn't even true,
Yeah, that's a lie.
that would be not modest, right? Modesty
That would be
is
a lie.
saying what is true about the statement. Just like if women were modest,
No,
they would
that's
stop
truth.
wearing caked on makeup and working for OnlyFans and all these other shit show things that are happening in our world today. They would be modest to stop those things. They would act within modesty. And men are already acting, for the most part, within modesty. So your equation would
So a
even
simp,
further
so a
offset
simp
what is
and all
currently
these
happening.
sneaky fuckers who
Simps are not
overestimate women's
modest.
You got an
abilities.
extra 40
So you
seconds
go,
for that to
Queen.
run quick.
Simping is not modesty, Teriak. I don't know where you found modesty. to be
Yeah,
this
so this
weird
is the
thing that
this is
isn't
the
connected
problem.
to what you're
Yeah,
saying.
this is the problem where we pander towards women because we want to appear as though we are virtuous
not
and all that kind of
modesty.
shit. This is what
That's
leads
not
us down to the
modesty.
path of weakness.
That is
What is
not
modesty? Define modesty.
Modesty is acting within truth in
Yeah.
a moral fashion.
So we should just say we rather follow truth than modesty, correct?
Did you not hear what I just said? It's acting within truth in a moral fashion. If that is the case,
Okay,
then
is a
what you're
modest
saying is
person
we should
more,
stop
is
acting
a
within
modest
truth
person
in a-
more
in
likely
a-
to lie about their own ability just for the sake of other people's feelings?
A modest person will not lie about their actions or their ability
Again,
or their
false claim. Because modesty and truth are two separate things, and you're trying to say that they're the same thing, and they're not.
modesty would lead to an honest action. That's exactly what I'm saying. In order to even be modest, you're acting within an honest framework.
modesty. Yeah,
Real
modesty.
quick, boys, real quick. Chat. I am putting the poll into the chat right now. Okay, if you would like to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Abe Dinkus on the poll. And if you would like to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Teriak on the poll. Chat, I am going to restart that timer. You all got 2 minutes, and whoever's the lowest on the poll is going to lose their soul. So get those fucking votes in.
Yeah, so we tend towards modesty because we don't want to appear to be vain. But in the same way as that, I don't want to be foolish, so I'll be more cowardice rather than trying to pursue the balance, which is courage.
What is more modest than a man that took a bullet for his beliefs? What is more modest? He wasn't trying to be verbose.
Facts.
He was at a play. What is more modest, Teriak? This man took a fucking bullet.
Not posting pictures of my butthole on OnlyFans. That's pretty modest, if you ask me.
Modesty is restrained behavior.
Yeah, I don't think he was at the play.
Taking a bullet is not restraining your behavior. What are you even talking about, Tyler?
I don't think Abe Lincoln at the play. I don't think he was ripping his shirt off, saying, "Everyone, look at my extremely large."
I forgot you're an atheist. You live in delusional land.
Oh wait a minute! Abe Lincoln was assassinated. It's not like he voluntarily took a bullet.
It shows it twice because you.
Yeah, I did that.
A bottom and a top name, anyway.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. It was just bothering my OCD that it had at Eli Nick Live in
Okay.
2 places.
Got you. Oh wait.
Also, Abe, long time no see.
Okay, I see now. Okay. Never mind.
Since somebody missed our debate.
Hold on. I can't see the vote.
I still wish I had been there.
I even refreshed. I don't see the vote.
That was still fun, though.
Are you looking in the right? Look at the bottom of the chat. That's where it pops up.
Welcome to live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines.
Maybe it doesn't like you.
Well,
look at
we've got 46 votes in our.
I don't know. I see it at the top.
Atheist
bias.
Mine's
at the top.
Atheist bias is bullshit.
So it starts at the bottom. Easy. It starts at the bottom, and then once you click your vote, it moves up to the top.
Yeah, I don't.
I
don't even see it.
Like in the YouTube studio, it's all at the bottom now. It's garbage, dude.
Yeah, I don't see it. I can't vote.
Well,
Andy changed the wrenches to shields.
I already voted.
You're officially a furry lover now.
God
damn.
That is in fact how it works.
Kim, put the outfit on. Prince of Dogs. You heard him.
Freaking knew it.
Is that your lady, Tyler? Kim?
Yes, my wife.
Okay. I was picking up on that. Gotcha. Rock and roll.
Talk shit. She's a bitch.
Well, I mean, you know, that's
not very modest of you, Tyler.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Everybody's just changing Eli's name.
I'm more of a man than he is. Fuck you.
That's hilarious. Right. I got yours in 2 minutes. All right. I got yours in 2 minutes. And then I got yours, King, in 2 minutes.
I did that for you too. I was like, I know the second I do this, they're gonna fuck with me, you know. So we'll hopefully make Easy some money.
No, by the way,
let me
just so you know, Easy, just so you know, re-exam sent in a name change like an hour ago for Avarice to A-Jump.
Oh,
no, an hour ago. We didn't even start an hour ago.
No, like this was back during the open panel. He's like, can I do a name change?
Oh, okay. I must have. How did I miss that? No.
It's gonna be like we've been going for longer.
That was probably on your side, Steelborne.
No, it wasn't on my side. I'm on your chat. I'm not on my chat.
Oh, there it was. I did miss that. Came right not too long before.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna give it to you, re-examination, because it's like it's after 2 that it came in. So
got you, Rex.
I'm gonna give it to you.
I'm on Speakeazy.
I'm gonna give it to you.
Channel. Speakeazy, stop streaming. God fuck. I was on Steelborne's YouTube channel. God damn it.
How dare I?
You're on Steel. That's why you didn't see the freaking thing.
Yeah,
I didn't put him a poll. I should have put him a poll to discuss with him.
Good job,
So we already have the next 3 locked in. All right. So I have 2 that were sent to me already. And then Mo here also just sent one. Working Man's Jay Dyer versus the most painfully average looking man alive.
This is just mean, bro.
Oh wait, Kate, just so you guys, do you guys know the origin of that nickname, by the way?
I get it. Steelborne does look easy to draw.
Well, no, I want to let people know about it.
I have the drawings of Jim Bob that Jim Bob drew of me. If you guys want, I can just pull them up real quick. I do have a Bob Batar.
Is that going to help your case or?
I need a Bobatar.
I wanted to talk about where the origins of that nickname comes from, because it was actually one of my haters trying to insult me in a YouTube comment. I called into this dude's TikTok live and he posted it. And he's like, "Oh, look, it's Eli Nix, the working man's Jay Dyer." And I commented like, "That's the best compliment I've gotten on the internet, dude." Like,
I did, awesome. In fact, yeah. I did make him a theme song.
Yeah,
off of that.
Tyler to lame Canadian.
Oh no.
It's okay. Partially mine came from people making fun.
I have to say though, I do have to say it's been like really cool to see the the amount of Canadians that have been coming into the channel recently, because and it still is a predominantly American base I have for the chat, but I've been seeing more and more Canadians coming in now, and I'm like, this is base. I like.
We just find each other. It's like
where the fuck is Paige?
I'm trying to gather up all the based Canadians. All right, we got to fix this.
Where's Paige? You know, Paige, the Crucible mod. She's Canadian.
It's fucked up over here. All right, so
mystery also.
The first one we got.
Yeah, fuck you, bitch.
Let me see. So the first one is Avarice versus Kim. So let's get.
Oh my god!
I thought it was husband versus wife. How did that happen?
Back. And then this is what I forgot to mention. So we're gonna do also. You can pay $10 to force a topic with your 1v1 if you want.
Since she's muted for 5 minutes or whatever, do I just get Spurg the whole time?
Wait, what?
Since she's muted for 5 minutes or whatever, do I get just Spurg on her the whole time?
Well, there's no mute on the verbal combat. Or
man, I was really.
Yeah.
That's what you
Unfortunately, King, there's no mute. All right. The point of this is to not be a really extended too, right? Make everybody get burnt out here. But okay. Also, you have a forced topic for you too. Women should have to pay higher taxes because they control overwhelming debt in U.S.
Hold on. I can hear Tyler yelling from downstairs. What a shit. Hold on. fuck your face. Okay, hold on. Say that again. Women should have to pay higher taxes because what?
Because they control the overwhelming debt in the USA.
This is forced. Oh boy. Oh. Fuck.
Just what do you believe in the prompt? Like, do you believe that women should have to pay more money because they have more debt? Or do you think that women ought not pay more money because they have more debt?
I don't know. I honestly.
You don't know your own thoughts?
I don't know my own.
You think you should have to pay more taxes because women take on more debt? That's the question, right?
No. Well, but do women actually take on more debt? Is that a thing? Like, yes. Is that reality?
Consumer debt, yeah.
Well, fuck.
Credit card debt for sure.
Okay, hold on. So this is a force topic. We have to fight this no matter what. Yeah. Shit. Okay, hold on. Can I go the opposite?
I think Avarice is willing to take either side.
Yeah, I'll take either side.
You'll take what?
Either side. So I'll just eat some chicken until you figure it out.
I'll take it. Shit. Shut up, Tyler. Fuck. That's all I can hear is you yelling downstairs. You're not helping me.
So you take that you should not pay more taxes or should pay more taxes?
Do women take, like, actually take on more debt than men?
Absolutely.
If that's the case, then I would say yes, they should.
Okay, then I will say no, they shouldn't.
All right. All right. I liked it. So, chat, reminder goes to 6 minutes, no extended time, and there's no solo judging yet. Maybe in the future, verbal combat origins. I got to figure out that stuff still. But yeah, no added time, no solo judges. After the 6 minutes, we're going to put the poll in, and you guys will get 2 minutes to vote. So, fighters, good luck to the both of you. Let's get it.
Why do you think women should be paid more taxes? They could barely pay the taxes they have now, hence why they have debt.
I mean, that's facts. However,
so you concede women shouldn't pay taxes.
No. I'm agreeing with the fact that we can't pay.
Look, I think we should just take all the taxes from the women, right? And then the men can incur the debt, but women also lose their rights.
I don't
right?
think that's fair.
Yeah, women lose all their rights to vote. They lose all their rights, but men will take on the rest of the debt, right? We'll take control of it. We'll be fine. You know, we've taken on the kind of debt before and we've succeeded as men. All right. It was called the Depression. So why don't you just put that burden on our shoulders, right? And concede that women just don't need taxes. They don't need anything. They can just be nice little, what I like to call housewives. And in my case, house slave.
Okay, well, we're not going to deny the fact that, well, I don't know about the slave part, but not going to deny the fact that I would much rather be a stay-at-home mom that took care of my kids, homeschooled my kids.
But yeah, there you go. So, and you don't want to pay taxes, right? So we'll incur the debt. We'll incur the debt.
However, I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair that
when is life fair? It's not fair that it's not fair that we have a draft. It's not fair that we have a draft called selective service for men. Men have selective service. That's not fair, but we do it, right? Because we're men. So we'll take
not fair.
Yeah, I got that. Again, I understand that it's not fair. You understand that. But we already have things as men that are not fair. You understand that, right? We have selective
100%.
service. That's not fair, right? So we're already good at that burden. All right. And we're already benevolent enough to take on that burden as men. All right. We'll take all of the debt. All right. We'll disperse it through our taxes. All right. You lose all the votes. All right. You guys go back to voteless. Unless there'll be some exceptions, right? And I'm not going to monolith it. Like if a woman has a job or is a CEO, they can be wavered to have some stake to vote, right? Like I'm not saying that all women lose the right. Ones that have the stake will obviously have their rights, right? But the tax, they won't have to pay the taxes, right? She won't have to pay like any kind of living taxes. She'll pay her company taxes, right? And until she gets married, and then her assets will then go into her husband's account, right? Her assets will go there, and then the man will then oversee her assets, right? And again, no taxes.
Okay, so I'm just going to say, like, I understand what the man is trying to do here, but me as a mother of 3 boys and a husband, I don't find that right at all. I don't think a man should.
So you want to pay taxes?
Pick up the debt of a woman who is incurring more debt than
it sounds like you're married to. Wait, are you working too
And-
with your man? Are you working too?
Of
Like,
course
are you and your? Oh, well, yeah. That just seems like your guy just needs to find a better job. Then that has nothing to do. Yeah. Again, you have to prepare for these things as men, right? Or you could change your living situation.
But
you could live with less things. Like you don't need the
agree that
camera
women
to be on
shouldn't vote.
verbal combat, right? You don't need the
That's two
camera.
Totally different things.
Right. So your man could have managed the household a little bit better. Right. Again, just proving the fact that maybe if your hand is in the cookie jar, showing why your house is in a little bit of a disarray. Right. My house isn't in a disarray. I rule the house. Woman has no votes. Her vote, my vote. All right. Her things, my things. All right. And I've incurred all of her debt. All of it. I took it all. All right. And look at how wonderful life is.
For you.
Yeah, you see,
I mean, that's really nice of you, and that's really
that's called
great
benevolence
for
of
her.
men, and the rest of the men are willing to do that too.
It
That's called the
doesn't mean
benevolence
that
of men.
it's okay.
Well,
It doesn't mean that it's okay. It's not fair.
What makes it? What do you mean it's not okay? You're accruing all the debt. You get to accrue free debt, right? We'll take the taxes, right? We'll take taxes. You guys could go and spend all your credit cards and debt all you want.
That's not
right?
fair, though.
Why not?
There's no way in hell I would want some woman spending all of this money and my child.
They already
having to pay
do.
for their debt.
They already do.
No,
They already do.
they don't.
Hey, knock knock. Jenny Craig's calling, saying yes, they already do. All the girls in line.
Jenny Craig, that's cute.
They're all lined up. Mary Kay's calling. All the girls want it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Let's
see?
do this.
What's that Tupperware party that you guys do? What's the sensies? You guys do the sensies? Yeah, they're all doing it. Look, you all can do it. And the men, we'll take all the debt, right? Because
But that's not fair. The thing is it's not
you
fair.
women you women are just too dumb to understand the debt. All right? Most of you.
I'm
all right?
not too dumb to understand the debt that I've created for myself, but I don't expect my husband to pay for my debt. That is my debt to pay for. Just like if my kids have wives or girlfriends, that's their debt to pay for, not my kids. My kid works hard for their money. It is not their duty to pay for their debt.
Again, us guys, we're already paying for it. You understand this, right? You already have the debt,
don't
right? It's
have
already going to
to,
say you're
though.
not paying.
You
Look,
don't
you bitches ain't paying it back. You ain't
don't
doing
have
it.
to, though.
You guys are claiming victimhood instead.
bitches.
You're claiming
Pick better
victimhood instead
bitches.
of paying it back. So guess what? Let's just mop it up. The men will come in.
Pick
We'll
better
mop it up like we always do. We're gonna clean up the mess. All right. Our benevolent selves are gonna come and
Listen.
clean up your tax issue, and then we are gonna rid the world of your votes.
Listen, I appreciate you. I also agree the fact that women should not have votes unless they are actually serving this country.
You agree that
And
women shouldn't have votes. So you agree. So the women that don't get votes, they don't have to pay taxes.
I no, I agree.
Yeah,
that
why not?
women
Wait,
have
the
no
women
right to
that don't vote, why
I
should the women that
agree.
don't vote, why should they
I
pay
don't
taxes?
believe anybody should have a vote unless you are actually serving this country.
Wait, before I bring everyone up, I'm trying to remember. This is why I'm I hate to interrupt you guys here. Did I take the loser's soul?
No,
On the
Terry
last
Axel
part?
taken.
You did not.
No takesies boxies. No takesies boxies.
I
Also,
did
Amherst
not,
L take.
right?
We don't let any of the women vote, not because it's fair,
You
but because
guys
it's
all
funny.
y'all let me go past the
No, we
elimination
didn't.
stage.
Oh,
We
I was
fucking
telling you.
spanned
I
the chat.
agree, Alicia. Women
I
shouldn't
think-
serve the country. which means they
Everyone's
shouldn't vote.
fired. Everyone's
just hauled ass
fired.
into the
We
next
held
one.
you to account,
Fired.
To be
Steve.
fair, easy,
Jack,
easy.
you guys control this shit. You
Easy.
let that slide. What's wrong with y'all?
Yeah, the
I mean-
leprechaun escaped because he was just too small.
It just goes to show. They'll never get me Lucky Charms.
Shit.
Habibi, you know what I'm saying? Abe Rex
Well,
doing that prompt.
Okay, well, hold on. Okay, so with avarice, okay, how about all the simp men that voted in that women should be allowed to do this? Because prior to women not being able to vote,
No, listen. The simp
My
men,
man,
the simp
DP.
men that voted for this, right? They're reaping what they sow, right?
Yeah,
This is what they get.
No soul
the
saving
men-
on this one. Oh fuck.
Simping
You know what
ain't
happened?
easy.
I got distracted because I read something in the chat and then I
Screenshots
got
were taken
distracted.
easy.
That's what it is. It's all your fucking fault, chat. But okay, before we move on here, I'm sorry, we got to do this. There was 49 votes on the Abe Dinkus versus Teriak, okay, and 61% said the winner of that 1v1 was Abe Dinkus. So Teriak, tell everyone in the chat where we find you.
I voted for.
You can find me over the rainbow. And no, not me, soul.
Shit. Always a pleasure having you. And until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Another soul added to the Safe of Souls. And that's how it goes on PK Origins, baby. Let's fucking go. All right. Now, chat, I am putting the next poll into the chat. All right.
Jenny, I will agree. Women don't need to serve.
Oh
And
my God. I thought you called me Jenny just now. I was like, wait a minute.
No. Sorry, I was talking in the chat. No, I'm not an asshole.
I lost my mind for a second. I was like, just call me Jenny.
I don't think people should vote unless they actually serve for the country.
What was Jenny's number? Does anyone know?
867
75309.
309.
Oh my God.
Look, I'm 42. I remember. Okay.
Honestly, look. I just wish I had.
All right, wait, real quick. We can get right back to it. Can we still mute chat during Origins? No mutes. Not yet, anyways. Well,
maybe
I
next
gotta
time.
work on that a little more. I did not, like I said, I was not expecting this to go that way.
What's going on with these name changes?
But who gave you the best verbal combat? All right, chat. I'm putting in the poll right now. Was it Avarice or was it Kim? If you would like to vote for this lady right here, you're voting for Kim on the poll. And if you would like to vote for this lady right now,
if you vote for her, that's more debt.
Yeah, but if you vote for Avarice, that's women voting.
I'm saying no debt.
No, I'm taking the votes.
This man right
No, you said we'll give
someone
someone
Avarice
hold
on
on.
the poll. These loud ass motherfuckers.
They lose their votes.
No,
If
you
you
get
vote
some
for
votes to be able
Avarice,
to vote.
Chat, you got 2 minutes.
No, they
If you
lose
vote
their
for
votes.
Avarice, you have to keep hearing them talk. So
No, but it was.
No.
It was.
I said there could. I said there
men that
could be a waiver, Steelborne.
Avarice,
There's always waivers. There's always
I know.
waivers.
I know, but Avarice, did your mom raise you to be a strong, independent woman?
Something bad.
Oh my.
But men
No, that was
wanted
the cult.
women. Men wanted women to vote, so they wanted women to expand. They're like, "Hey, women,
women
you're
shouldn't
more
vote.
than capable. You're everything. You're responsible. You're equal. You're just as capable and badass as every man." Every single simp allowed this to happen.
Okay, hold on, real quick. I want you to
Again.
know, Tyler. You really need to look up on history.
And
of
now
feminism.
they have to pay
Feminism couldn't
extra
get passed by a vote.
taxes
That's why it
because
had to
of the
be brought
women
into the
I'm aware.
increasing the debt. They reap what they sow. Right now, those men that voted on it now have to pay extra taxes because we're removing women from the debt. We're removing women from the debt, and the men that voted for this, now you're having to make up for. Be benevolent.
They're
Man
also,
up.
they're also voting to lower their own wages at the same time.
Right.
Okay,
So I guess so are women like infantile? They're incapable of actually understanding reality and everything else, or is it that the
most of the time?
All the
No.
weak,
Yeah. They're
limp-wristed
delusional.
OF,
Yeah.
is it the limp-wristed
I mean,
OF consumers that went like
They're mostly delusional. Like, I wouldn't even put that past my wife.
I want to go
Look,
against my husband.
Look, I wouldn't even put that past my wife. All right, my
I didn't
wife
say
gets
it.
delusional. All right, I mean
didn't
she
say it.
loses it. All right,
Yeah,
I
but
didn't say
it,
it, but-
lose
but-
it.
Don't
Tyler, my
expect
wife
my
would agree with
husband
you.
to pay for my debt. That's
but
my
but
debt.
it was the men that
God,
actually wanted this.
I'd
It was
hate
men
to be.
that
I'd
wanted
hate to have a woman paying for taxes going through menopause. Right, just like, oh my God, how dare I have to
Hey, Kim. Hey, Kim.
whether you're menopausal or not. They're like, pay up, motherfucker.
Do you pay really close
What?
attention to politics?
As much as I can. We have a political fucking podcast.
Right. But do you
Yeah.
like know the ins and outs, and it's really important to you to make sure
Man.
you're watching all of it, knowing all the stances and what's going on?
As much as I can. As much
Do you
as I
think most
can.
women feel that way?
Do I feel most
think-
women feel that way?
Yeah. Do you think
No,
they pay
I'm talking
attention and
about
care?
I
Okay.
think most people in general don't give a fuck.
absolutely
Are there
not. And I
people
think
who
that they
watch
would be
y'all's
absolutely
podcast?
Okay, just so you know, Abe, it
Like
sounds like
politics?
you're talking like in a pillow. Like it's
However,
really muffled.
I don't.
You're a pillow.
No, I'm saying your voice is coming through like it's really muffled when you talk. I don't know if there's something wrong with your mic.
I'm a pillow.
No, I'm saying Abe's
I think that's-
audio is very muffled sounding.
I think it
World
might have
doesn't
to do with,
revolve
like, the
around you,
game or
Kim,
something.
okay?
It might
Shut
have
the
to
fuck
do
Abe
with
said
the
you're a
game.
pillow. Is he talking?
Jesus
think that's
Christ.
what he
No, I said Steelborne's a pillow.
All right,
He
real
said
quick though, boys.
Your mic sounds like
we
a pillow. I said
got,
you sound like a
Oh,
pillow.
okay.
One
Okay,
second,
okay.
1 second here. Let me catch up on.
I mean, way more racist than you.
No, I don't think that most women feel the way that I do. But I'm a mother of 3 fucking boys,
Yeah, okay. No
And
one gives
this
a
is
shit
how
about
I
that.
feel.
Most people in general aren't paying. They're disinterested in politics. Look at the voting records in the United States.
Sure.
72
in
million.
Okay, great.
Hey,
Tyler,
man,
but
you white knighting for your wife, bro?
men,
No, just-
but men have a natural predilection towards men have a natural predilection towards those kinds of things, and women do not. Their natures are different, and because of that, they pay less attention and are willing to vote based on popular opinion or their emotional states. There's a huge difference when you look at this. It's why, like 70% of all women vote left, always,
Do you think?
because of emotion, because of
don't think.
care for others. I'm not like making it so. I'm just saying that this is the case when we look at the statistics based on voting trends.
But it was men. You know, the lot of the argument that I make is like, are you guys familiar with like how cuttlefish acts? Like,
wait, before
there's
you
like,
get into this,
Are you a
Tyler,
cuttlefish? Are
we're
women
gonna get into
cuttlefish?
the results
be.
here. 34 votes locked in. Whoever didn't vote loves furries. Okay, 34
100%.
votes have been locked in, and 74% said the winner of the 1v1 is Avarice. So Kim, tell everybody in the chat where they can find you.
I don't get it. I keep voting for men and y'all keep voting me out. But anyway, you can
yeah,
find
because
me.
women are fucking bullshit. You're good for
I'm
one thing
voting
only.
for the men. You're not making
You're just a lobster.
Anyway, you can find
Well, it
me
depends
at
what you mean by lobster.
All right,
Did somebody say steak?
Let her do her outro. Let her do her outro.
You can find me at We're Offended, You're Offended every Monday and Wednesday, 8 p.m. Central, and every Saturday at 1 p.m. Central on Rumble X and YouTube. And I don't have that, you psycho. Anyway,
What the hell?
please somebody put my husband against Avarice, because then he'll get voted out next.
It's volatile.
Y'all
Oh,
fucked up. You
shit.
should have put me against my husband. That's what I was hoping for. I saw somebody do
Oh,
that.
don't worry. I expect that to happen
do
on one of
this.
these VKs for
Let's
sure.
do this.
I do
God
expect that.
damn.
But it's always a pleasure having you. And until
so much
next
fun.
time, my
Later,
friend.
bitch.
Finish her.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the Safe of Souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Origins, baby. All right. Now we're down here. Let me see that second one that came in.
You're just a
Look,
chimpanzee full of snakes.
Sorry. I love my wife. I promise.
The second one that came in, winner of Above, so Avarice versus Tyler.
Let's get it on.
So before, this was like a pre-given wish to Kim before she even wished for it, eh? That's how it goes. All right, let me get wait, I don't have the green room in this one.
Holy
all right?
shit! I just this is a really
I just
important
have to
moment for me.
remember.
I just
who's
heard a
on right
Canadian
now.
say "a" unironically for the first time in my life. I've never heard that outside of like television. That
Wait,
was
who
awesome.
said A? Who said
For
A?
real. He was like that was a wish before it came true, eh? I was like, oh my god, they actually say that. That's wild.
Dude,
Yeah,
if you go up to the UP of Michigan, they do the exact same. They talk like
Yeah.
Canadians up there.
What the fuck, Jenny?
I'm from
Everybody,
Arkansas, man.
everybody,
joke of the
everybody in
Midwestern
Canada does it though. It's not
Like,
even
That's
like,
wild.
Oh,
I
dude,
thought
like,
it was
here's
just a
reality.
stereotype.
That's not
The-
even a meme thing. Like,
No,
that's like,
Oh yeah, it's
So
I'll
in
wear
absolutely.
the
that.
No,
U.S.,
that's
like
awesome.
Midwestern accent, like you sure you don't know what you're talking about there, eh? Like that's all. It's just literally just the Canadian accent. That's all
Tyler.
it is.
Yeah.
You guys want to hear something? You know, everyone's like, "Oh, Canadians are super polite."
Not according to polls.
Jenny, aka Speakeazy, are you familiar with the "I'm sorry" law in Ontario?
Actually, I brought this up not too long.
Oh, did you?
Ago.
Okay.
Yeah,
Tyler.
Yeah, I brought this up not too long ago because we say "I'm sorry" so much that you can't take "I'm sorry" as a literal apology.
Yeah, as an admission of guilt.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's against the law to use "I'm sorry" as any type of admission. Yeah.
How
So
many
we say it
toques-
so much.
How
The
many
only thing I
toques
know
do you
about
own?
Canada is
Yeah.
Letter Kenny. I watch like a few seasons of Letter Kenny, and that's really all I know. Is that a good? Is that accurate show?
Wait.
We know
how many people?
Sentence when you say, you know, like let me give you an example. Like
When it comes to Canadian geese, it's true.
Those are fucked up, right? When
Those
you
are
say
flying
something like,
cobras.
you guys would say, you fucked up, right? Most
Right.
Canadians would go, you fucked up, eh?
Yeah,
Right?
okay,
that's-
gotcha.
We're replacing it's like a
Yep.
function
Yep.
Yeah.
of like, or if you're
Punctuation.
asking a question where it's like a do you agree or don't you think kind of question,
Gotcha.
Yep.
like
But
I just did, right?
So-
Also
All-
look at Bud
all the
and Buddy. Those are like fighting. If someone calls you Buddy in certain areas, that is like I will fight you.
Nix,
That's why
and-
the Nelk boys were like chirping hockey fans by calling him Buddy.
Nix,
all the time.
and all the rumors about the Canadian geese, true.
Oh yeah.
All right, absolutely true.
Yeah.
Fun fact,
totally.
you know that the reason it's
They're
not called
Bastards.
hold on, it's not called it's not called a Canadian geese. It's a Canada goose because it was named after a guy named like John Canada. It has nothing to do with the country of Canada. I looked this up because I was like,
That's
somebody
not
told me
real.
that. I'm dead serious. It's an actual thing. It's named after the guy who just named it.
You can't.
last
You're
name is
not even
Canada.
allowed those. You can't even kill those birds here, bro.
I'm just surprised you guys don't have totally split faces like in South
Yep.
Park, because that's
True.
what I knew for the longest time as well.
So I'm gonna ask Steelborne and Eli a question. Do you guys know what a toque is? Do you know what a toque?
Toque?
Yeah,
Are
what's a
you
toque?
referring to a toque from the Lord of the Rings, or
Oh, what's a toque?
I don't know. I don't know what the
I don't
reference.
know.
That's
Never
what
heard of
I thought. I thought.
What about
I
a
thought-
beanie?
It's a
Do you know what a
beanie.
beanie?
Yeah.
Oh,
So I've
beanie.
lived
That's like
beanie,
yeah,
That's what we
cap.
call a beanie, bro.
right. So
Never
I've
heard
lived
anyone
in
What
call
the
that.
fuck?
I've lived in Alaska and I live in Montana currently. So like I'm so close that
Yeah, that
it's
sounds like
we
some
use that
Inuit
language
word or
too. It's
something.
Yeah.
toque.
Or a
Okay.
toboggan. They'd have
Yeah.
Americans have no idea what a toboggan is.
I've been in
You know-
places in
you
the
know what else-
States, and
you know what
that's
else I
why
found out
like,
about the lower
like,
48?
It's like a sled,
investigating
right?
those
What?
closer
You know what?
places
The
and
lower
stuff like
48, they
Canada.
call it snowmobile. Do you
Yeah,
know they
that's
call it
right.
snowmobile down here?
That's not
Yeah.
a snow machine.
They call it it's a snow machine. What
Yeah,
the fuck?
snow
What the
machine.
fuck is a snowmobile?
A snow
You know-
machine is the thing that creates.
Yeah, I know. No. A snow machine is a thing you ride.
In Canada.
No, a snowmobile is
Yeah,
what you ride. The snow
snowmobile,
machine is the
that's
thing that makes snow
name
cones.
for-
No,
In
no.
I get what
in
Avarice is
Montana,
saying, but let's get into
in Montana
this.
we call it both.
We got a 1v1
Snow machine and snow.
to get to
Mobile.
here. But yeah, that's funny that you knew toque. Yeah, it's funny when I first said that like to my wife, and
Are you gonna put a
that
toque on?
She was like, "What's a toque?" Right?
Or how we spell
And-
check.
And the kids that were born in the States, that they first time they heard toque, they're like, "What the hell is that?" It's too good.
Or like I said, look how we spell check. Like when you get your paycheck, they're like, "What the fuck is a check you?"
So let me see here. Also, I think there's a topic for this one here. Yep. People should be judged based on their taste. Wait.
Taste of metal.
Oh, wait. No. People should be judged on their taste in music.
Yes.
I'll take the negative.
Okay. I like it. So, chat reminder goes to 6 minutes. No added time. No solo judges. After the 6 minutes, we put the poll in, and the lowest on the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to the both of you. Let's get it.
Avarice, what kind of music do you like?
Only one. Everybody knows that.
What, like fucking honky tonk bluegrass, where you like sing about fucking your cousin or something?
No, dark blues.
Okay, so So okay, so dark blues. So you okay. So
it's the only thing I listen to. That's actually facts. Everybody can tell you that. I listen to dark blues. Go watch some Whip songs for a while. You'll find it out.
Okay. All right. So do you? If
I take that back. And Disney Whip. I'll add that too.
So you listen to Disney musicals and black.
No.
Dark blues.
Dark blues and Disney Whip, specifically.
Okay, so that's all you listen to.
Yeah.
So do you think that there are certain, like, if someone said like, oh, you know, I really like Sabrina Carpenter. I think she's fantastic. Mm-hmm. Like, do you start formulating an idea of that type of person in your head?
No.
No. You don't think if they're like, oh, I love Sabrina Carpenter, Selena Gomez. Oh my, I love all those young girl singers.
No.
There's just something that.
Okay, so first off, you're making it sound like a female. Is this a female?
Sabrina Carpenter?
No, the way you're portraying the voice of the I love this person. Is it a female that you're trying to portray, are you portraying a male?
I'll rephrase. I'll say it again.
Okay.
Do you like Sabrina Carpenter? I really find her music is really compelling.
Yeah, now I'll just ask, like, what about it is compelling? Like, I mean, I'm judging you based off your T-shirt and the silly Canadian flag in your background, not based on you like Sabrina Carpenter. So,
okay.
Oh wait.
Okay, so you look at Sabrina Carpenter, say like someone that's really young, or I really like Justin Bieber.
I really like Justin Bieber when he was 14, not when he was 22.
Yeah, like Alex Jones, I don't care about Justin Bieber. I care more about Magellan and what you know about Magellan. So again, your music is irrelevant.
Isn't that a medicine? Magellan, isn't that medicine? Dead serious. Is that stuff? Is that like Metamucil or some shit?
Do you just want to concede now? Like, you don't even know who Magellan is?
I don't know what a Magellan is. If you tell me, maybe I might judge you a little bit.
He circumvented and navigated the globe.
Magellan? Oh, okay. Clearly I don't. Okay, so they didn't sing music.
Oh my god!
All right, so if they sing song, like I think you actually can, because like if we look at I'll just
do you hold on? So like, do you know in Orthodox Church we don't actually like use musical instruments?
Well, yeah, you guys just like hate each other and like whip each other with
we hate because it's irrelevant, right? Like it's more about the word, right? So the music doesn't really judge anybody or define anybody. That's like saying I listen to Eminem, and so you think I better go shoot some people.
No, I think people can make inferences of what someone listens to and what they enjoy. So like,
why? Okay, so somebody wearing a Metallica t-shirt should be judged.
Yeah, I think we do, especially when we look at like not just like what the person's wearing, like there a lot of people actually, so people that listen to metal music actually really enjoy classical.
Sure, but why would I judge then the metal music?
So it starts to paint.
You're actually proving my point that we ought not judge people that listen to metal music because they could possibly listen to classical music.
No, so
I might like classical music.
Oh,
what are you talking about here?
I actually really enjoy classical, but then it starts to speak to the person's ability or their maybe their interests or or what kind of draws people together.
Okay, so now what you're talking about is, are your interests similar to mine, and are those interests aligned with mine so that we can be friends? That's that's completely different than me judging you for liking Metallica.
So if okay, which I can agree to a certain extent. So if
you wear glasses, you must be a nerd.
Lies, total fucking lies. Wrong again, as usual.
You wear a headset, you must play Counter-Strike.
I don't know what you're saying. Sorry. Yes. No, in fact, I actually agree. So we do judge people based on
I don't though. Why would I assume you play Counter-Strike because you have a headset? Why would I assume you're I would I don't want to assume everyone that wears glasses is smart, because that'd be stupid, because there's a lot of stupid people out there.
You know why? You know why you made that judgment call? I played Counter-Strike 1.6. That was back when Counter-Strike just started being an
when you were
thing.
that's when you were able to bunny hop and do Cal P, Cal C.
I was Opera.
That has nothing to do, and it's irrelevant. Now we're on a video game again, which is saying more important.
Judged glasses and headphones.
Again, I was making an inference. I was making an inference to how I was making. Okay, I was making an ad absurdum argument. Do you understand that?
Yeah, isn't it weird how you're
I'm making an absurdity. I'm making an absurdity how stupid it would be to say that you are a nerd or a Counter-Strike player based on 2 articles of clothing.
Isn't it weird that you picked those 2 articles of clothing? You're like, you play Counter-Strike. Yeah, I was Global Elite Eagle. So there you go.
Again, it's irrelevant. I don't judge you on it. Again, I'm not saying I'm making any judgment based on your glasses or your headphones.
But
again,
you just did.
No, I didn't. I said I'm not going to make those judgments on you. I made a hypothetical based on 2 items, on 2 things I may know. Just the fact that you happen to play Counter-Strike CS 1.6, which is irrelevant to playing Counter-Strike now, which was the point I was making. I was making. All right. Now you're saying, let's not just infer that he's making a point. Not infer that his hypothetical, but I'm going to make this a reality. Sorry, let's not infer his hypothetical, but let's make this a reality. And it's just a hypothetical. I'm just making a hypothetical to a potential argument because your headphones, but you're still not a nerd. You're still a fucking retard and you're wearing glasses.
But isn't it funny that you through those 2 pieces
again, you got 1 out of 2 doesn't make me right. 1 out of 2 doesn't make me right.
No, but then it extrapolates. So if someone
no, it doesn't extrapolate. It's not. It's not an. No,
if they listen to Disney princess music, you might go. You know what?
Again,
this might be a PDF.
Real quick, chat. I'm putting the poll into the chat right now. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Avarice on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting
He called it. He made a judgment call. He inferred a judgment and he fucking nailed it. Judgment, people judge people.
If you want to vote for this man, you voted for Tyler on the poll. Chat, get your vote.
I made a hypothetical judgment.
And
a hypothetical. I'm sorry that you happen to fit. I'm sorry you happen to fit a stereotypical mold, not nerd. Like, what do you want me to do here? Okay, excuse me. You have a headset on. You play Roblox. Go ahead, land on that bullet.
Yeah, but now you're going.
Go ahead, land on that bullet.
Let me go to a
land on that bullet. You have a headset on. You must play Roblox, you pedophile.
Because
go ahead, land on that bullet. I dare you to land on that bullet.
I don't need Chimley coming here. God damn it, okay?
You building a boat for treasure there?
Okay, real quick, Tyler, real quick. If you had to guess just by looking at me, what kind of music do you think I listen to?
What you listen to? Because you're white educated, you listen to rap music.
I hate rap music with a burning passion. My favorite types of music are heavy metal and jazz.
Oh, heavy metal and jazz. Okay, but that would actually be the inverse. So it would be, you said, okay, if you went, hey, I like metal and jazz, describe me. I think that would be, or make a judgment call based on that type of thing.
Dude, if somebody says they listen to jazz, you're instantly assuming they're a hipster. Let's be realistic here, okay? Like, they have to have the beard and the cardigan and the fucking Brian Shapiro hat, and they wear the fucking Harry Potter glasses, right? You're assuming hipster. They carry a man purse, and they're like, it's not a man purse.
Yeah,
you assume hipster when somebody says they like jazz. Let's be realistic here. I only like jazz because I play the saxophone. That's the only reason I like jazz.
I rest my case.
No part of me, I'm a 6 foot 200-pound guy who was built like a linebacker. No part of me says I should like jazz. Okay, I look nothing like somebody who would listen to jazz music.
No, but what we would look at is so if I came to you and I went, I really like Disney songs.
Disney whip songs. I'm not lying about that. Go ahead and watch Normal America.
Not Disney whip. Okay, get Bob. Get Rob. Fuck whatever. Rob.
Fantastic. Fantastic whip song.
This is a trend.
Real quick, we got our votes locked in. 37 votes. All right. Shout out to everyone who voted. Everyone else loves furries. And 62% of those votes said that the winner of the 1v1 is Avarice. So, Tyler, go ahead and tell everyone in the chat where we find you.
All right, of course. You can always find me and my wife, even though she has gonorrhea, every Monday and Wednesday. We're Offended, You're Offended, and Saturdays at 1 o'clock Central Time. Of course, this has always been a blast. Avarice made the judgment call, and he fucking nailed it, confirming my own position. Chat.
Always a pleasure having you. And until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Another soul added to the save of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Origins, baby. And now we are down to final four. We have another 1v1 that was overrid. So, Working Man's Jay Dyer versus the most painfully average looking man alive.
I don't even know. I don't know if that's a compliment or not. I feel like it's supposed to be an insult, but it's like.
I mean, it beats me calling you a fucking Down syndrome child,
I
right?
agree.
Okay, like, I mean, have you ever looked at yourself in the mirror and then said, like, looked at a Down syndrome child? Oh, hey,
yes, my little brother has Down syndrome.
This adds up. Then this adds up. Then maybe you two have biological issues.
Oh, so you're a child of incest then, because you look like your parents have fetal alcohol syndrome and their siblings.
That could be that could be the case. I was raised in a cult. All right, but that does not defeat the fact that you and your brother have Down syndrome.
All right, let's get to the point. Anyways,
no, my brother does not have Down syndrome. I just want to see Avarice be uncomfortable. I was friends with the only kid with Down syndrome in my high school though, because everybody was a dick to him.
That's how you do it, bro. That's why I was the same way. My teachers and shit used to call me like the bully of bullies because I would like pick on kids that picked on people. That was what I used to do. But it involved me getting suspended a lot because I fight. It led to fights. But okay, let's get a topic for you two. Unless someone wants to send in 10 to force a topic quick. All right. Let me see here. It's gonna be a good one for you too. Oh, what do you guys think about the one I brought up earlier? Teachers should be required to be armed.
I mean, it's not my favorite one, but I could go either
I'll argue
way.
against it.
Oh, you'll argue against it? Damn, that's kind of what I was gonna say. I guess I could do either. Can we spin the wheel one more time?
You're muted, Easy.
Of course. Wouldn't be an easy stream without it doing me talking on mute at least once. Yeah, no, we could do a different one. What did you guys think about the no restrictions to gun ownership?
A lot of gun topics up in here.
I would argue against it.
No, I could do a different one if you don't want to be.
One more time. Let's keep spinning. I like to keep spinning the wheel.
My spicy topics. Those a lot of them guns come up. Hey, what do you guys think about? Yeah, let me see if I could try to get you guys.
I'm gonna be so tired when I have to get up for work in an hour and a half.
Holy fuck. Get you guys on something that you guys may actually disagree on, but it's gonna be a hard.
I think we should go for the no restrictions on guns or whatever. I think that'd be a fun one.
Well, let's see what he's got. And we can go back if this one doesn't hit.
Society would function better with less freedom.
Yes.
Society would function better with less freedom. Fuck, I would agree with that too. Yeah, I would agree with that as well. Would function better with less freedom. Yeah, I hate to say it, but I agree.
Come
with
on,
that
you can
too.
still man the position, Eli.
I know, but this is what always fucking happens.
The smartest people are the most dangerous.
Oh, I take the negative to that for sure.
Yeah, I think I would also take the negative on that one. Look, it's the first time I've asked to
Look,
look at
I'm always doing the devil's advocate when we get in these situations. I'm trying to find something I could maybe really nail home. Let's do one more rotation because this is hard. Steelborne and I are like Goku and Krillin up in this bitch, you know.
Oh, hold on. It looks like Jungle said he sent a forced topic.
Oh no.
Oh wait, what? Okay, hold up.
I got you, Jungle. I'm watching the chat.
I need Jungle's shirt.
Jungle's shirt too.
I'd turn that into a cutoff.
Forced topic: warriors of the past are more mighty than the ones of today.
Oh yes, absolutely.
I would also say yes.
Damn. Well, who's gonna object then? You know what we should do? We should flip a coin for the objection because I know we both believe that. You should pull up like the Google flip a coin, have us take heads or tails.
I mean, unless Easy just got a quarter on his desk or something.
Yeah.
No, I can do it right here. Yeah, just one sec.
Oh no, it says Jungle's actually forcing us to take a position. It says too.
Oh really? Can he do that?
Yeah.
No, we'll do it. We'll do flip the coin. We'll do flip the coin for you guys.
Heads.
All right, he's taking heads.
Hold up here.
And if I get heads, I don't take the negative.
If you get heads, you just pick whichever position you want.
Okay, let me flip the coin.
Oh, I'm sorry, I do take the negative.
Who takes heads?
So I take
Eli will take
heads, and that
Okay.
means if I win, I take the negative. That's what that means.
The prompt was Warriors of the
flip
Past.
heads.
The prompt
Wait,
was
Go ahead.
Warriors
Sorry.
yeah, can you repeat the prompt real quick, Easy?
Warriors of the past are more mighty than the ones of today.
Okay, so that would be I would take the affirmative if heads wins. Forgive me, yeah, because we both agree with that.
Heads won. That's why I was asking who took.
Okay,
heads.
so I'll
I
take
flipped
the
it.
affirmative.
Okay,
I'm just writing the prompt down real quick.
I'm gonna
Warriors of
actually
the
write it
past
down
are-
so I can put it up for you guys because
Appreciate it.
I know you guys like that. 1 second. Warriors of the past are fuck that up. Past more mighty than the ones of today. All right, chat. Going to 6 minutes. Okay, no added time, no solo judging. All right, just as soon as we're done the 6 minutes, I'll put the poll in the chat. You guys will vote, and the lowest on the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to the both of you. Let's get it.
All
Yeah,
right,
Eli, define a warrior.
Define a warrior. He who fights in war.
Is it exclusively war?
Typically, or any type of battle which includes physical combat.
So are cops warriors?
They can be in certain situations.
Is a man who defends his family a warrior?
He's behaving like a warrior. I'm not sure that he would.
Why is he not
classify
the
as
thing?
one.
Like, so what is how do we classify
because
what a warrior is?
war is literally in the word warrior, so it's mostly colloquially applicable to situations of war. Now, as far as we're getting to the prompt,
hold on. I was like, hold on a second. Why is it not the exact-
no. Let me get into this. So the warriors of the past fought with their brute melee force, seeing the whites of the eyes of the enemy, oftentimes having to strangle the life out of them. Today, we have gentlemen who are sitting playing video games and blowing people up from thousands of miles away. There's nothing mighty about that.
Do we also still have frontline combat?
Of course we do, but it's not nearly as intimate. And
Okay,
nobody
hold on.
can
So hold on,
disagree
real
with
quick. Are the warriors in the frontline combat of the Russia-Ukraine battle, the Orthodox brothers fighting Orthodox brothers, are those warriors mightier having to fight their own brethren, compared to like the Vikings just raiding a fucking English village and slaughtering everybody. That's more mighty to you.
Well, no, hold on, because pillaging as an act of war versus battlefield of one country's soldiers versus another country's soldiers, you have this clash, okay, of soldier versus soldier. In the past, the intimacy of physical hand-to-hand combat will always take more might and more gumption than shooting from a distance or dropping drones.
Okay, so I just want to make sure
away.
I understand this then. The soldiers of World War II, the millions that died in World War II, are less mighty than the Vikings who pillaged English villages?
No, I'm taking the affirmative that the warriors of the past are more mighty than the
yes,
ones of the
I know.
present.
So you would have to say that World War II, the soldiers of World War II, are less mighty than the Vikings.
Absolutely, any soldier that.
Oh, how are we defining might then? You agree? So you and I would agree with like the might makes, right? So force. Okay, so who actually has more force then? The armies of World War II that stormed Normandy beat, or the Vikings?
Hold on, I'm defining might as strength, and it takes a lot more strength to drive an axe through someone's skull than to pull a trigger and shoot him through the skull.
Hold on, so it's just physical strength, not might, as in like a collective? Because I feel like a collective.
Again, you could define it a bunch of ways, but if you're looking at the individual warrior, so you're taking the collective, but this prompt is about the individual warrior, and the individual warrior has quite a bit more might to drive an axe through the skull of their enemy than to shoot them from a distance of away, even in World War II. It is a fact that more
hold on, real quick, hold on.
The more might it takes to be a warrior. This is
real quick. Has hand-to-hand combat evolved massively over thousands of years? Right, like we have we are much better at hand-to-hand. No, I'm saying, do we still train our soldiers in hand-to-hand combat?
Yes, but it's not nearly as necessary as it obviously was during times of knights in armor.
And I'm sorry, I would agree with you that it's not as necessary as the time of knights in armor, but if the argument of what might is strength, right?
Yeah.
If you had let's say two different black or two bands of Navy SEALs, right? Let's say they're two different countries, right? You're saying the fight between those two is going to be less mighty than a bunch of Vikings tripped out on fucking mushrooms throwing rocks and axes at each other?
100%, because the Vikings are trained,
and the Muslims that would go in and just burn churches.
Hold on, let me get it out. Any warrior from the past where hand-to-hand combat was the exclusive form of combat, they were exclusively trained in melee. That was all there was. So
no, actually, most of them weren't trained at all. They were just handed a weapon and said, "Go fight, or we're going to burn your family down." So most of them weren't trained.
Would need to be instantiated. I'm pretty sure that young men emulated the warriors of their tribe. They knew how to wield a weapon by a certain young age. There was obviously some rudimentary form of training.
Well, yes, but that's because most of the weapons they were given were very intuitive, right? So it's not only is it very intuitive, but most of them were based off of modern farm equipment and stuff they were used to already kind of handling. Most soldiers didn't carry swords, right? Swords were not the main weapon of the soldiers in an ancient army, right? Most of them used clubs and axes and shit, right? That's what they actually used. That was the majority, right?
Sure.
So hold on real quick. I just have a question real quick. Hold on. How is it actually more mighty, right? To explain. So if we're going to say might as in more strength, right? Why is strength only in the physical, right? Because let's look at the Panzer units of the Nazi Germany, right? They came over and took over the entire city of Paris in a fucking hour.
Individuals. The prompt is about individual warriors.
Where does it say? Where does it? Hold on. It says warriors of the past are more mighty than the ones of today. Where does it say individual in that? Are those plural?
The warriors, okay, so it's talking about what makes a warrior. A person is a warrior. A group isn't called a warrior, it's called a squad.
Is it called warriors? Can you refer to them as warriors?
No, we call them squads.
Can you refer to multiple warriors in one sentence?
Yeah, in the plural, but what's being formed to, so if you say a bunch of humans, you say, what is a human? And you're talking about an individual. Just like if you say you have a bunch of warriors, what is a warrior? It's an individual. But if you're talking about a squad or a company or a unit of tanks, now you're trying to make might into a group effort.
Warrior is not an official classification that used by any military for any person. That's never been the case. Nobody ever called them
I know, because
warrior.
we're less mighty. Warrior includes this mighty type of prerogative to it that includes driving blunt weapons through people's bodies.
Where is that entailed in the definition of warrior?
Because you just conceded that we don't call them warriors anymore. So warrior, the colloquial,
we absolutely still call them. People still call them warriors. What are you talking about?
Why did you just say, well, we're not using that word anymore?
No. What? I never said we weren't using the term warrior anymore.
You said something akin to that. I apologize.
No, I said where does there's no military that calls an individual soldier a warrior ever.
Right. Oh, okay. So it's a soldier versus a warrior.
Warrior would be a
Again,
social
colloquially-
construction. What we consider a warrior would be a social
Real quick, chat. I'm putting the poll into the chat right now. Okay, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Eli Nix on the poll.
Cheers.
And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Steelborne on the poll. Chat, get those votes in. I'm starting that timer over, and you all got 2
Just saying,
minutes.
tanks are pretty fucking mighty, right?
Well, I mean, again, it depends on what you're defining might as. I think that tanks are.
Yeah, that's why I was asking you what the definition of might is. You said might
and
is
I
strength.
said strength. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
I'm
who
talking
actually
about,
wields more?
again-
Who wields more strength? The person who can take out an entire town because they have an M16 in their hand, or the guy who has a sword?
Let me ask you
more
this:
force
is a person strong because they can operate a tank, or are
Listen.
they?
They have
strong
more
because
strength. They
can
have
drive an
more
axe?
force. They have
Steel,
more
you're wrong.
force.
They don't
Steelborne.
possess the strength. The tank
wrong.
possesses the strength.
They are using
Steelborne.
a tool to inflict their force, but they're still using force.
Yeah, and
Steel.
guess what? All their strength comes from the tool,
Check-
not from
check
them.
this out.
That's why the
Steel, you're
warriors
wrong.
society.
Okay, go on. Do
Steel.
guns require physical strength to use, Eli?
Steelborne, you were wrong. You
Hold on a
said
second. Hold on. Do guns require
Steel,
physical
you're
strength
wrong.
to use?
Steelborne,
Not as
don't-
much
don't
physical
walk
strength
over
as
Abe in the
wielding
hat.
a hand weapon for
I need-
hours on end in a battle.
I need
Hey,
you
listen to Abe.
understand this. I need you to understand this. Army is soldiers. Marines are literally classified as warriors. We have a basic warrior's handbook. We are warriors. We are not soldiers. We do not soldier. So yes, there's absolutely still military who are classified as warriors. The entirety of the Marine Corps.
Okay,
is
I'll grant that. I
warriors.
actually didn't know that we
Yeah,
called the
that's-
Marines
that's
warriors. But by the way,
fair.
the Marine Force is way fucking mightier than any other military we've ever seen in the world.
Well, again,
Marines are way
it
fucking
depends on
mightier.
what when we're talking about might, again, and we're talking about a particular warrior.
Might would be the ability
if
to
it were
inflict
coming-
your strength.
Exactly.
enforce
Inflict your strength. Inflict your
Enforce your will.
strength. Now, again, this is not a dig at our Marines, but what I'm saying is if you went to brute strength, the strength that the actual warrior possesses, and you took modern day Marines and ancient day Vikings, I'm putting up against ancient day Vikings because they
Do you think that ancient day
exclusively-
Vikings are going to beat the Marine who's been trained in hand-to-hand combat, who's been trained his whole life, or has been trained ever since he joined the military, how to
Absolutely,
kill somebody?
absolutely. And do you know why? Because exclusively they fought with their hands. The Marine is taught to fight with their hands as a
Vikings carried bows and arrows. What are you talking about? They also carried throwing spears. They also carried throwing axes.
Okay,
what are you
guess
talking
what
about?
all of that
and they didn't
takes?
fight.
Physical
Vikings didn't
strength.
fight wars
Guess
with each
what
other.
all
They
of
burned
that
down
takes?
villages. They weren't
Physical
fighting people.
strength. You're just proving my point for me, dude. Bows and arrows and chucking spears takes physical might.
No, they chucked torches at monasteries and they killed priests
takes
and fucking
physical
women.
might.
Right? They
All
were
right,
going in and
30
fighting a bunch of men who were
guys.
armed to fight.
Real quick, we got 32 votes locked in, and 59%. It was close back and forth there for a bit there. 59% voted that the winner of the 1v1 is Eli Nix. So, Steelborne, tell everybody in the chat where they can find you.
Yeah, you can find me at Steelborne on X and on YouTube. I'm in all the Discords. That was a lot of fun though, Eli.
It was.
Fuck
I love
Next
you,
time, pick a
brother.
fucking prompt and don't go in circles.
Hey, next time pick heads.
Oh, shit. Next time, pick heads.
Next time, just don't be a coward and go, I don't like this prompt. I can't steal, man. This prompt. I didn't agree with this position.
That was all on purpose.
I know it was. I didn't agree with this position.
I know you did, bro. You
shit.
did great. You did.
Of course, I'd argue that the fucking Spartans of ancient Thermopylae were much mightier fucking soldiers at killing machines than the
For
fucking
real,
Navy or the airmen.
Let me
for you,
say
Everett.
this for the sake of the audience. I manipulated the
That's for
prompts
me.
to give me the edge. That was harder for Steelborne. He did
Sneaky,
amazing.
sneaky.
Very sneaky. Alhamdulillah, habibi, you know what I'm saying?
That's right. But always a pleasure having you, Steelborne. And until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Another soul added to the save of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Origins, baby. Now we are down to the final three. I know we have another forced one coming in next, so let me check what that is here. Okay, so this one here is wait. What's the topic? There's a forced topic there too, but I don't know if you noticed. I don't. Oh wait, never mind. I got it. Never mind. My bad. So we got a 1v1 here, forced. Oh shit! Damn it! You just texted me and made me click on your name. What you doing?
I got to piss, but I'm listening.
All right. How you listening when you took your headphones off, liar? Shit, but that
I unplugged them easy. I can hear you from the bathroom.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah, all right. I'll concede. But next one is actually gonna be Eli, and Miss Avarice versus Eli Millie. That's what they said. So we're gonna put Abe to the back, and then, or maybe we might as well keep Abe up here until Eli gets back. And then the topic here is gonna be Black family cookouts are superior to all other cookouts.
Oh damn!
Black family cookout. Oh, dude, I got this. I hope he lets me take the black side. He's probably not now. I forgot it's unplugged. Fuck.
Gave away your game plan, bro.
Yeah, I did. Listen, I wasn't even thinking about it. Abe, how you doing? Is the weather getting better?
A little bit, yeah. It's I mean, it's pouring and it's below freezing at night still, but it's better than it was. That's for damn sure.
That's what's up. Okay, Eli's back, so let's put Abe to the back here, and then so the topic, I don't know if you heard, Eli, is that black cookouts are black family cookouts are superior to all other cookouts.
Oh, please give me the positive. Give me the positive. I take the affirmative. I'll take the affirmative.
I'll take the negative on that.
Fuck
easy.
yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Easy.
Okay. All right. I like it. So chat. Oh, let me restart that timer. Chat. This goes to 6 minutes. No extra time. No solo judging. Goes straight to the poll after, and the lowest on the poll.
Such a random topic.
I know. It's a good one though. I like it.
No, I got a good argument. I like it. I've thought about this a bit.
So yeah, going to 6 minutes, and then right after the 1v1s, 6 minutes is up. We put it to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to the both of you. Let's get it.
I don't even have to be fallacious on this. I don't have to. Listen. Let's talk about. Hold on. I want to be very clear. You understand about the prompt. I want to be very clear. You understand the prompt.
I know more about
hold on.
you.
It's a cookout. It's a cookout, right? We're talking about cookout.
I'm from the South.
I was stationed at Keesler Air Force Base, Mississippi. Trust me, I know the South very well. All right, and what I'm trying to tell you, good. Then you'll know what I'm about ready to go to. Have you ever heard of this thing called a crawfish boil?
Yeah, guess what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and
where? Hold on. Where does the crawfish boil come from?
Southern culture. So it's
Cajun, which is the
black.
Which is the black.
No,
the black community is the black. No, it's the black community that does. Because it was poor. Let's do a dissertation on how we're gonna do crawfish. Crawfish is considered a poor person's food. This is why it was to the black communities, right? The black communities had the black communities had crawfish, not the white communities. It was the black communities. So they added the potatoes and the corn because that was black communities. That wasn't white Southern. It was black Southern. Black Southern.
Where did the blacks come from? The South.
The black Southern. So this is what we're trying to tell you. it's
black.
Listen, so yeah, exactly. Black
in
cookouts.
Africa?
So you concede. You concede black. You're conceding.
in Africa?
You're conceding
No,
that it's black.
they didn't have none of that shit in Africa.
You conceded. You literally conceded my argument. You understand this, right? You just said black communities in Southern America. That's what you just said.
You said, listen.
You just conceded. I said
superior. It's
crawfish
equal
boils
because
come
they're
from black
synonymous.
communities.
You keep calling it black, and it's just Southern.
No. It's black Southern. Okay,
and
again,
black
we're blacks.
is
Okay,
Southern culture.
Who was rich in the
It's
South? Who had
identical to what goes on
money
in
in?
the
Okay,
trailer
when they
park.
started,
We both learned it in
who
the
had money
same
in the South?
fucking place,
Okay,
dude.
Nix, who had money in the South? The whites or the blacks?
The whites. Who do you think was
The
buying
whites.
all the food?
Okay, good.
To teach
Okay,
them how to do this.
Good, perfect. Were they buying crawfish, a poor man's food, or was that beneath them?
Oh, at the time,
Beneath them. So who was buying it then? What race of people?
Because they had no money.
What race of people were eating the crawfish?
Everybody was eating crawfish.
No.
Dude.
It was you got you.
It might have
I
been,
got you because
hold
it was
on.
considered a
No,
poor
but hold
man's
on, it's not a
food.
concession.
White people
It might
didn't
have
eat
been-
it.
Hold on, it's not a concession. They might have had more, but still, what you're making the
Listen,
assumption
now
is that, hold
let's
on,
just go
you
on.
don't-
Let's just continue.
I think
Let's
it's
now get
argumental.
to
You're
fried
making the
chicken
assumption that
cookouts,
black
deep
cookouts
fried
are
chicken cookouts.
different than Southern cookouts.
Now let's
They're
go
the same.
deep
and
fried
maybe
chicken
two
cookouts.
different styles, but
Deep fried
they're
chicken
equal. They're
cookouts?
not one's not better than the other.
Okay, now that we've moved on from crawfish because you've conceded that deep fried
I didn't
chicken
concede shit.
Yeah, oh yeah, you did. Now
No, I
deep
didn't.
fried chicken cookouts.
That's the South, dude. Colonel Sanders. What
baby
color is
back
Colonel
rib.
Sanders? What color is Colonel Sanders?
Colonel Sanders made a device on how to basically what's that new device we all
invented
have
the
in our
fryer?
houses? Not Colonel Sanders. Not Colonel Sanders. Not Colonel Sanders.
What culture invented the fryer?
Again, not Colonel Sanders.
Oh, okay.
So
Well,
here's
guess
what I'm trying to say.
Again,
They've been
this isn't
deep
a
frying
dig
in
at black
oil.
people.
They've
It's
been
not a dig at other people.
deep
I'm saying
frying
that this is
buttermilk
a
chicken.
common thing that I've seen.
No, but it's
They
not
try
a
to
common
pit
thing. You're trying to say here there's not
poor
common.
people,
Question:
white
what race of
against
people were
black
eating
culture
crawfish
when they don't know that this is
when
Marxism
before
divide and
before
conquer?
it was
They're the
before
same
it was a thing?
culture. If we
What
knew that,
race
we'd
of
have a
people
cookout
were
that would
eating
feed the world.
crawfish? Before was the thing,
Southern
what
culture and
race of
black
people
culture
is
is
black
synonymous.
culture?
One just
No,
wears
you can't say
different
they're
clothes.
synonymous. They're black culture. It's black culture in the Southern culture where
It's
it comes
exactly the same. Because
Oh
I
my
grew
God!
up in it.
Okay, so then blues
Even
is
the ghetto. The
blues
ghetto
is white
in
people.
Chicago
Okay,
is
so blues is white
identical to the
people.
trailer park in
Okay,
the
so they
South.
concede
They
that
love guns,
they
love
concede
drugs, they love fast
concede that
cars,
blues is
they
the
love
white
fat
people.
white women, and they love fried
Okay,
chicken and watermelon. It's all the same.
concede that blues is the South and it's not the Black lives. Go ahead, concede that blues is from the South.
Blues is from the South?
Yeah, concede. Go
What
ahead.
does
It's the
that have
South.
to
It's
do
not
with
black
black
people.
cookouts? That's a total
It's not
red
black
herring,
people. It's
Everett.
not black people. It's the South.
Now you're moving the music. You
No,
forgot
I'm
what
saying
Punk's
you're being
talking about.
stupid, okay? It's black
You're being
people
stupid
from the
for bringing up
South.
Something that ain't got nothing to do
No,
with the
it's
goddamn
black
prompt.
people from the South. How can you not
Generally,
see
yes.
this?
Where do you think they went to pick the cotton?
Generally,
The South.
yes. Generally, yes. That's why
They're from the
black
South,
cookouts.
yeah.
So black cookouts are
Yeah,
superior.
they learned how to do their cooking from Southern culture.
They learned to
so
do their
it's
cooking
synonymous.
from
It's
being
not
in the
superior.
South. No, it's not
Southern
synonymous. They
culture,
were superior. The
Southern
Southern
cookout.
learned from the blacks.
No, it was a mix. It was a mess.
No,
It
it was not a mix. No, they didn't
taught
mix
us
and
how to
match
bathe
then.
ourselves.
They didn't
We
mix and
introduced them to
match.
food
They didn't mix and
know.
match then. Are you
There
fucking
was some,
crazy?
problems in the
Yeah, dude.
economy,
Okay, show
obviously,
me
and now we have
me
fried chicken.
Show me all the interracial marriages back then.
Well, they didn't typically put those on the genealogical record.
Wait,
but they
what?
happen quite
You
often.
said no. They said they're mixed. Where's the interracial couples?
How many mixed kids did Thomas Jefferson have? Do you know? More
tell
than
me.
one.
Tell me.
More than one.
Tell me.
More than one.
You got evidence on this?
You look it up. More than one for sure.
Again, you're making the claim.
Well, I'm not going to waste the 6 minutes we have, but
Yeah,
I'll
you're
show
not
you
going to waste the 6
afterwards.
because
Okay,
you're
fine,
making the
fuck it,
claims
I'll
that you
look it
don't
up, I'll
have.
look it up,
Yeah,
I'll look
ride
it
the
up.
claims.
I'll look it up.
All right,
I'll
ride
look it
the
up,
claim. Ride the claims.
Look it the fuck up.
Show me the stats. You see, this is what we're trying to say. It's not the whites, it's the blacks.
That's silly.
Real quick,
That's a silly
chat. I
claim.
am putting the poll. I'm putting the poll into the chat
6.
right
He had
now.
6.
All right.
He
1
had
second.
6.
And is he from the south or the north?
Boys, 1 second. Give me a second. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Eli Nix on the poll. And
The
if you
ghetto
wanna
and the
vote-
trailer park are the same thing.
They're not the same.
If
They're
you
still
wanna vote-
black.
If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Avarice on the poll chat. Get your votes in. I'm restarting that timer. You have 2 minutes.
I'm telling you, that was the biggest divide and conquer I ever saw. When they tried to convince that us people who were poor and we did crime and we loved fast cars and guns and all this different stuff, and they try to act like the poor people in the Section 8.
No, you were busy rum running and doing all that other stuff. You have a different. You do have a different culture.
Hate you over here.
Yeah, you
It's
do
not
have a different
black
culture
versus
in the
white,
south.
it's
Yeah,
poor versus
you
rich.
do have a different culture. You're eating squirrel and alligator when the blacks are eating. Well, you see, you laugh
you
because
go
it's
to
true. Well, the
Louisiana and
blacks
tell me blacks don't eat alligator.
Maybe at Papa Do's as a delicacy. Maybe at
your head so far up your ass.
Maybe at Papa Do's is a delicacy for their jambalaya, but they're sure as shit not doing it in the real life because they don't go in the water. All right, they ain't getting no alligator.
What?
Yeah, man.
It's a complete conglomeration, dude. The both of them are the same thing. The only reason that there is Southern culture is because there was a complete mixing of cultures.
No, again, but
culture.
the blacks are the one that made the cookouts true. They're the ones that were eating the poor food.
No.
They're the ones that were barbecuing it. They weren't sitting there doing fine
Where'd
dining
they
in the
get that,
past.
Avarice?
Barbecuing since
Where'd they
ancient
get that,
Greek
Avarice?
times.
Did they-
You
did
can
they carry it on ships?
look at.
Did they carry that on ships?
You can take slavery back, but you ain't taking the cookout back. You ain't taking that from us blacks. Ain't happened.
Us blacks.
Yeah, Trench gave me the card. You ain't taking it.
That doesn't make it real.
Yes, it does.
This is just like your claim earlier. Just because you believe it doesn't make it true.
Again, the black community does better making crawfish.
So you've been to every black household in the country?
I think that what we're
Amazing.
talking
That's
about here
amazing.
is it's not exclusive to black culture.
You're so full
Black
of shit.
cookouts are a branch off of Southern cookouts.
Again, you're just being fallacious. The black communities do
No, everything
cookouts.
you just said
Spell
is
better.
fallacious.
Avarice.
You did
No,
the ad populum. You did the freaking genetic fallacy.
Again.
Like everything you said was fallacious. What are you talking about?
Again.
Real quick, we got 33 votes locked in. All right, and this is another.
What is the appeal of this guy?
55.
What is the fucking appeal of this dude, dude?
55%.
What is wrong with you?
55%.
Avarice got bot farms, man.
Hold up. 55% said the winner of the 1v1 is Avarice. So Eli, tell everybody in the chat where they can find you.
You can find me at the cookout, boy. No, I'm just I am invited. I've been invited to multiple. This is
And what color are they?
Oh man, it is like a spectrum.
What's the primary color?
The primary color,
all together.
oftentimes, I look like the center of an Oreo cookie. So, anyway, I guess you guys really love this man. That's great. Find me at Eli Nix Live on TikTok, X, Discord. I do debates with atheists on TikTok. If you want to schedule a debate with me, if you're an atheist, hit me up and I'll hit up Mr. Speakeazy and give your money to Speakeazy because he makes this shit happen. And fuck you for voting for Avarice instead of me. Take it easy.
Hey, shit. Legend, thank you for coming. Always a pleasure having you. And until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Origins, baby. All right, we are down to the final two. All right, down to the final two.
I hate going against Abe. Everybody knows this too.
Well, since we brought this topic up a couple times already and no one took it, let's see what you guys think about it. Teachers should be required to be armed.
Take your pick, Abe.
You take your pick.
I really don't care the side. I'll take either side. Which one do you want?
I'm going to say yes. We should arm everyone.
Okay. I'll take they shouldn't be armed.
Okay, I like it. I like it. And before we move on, we got a $5 super chat from the sarcastic saint. Said we need to bring back psych wards and put Avarice in one. Avarice is better at being a mod and not a debater. Seriously, this poll is rigged. Wow. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And you know you voted for Avarice too. Don't lie. All right, Saint's over here saying that, but he voted for you too. That's why he said that, right? Let's be realistic. He's capping. All right, but thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate you big time. Before I miss this one, Dinky. He didn't like Tyrant Kings. He liked Dinky King. I think you missed the opportunity to put Dinkus.
Can I see the prompt one more time? Just so I can make
Nope.
sure I have it in my head.
Not allowed. Teachers should be required to be armed.
Yep.
Okay. So chat, here we go. Final match up for the night. We're deciding the winner who is going to make their origin story tonight. All right. 6 minutes is going to be on the clock. No added time. No solo judging. Right after the 1v1, I'm going to put the poll in the chat. You guys are going to have you guys are going to vote, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to the both of you, and congratulations for making it to the finals of the very first Verbal Combat Origins. All right, let's get it.
Avarice.
Yeah.
Have you forgiven your mama?
Can we just get to the prop here and
have you forgiven
tell
your
me
mama?
the affirmative? What?
Did your mama know you're black?
Again, teachers should be required. You have the affirmative. Go ahead.
Teachers should be required to be armed because it would significantly cut down on people's willingness to enter schoolhouses with their own weapons and threaten violence. If we required them to be armed, then we could require them to take firearm safety, which then they could also teach firearm safety to the next generation. And an armed society is a polite society, Avarice. Everyone knows that. And it's true. The most armed city in America has the lowest gun crime. Also, when Switzerland Switzerland required gun ownership in every household, their crime dropped to nearly gone. So I can't see how this is a bad thing.
Switzerland requires guns in every household.
They
requires
did for a time.
Requires guns.
I don't know if it's still true, but
requires
there was a
guns
time.
in every household.
Yeah, because they needed to be able to protect their borders because they were neutral, and so they had bunkers everywhere and armed households in case anything ever happened. Since they didn't take any sides, that's why they have a whole bunch of bunkers in their mountains and stuff.
Okay, well that's cool. Let's get back to teachers should be armed now. Specifically, what about now is all teachers? Every teacher should be armed. Okay,
every single one.
What about Masonic teacher or Masonic? Is that what it is? Yeah, the ones that teach. Is it Orthodox monks? What about those teachers? Should they be armed?
Yeah.
Orthodox monks
don't have
ones
to
that
use
don't.
it.
Well, hold on, but they don't believe in even having guns. They should be armed.
Yeah, doesn't mean they have to carry an arm.
What? So you're going to require the monks in monasteries to be armed.
Yeah, there's a reason for this because if somebody like scales a wall, attacks the monks, attacks the
monks that will not kill anybody and have vowed not to kill people, and even if someone went in to pew them, their objective would be to open them with open bread and wine.
Sure.
You're saying we're going to require them to have guns that they're not going to use. Now we're going to give the guns that they're not going to use to the shooters, and now they have more weapons.
No. So
what do you mean? No, hold on. How would they not?
I'll tell you.
Okay, how are the monks going to save themselves?
Listen.
Okay.
Because you already you should know this. You should know this from your training. Because one of the greatest deterrents to violence is the threat of violence.
But listen, this isn't a deterrence.
Everybody
knows the monk teachers will not use weapons. They won't do it.
Knowing a weapon is there and that there's a chance
again, they would know that they would not be used against.
That's not true. That's not true.
Yes. Okay, now let's continue.
Really,
let's continue. Yeah, everybody should know this.
There's a weapon present. Just knowing there's they don't.
Again,
I didn't know that. So knowing there's a weapon present at the premises.
So you think monks you really believe that monks carried weapons with them? Guns?
I didn't say that.
You really believe that monks carried guns with them? You said you didn't believe that.
I never said I believe anything.
Okay, how about the nuns? Should they carry pistols? How about the nuns?
They're teaching.
So the teacher nuns should carry pistols.
Yeah, we should have badass nuns. In fact, the nuns should carry semi-automatic machine guns.
Okay, going against everything they believe in. So then we wouldn't have
to use
teachers.
them. I'm not saying they have to use them.
So here's what they would do. They would actually opt out of being teachers.
Do you believe that if you carry a weapon, you have to use the weapon?
No, but if I carry the weapon, if I carry the weapon, I have to carry the weapon to be a teacher. That's what you're saying.
Have you ever heard of visual deterrence?
Again, you're saying I have to carry the weapon to be the teacher. What if I don't want to carry the weapon?
Too bad. You have to protect children.
Okay, so here we go. What if I don't want to carry the weapon and I don't want to be a teacher, but they're forcing me to be a teacher? Am I forced to now carry a weapon?
Force you to be a teacher? This is a ridiculous change of scenario you've created.
Absolutely. So
if they're going to force you to be a teacher, then yes, they should force you to carry a gun too, because you have to carry a gun if you're a teacher, and if you're forced to be a teacher, then you have to carry the gun too.
Okay, so we're forcing people to carry weapons against their will.
Yep.
Okay, everybody.
Yep.
All the teachers.
Yeah, 3-year-olds even.
And all the 3-year-olds.
Everybody needs one.
And how are you going to train people that don't want to go and fire the gun? How are you going to
train
these monks?
Who's going to aggress against you?
How are you going to train the monks? How are you going to train the monks?
I didn't say they have to use them.
You said that they have to go through training. You said that it goes through training. How are they going to train the monks?
PowerPoint.
A PowerPoint. Oh, and how does PowerPoint work in your military experience? How does PowerPoint work for training for using a firearm?
I didn't say they have to have my training, but I do think that everybody having Marine training would be good.
How does PowerPoint training work for firearms? Dinkus.
Well, you would explain the function of the weapon, when to use the weapon, when not to use the weapon, and you would just have all these different slides.
So you're saying, so you're just gonna say that you can understand sports and not having actually done it?
Well, you can understand holding a thing, how this action works, showing
and you're going to understand and operate how that, and you're going to trust everybody operate and use a firearm without having held it.
You know this. They don't have to be perfect, because there are some people that don't do so well on the range, but they still get in, right?
Got it. So while we're at it, then, if we're going to just require that, then we could require military. They don't need to use their weapons either. They can just use a PowerPoint, and now you're in. Let's go to war.
No, that's a completely different thing. You have to.
What are you talking about?
To take violent action to join the military.
Again, you have to be. Again, you have to be. Yes, that's what you have to do. When you require
somebody, all gun owners have to take violent action.
When you require them to have a gun, give them the authority to use that action.
Argument.
No, what do you mean? How is that stupid?
Argument.
When you give them the authority,
you have a gun, you have to have violent action.
No, but when you're forced that authority onto somebody, you have to use that action. That's why police use weapons.
Like I said, visual deterrents work. Just seeing the weapon on a hip is a visual deterrent.
Again, you're not going to see it under a monk's robe. They're not going to be packing it on their hip. It's going to be under a robe. You're not going to visually see it. They're never going to use it.
Great.
For all you know, it's going to be on the shelf.
Great.
So why give guns? That's going to give it to the enemies.
You keep saying that, but there's you can't.
They're going to know that these teachers don't use weapons. They're going to go take all the weapons from the teachers and have more arsenals.
You already proved this point earlier tonight or the debaters already proved this point earlier tonight. If it's 1%, if 1% is Orthodox Christian, that means even less are Orthodox priests, which means there's going to be a very low number of teachers.
Again, yes, I understand.
Very few people know.
I understand that there's going to be a low number. I understand that it's going to be a low number of people, but there is still going to be some people that are going to be victims to this fucking crazy idea that everybody has to be armed.
Chat real quick. I'm putting the poll into the chat. right now. If you don't see it, make sure you go ahead and hit that refresh. If you want to vote for this man right here, that you can literally only see his head in the middle of the circle, that's hilarious. That was funny. If you want to vote for this man right here, you vote for Avarice on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Abe Dinkus on the poll. Chat, get your fucking votes in right now. I'm starting this timer over. You all got 2 minutes.
I don't know where you want to go from here. Again, all teachers shouldn't be armed. There's some teachers that don't want to be armed. Public school teachers, for sure. I'll grant that public school teachers should be armed, but those not all teachers. There are certain private school teachers that don't need to be armed. There's schools that don't get shot up. When private schools don't have hostile threats to them.
Avarice, I don't care what they want. Sometimes we have to do what we don't want to do.
Again, okay, where's the threat on the private schools?
Sorry, boys, real quick. Jeff Willard sends in 20, says, I don't normally tip, but when I do, it's because you've delivered another night of great entertainment. May God bless you and yours. P.S. used towards next 1v1 or something. I don't know. Too much pressure. Well, this is the last 1v1, but Jeff, I appreciate you big time. And if you want, I will write this down so you can have $20 on 1v1 credit or any move credit you want for the next verbal combat. So I'll write this down. You got 20 credit. All right.
Again, I'm not against arming teachers in dangerous areas like the Bronx, O Block, things like that, right? In public school teachers. But I don't think that all teachers, like private school teachers or Masonic monks, need to be armed. There's no threat there, Abe. There's no threat at the school that Bill Gates went to for physical gun violence.
You mean monastic?
Monastic. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Titan, appreciate
Look, I can barely say the Tiki-oke word, okay?
I've actually been meaning to send you that email. I still have it written down here in one of my notes. I just haven't got to it yet because, yeah, you see, I'm always grinding. Join the Discord. If you have a Discord, join the Discord. If you don't have Discord, hit me up on either X or Instagram, and I'll get you set up with a debate. Just let me know what topics you want to do, and we'll definitely get you there. But yeah, I appreciate that, man. Appreciate that.
So why do you think that private school teachers and monastic monks teachers ought to be armed when there's no threat there? There's absolutely zero threat.
Great. Have you ever heard the saying, it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war?
Again, if the threat assessment is zero, if the threat assessment is zero, right?
I love that one.
You can say that, but that doesn't eliminate the threat of violence ever. And if there is violence, then there's protection. If there isn't,
again, but it's protection they're not going to use.
I don't care. It's available for use. What if there is somebody who is willing to use it that is a student that will protect the teacher and the school?
Wait.
Real quick, so we got our votes locked in. 47 votes locked in. And another close one. 57% said the winner of the 1v1 is Avarice. So, Abe, tell everybody in the chat where we can find you.
Well, come over to Abe Dinkus' channel. Check it out. Do all kinds of fun things. I took a little hiatus for a bit, but I'm back. So come on over.
And black. No, I'm joking.
I'm back in black.
Back in black. That just made me think of that song when you said that.
Mm-hmm.
Always a pleasure having you, Abe.
It's good to see you, Abe. You always scare the shit. You always scare the shit out of me when I have to debate you. You're so wicked smart.
You're the only one he even said that for, so you definitely had him shooketh. All right.
Good job, Avarice. Good job.
Always a pleasure having you. And until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Origins, baby. And chat, real quick, I seen someone requested. Could you, one of my mods, please put Abe's link in the chat there?
I was just about to say that to you.
Oh yeah. Someone was requesting for Abe's link, so if one of the mods could please do that for me. But yeah, first off, congratulations, you guys have just crowned a winner of the very first Verbal Combat Origins.
We have a winner.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Winner, Avarice,
I can't
Verbal
even
Combat
believe it.
Origins #1. All right, you are the winner of that. Okay, and that means you get, okay, is well, you have a custom Verbal Combat character already. So what I was thinking, what I could do for people who are like re-winners to add on to like the character thing is, if you want, what I was thinking is I can start designing, like, no pun intended, an origin story to each character that wins again. So like if you win again and you already have a character, I design like a little origin story with your character there, maybe in some type of scene, almost like a Pokemon card type of thing. You know what I'm trying to say?
You could, or could I throw it at somebody? Anybody?
No, you can't do that.
Oh, okay. I can't throw it at like someone that's like Jungle or somebody that's been donating throughout the night.
No, we can't. We can't give out the verbal.
Okay. Well,
that's one of the things that keeps it unique with.
Okay, sure. I was saying,
can't give away.
Look at, if I could ring her for somebody, I would have thrown it at Jungle for the donos today. You know, so.
But you know what? Actually, all my mods, they get Verbal Combat characters, and Jungle's a mod on Rumble, so I mean, I think that is a qualifier.
Well, then I'll just do the
Jungle to get his own character anyway.
Yeah, then I'll just do the origin thing. It's fine, and then
and then you also have a Q token. So for the next 2 verbal combats, like you can only use it once, but like 4, then it lasts the next 2. If you come up and there's like people in front of you, you can bump yourself up. You can use your token to bump yourself up so you're the next person in line.
Oh, I can start late.
Yeah.
Extra sleep after Rob's show. Excellent. Oh, well, thank you. It's been fun. Get the dono's been awesome. Thank you, chat. It's obviously you guys are the best chat in the business, so it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Jungle, Mrs. Pistachios, Blackout, King Blackout for the returns, and even Xander Gee stick to add to removal and add to the hype. So that even helps more than you know. So I appreciate it, and yeah.
It's funny too, because he was, every time he would come up, he was like, "Okay, let's let it go for a little bit." He's like, "Okay, he's cooked. Let him go down now." Shit! Congratulations again, Avarice.
Forgot to say, yeah, Spartacus. There's another one. Yeah,
legend.
And everybody on the panel. So,
yeah, Spartacus was matching donos until we got up to the hot seat deals.
Yeah, if I'm missing anybody, I'm sorry. I had to go through a lot of debates today, so I'm wheeling a lot of arguments. It's like a lot of things. I don't stand on half of it's entertainment, right? So I'm trying to how would I debate this? So most of the time I'm trying to fire up these arguments, right? So
yeah. No, I know it's funny. That's what it's like. It's almost the same thing, you know. Brick, right? Bricky. It's what he does, right? He's not like a deep philosophical debater or nothing like this, but like he gives it, and then like he'll like conjure up arguments in the moment, and it's sometimes they're actually good. Where I'm like, oh damn, okay, Ricky. You know what I mean?
Sometimes they're home runs. When they're home runs, then they're hits like heaven maxing, right? And then when they're not, they're really not, right? And everybody hates you for it, right? It's like you can see that when you win some, you lose some, right? So, but you guys are the best fucking chat in the business. I really appreciate everybody here. So,
fucking legends,
yeah.
fucking legends. And again, congratulations to you, Avarice, and thank you for joining tonight. That was fucking amazing.
Pleasure being here.
And then I'll see you. Well, tomorrow. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
See you
Got
tomorrow.
Nor Prep debate tomorrow.
See you at Nor Prep.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Chat. First off, you guys are fucking amazing. All right. You're about to say, here comes the broken record. Yeah, I get it. All right. I get it. I can't thank you guys enough. All right. Can't thank you guys enough. Make sure you guys, if the mods could do like a little share thing for me, if you guys aren't too busy at the moment, share out Abe's channel, share out Steelborne and Tyler's channel in the chat there. Share out Dog's channel. Dog's been trying to build up his channel there. Share out Avarice's channel. He's not promoting his thing, but he's been doing little things over there. Okay, he's been doing little things over there. So go get Abnormal. Go see the Abnormal America with Avarice. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, share them all out. They're all legends. They're all a part of what helps put this all together too. You know what I'm saying? I can't thank them all enough as well. Share out Teriak's channel, of course. That's where I'm going to be sending you guys. Oh shit! I noticed. Share out Kieran's channel. Kieran's in the back. He didn't get up in time for the Verbal Combat Origins, but maybe for next time. But yeah, share out his channel too. He's in the back. All right. Share out all the peeps. Share out all the peeps. Give a little share party for the end of this. Yeah, I was really not expecting to announce Verbal Combat Origins and then do it the same night I announced it. I was not expecting that. So you guys, I can't thank you guys enough. Honestly, all I can continue to do is tell you guys how much I appreciate you guys. Thank God for you guys, and continue to do my best to give you guys, the best fucking content available. Right? I'm trying. Got a lot of people that you could be watching, but you're here with me, all right? And I can't thank you guys enough for that. And like, we needed to get to 1,000 to do the Verbal Combat Origins, and you guys just fucking blew that out of the water, all right? Like, I just can't thank you guys enough, honestly. All right, I can't. But thank you, honestly. I'm gonna be sending you guys over to Teriak's. Okay. Actually, I don't think I set it up. Did I set it up already? Am I forgetting? I don't think I did, because then I would know what Teriak's doing to tell you what he's doing. Hold up. Sorry. Give me 1 second here. I always gotta search his name. Why? Oh no, he did pop up this time. Wheel of Madness. There we go. Doing some Wheel of Madness. For anyone who doesn't know, Wheel of Madness, it's like it's a debate show. It's got a wheel for the topics. So the panel debates the topic, the current topic, but you can pay $10 to spin the wheel and change the topic at any time. So go ahead and get yourselves in there, okay? They're great. They're fucking great, all right? That's all I can say. They're great. They're fun. I'm going to do a night Maybe next week. Maybe I'll do it next week. I keep saying I'm gonna do it, and I feel bad that I keep telling Teriak we're gonna do it, and we haven't done it yet. So next week, I'm gonna dedicate one of the days next week. We're gonna do a Wheel of Madness. Like we're gonna go on Wheel of Madness, and Teriak will start a little bit earlier than he normally does, and I'll restream it too, so everybody that so more people can get eyes on what the Wheel of Madness is, because I think it's a cool idea that he's done, and this is it's a good example, because like I've always said, like if people get inspired by what I created with verbal combat, and they tried to do, something that was inspired by it, I would never shit on that. Right. I've only shit on the people who's literally tried to copy and paste it and then get mad that it's not the same. But yeah, the whole point is this is a good example. This show is a really good example of someone who took inspiration from the show Verbal Combat and made their own thing. You know what I'm trying to say? So I think I want to get more eyes on it. Fucking, Teriak has my back. I got his. So we got to make them fucking ships rise together. All right. I feel like there was something else. Oh yeah, Nora Prep, 9 p.m. Eastern time. You're gonna see it scheduled. I haven't been scheduling them ahead of time because I think it got people confused. So I've been just scheduling it the day of ahead of time. So you're gonna see it scheduled in a couple hours. Nora Prep, all right, 9 p.m. Eastern time. Collab show I do with Rob. If you guys haven't seen this yet, maybe you haven't. So we could go ahead and play this for you guys, okay?
Who's that debater?
No prep, no warning, no time to think. Walking cold, stand your ground, say what you believe. No script, no notes, no place to hide. Redactions drop, the room goes live. No prep. Enter one stance breaks. Nowhere prep, nowhere prep, nowhere prep. No topic, no opponent name. Just pressure, just fire, just debate. Nowhere prep, nowhere prep. No warm up, no safety net. You showed up, now defend it. This is nowhere prep debate.
No prep debate. That's what I'm talking about. Rob comes in completely blind with his opponent fully prepared, fully knows what the topic is, ready to go. All right, and take a shot at the Rob GPT. All right, the man who can make on the spot openings somehow look like he wrote them ahead of time. I still don't understand how he does it. It's insane to me. Every time I'm like, yeah, dude, people are going to start thinking that I'm telling him these topics ahead of time. Like he's that good at these openings. It's good. But he's got a really good opponent. All right. And he's got a good topic he's got to face. So it should be a really good show. I've actually got the next 5 almost lined up. All right. The next 2 are locked in. And then we got quite a bit lined up. If you want to actually take a shot at Rob, with him not knowing the topic, him not knowing the opponent, and him unprepared, you have all the advantage here, and it's a good way for the whole point of it is, it's a good way for you have my audience plus Rob's audience watching you, so you get your name out there, and Rob gets to test his skill coming in unprepared. I get to show you all what a neutral moderator looks like. All right, this is a show and then the chat gets a show they love. So like, this is a show that benefits everyone involved. Okay. So if you want to take a shot on this, okay, let me know in the Discord, and we'll get you set up for one of those as well. Okay. We got a lot going on over here. All right. You want a Swords of Reason debate 1-on-1? Let me know too. You want to get in the Rob Noor prep debates? Get in there every Friday. Verbal Combat Friday, open panel blood sport debate with a cash prize potential at the end. Now we got every now and then we got the VK Origins, but this will only be on streams we hit 1,000. But yeah, you guys are fucking amazing. Yeah, we got a lot going on over here. You want to get in on the action, just hit me up in the Discord, okay? I may take a bit sometimes to get back to you, because sometimes the people get bumped down without me, or after I hit their thing by accident, and then they don't have the white dot anymore, and I don't go look at it. So go ahead. If I don't hit you back in like, a few days, don't feel like you're bugging me. You got to bug me sometimes for me to actually see the message. So don't feel bad about that, okay? Go ahead and just fucking poke me a little bit. I'll get to you, okay? I get to all the messages. Other than that, listen, like I always say, guys, it could be 30 in the chat. It could be 2,000 in the chat. Best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. I love you guys. God bless you all. Thank you all for coming. Have a great morning, evening, night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. And for now.
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?